There's no point in doing an intro because TikTok limits me. I have complained to them or sent a message to them in their support and told them that they limit me to about 50 people, and then when we get more, you boot them out. The ticket's still open, which means they haven't dealt with it. But anyway, if people stumble across this, it's just started. Hello to those that's just found me. I am that guy that does those videos, the books, documentaries, been on radio shows, blah, 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 all that good stuff. And the difference between me and all the other people is I don't show my face. I show evidence. They show their face and don't show evidence. I don't know why it's so difficult for people to understand that. Because when you look at the videos hi Kerry, when you look at the videos that other people have done, I just put one up a minute ago where a lady says, thank you Kerry, where a lady says, you may not know this, but it's true. Humans have been dropped here, taken back millions of years, blah, blah, blah. And all she did was said it's true, and then she had a whiteboard. So, obviously she has no evidence whatsoever. So there we go. I did say I'd do a live today, so I'm just waiting for people to join, and then I'm just reading the messages now. Just started. Jane has wrote, "Hi God." Oh, Jane, Goddess Jane. I still have no idea what you look like, and I guess you'd have no idea what I look like. So we're both gods and goddesses together. Andy wrote, "Good evening, Out Your History. Enjoyed today's Jesus video. Thanks." Thank you. Yes, so it's now out. So basically, I have done a video on why Jesus was created. And it kind of goes... The first half is why he wasn't created, why all the stories about Jesus were done retrospectively, all the prophecies that were supposed to have been fulfilled by him were actually told about well after the event. So it's like me saying, "Oh, I'm going to have a burger today," and turns out I had a burger earlier, that kind of thing. So the first half of the video basically points out where people get it wrong by showing that they believe what they've read, when really it's just someone saying the things that he did. Doesn't mean it was a prophecy. Then I also go through and point out where the prophecies didn't actually come into fruition. And then the end part, or the second half, I point out why there was other prophecies for him prior to him being born, that put Jesus as a position that he was going to be working for Marduk. And if you know who Jesus was and what type of character he was a pacifist. So basically he didn't do what Marduk wanted him to do, smack bang at the same time that there was a Roman, I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head, a Roman general or something like that was attacking Israel right at the same time that Jesus would have been sort of conceptually thought of. So, and at exactly the same time as well, the pantheon of gods over in Rome was Enlil's family. So Marduk had to go over there and try and sort it out. So he wanted someone to take control for him, and he unfortunately created a pacifist, which didn't go down too well, and therefore, why the hell did you forsake me, God, or Lord, as it should be called? And that's because you didn't do what I wanted you to do, you weak-minded fool type thing. So yeah, I found that fascinating. Thank you, Andy. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Aptos was right. Hi there. Is the world a simulation like the Matrix? No, I don't think it is. No one mentioned it prior to the film The Matrix. So, go back 100 years before we had computers, no one would have even thought of it. Now we've got, when the film came out, oh well, we're in a simulation. Now we've got AI. Oh well, we're in a AI simulation, and before you know it, it'll be we're in a holographic simulation, and whatever the new technology and the new terminology is, people will latch onto it and claim it. Obviously, there's no evidence whatsoever that we're in any kind of simulation, none. So how people can just keep saying that and thinking it's true, for me, one tiny bit of evidence would help, but none. Now there are things that get stuck in the sky, but luckily Skinwalker Ranch has showed what they are. They're a phenomena that's been picked up by lidar. So even they even had a rocket that was coming back down with a parachute, and it literally froze there for about 5 to 10 seconds, and then it carried on falling. So we know that it's not a simulation. We know that there is a phenomena going up from the ground upwards and stopping at a certain height, depending on where the phenomena is. So we've got no evidence whatsoever of a matrix. So no, I don't think we are. Kerry's at Hi Boss. Hi Kerry. I did say we'd go for people today. Jane's wrote books arrived today. Oh bless you, Jane. Now you can prop your table up a little bit better. You got two of them, one either end of your table. And if you're feeling brave, you could probably read something inside. Bless. Lewis has wrote, do you believe the programs finding Bigfoot are hiding information or the truth? Oh, interesting question, that, Lewis. Very interesting question. Go to number one in the class for that. I like that question. It's very clever. So there are, obviously, there's films and things that people try and put in information. But the TV show, I'm not on about Bigfoot movies. I'm on about all sorts of movies where they're trying to give us clues. But would programs like the Bigfoot Hunters, etc., be genuinely hiding stuff? The problem we've got is, even if they did find stuff, information, it's the programmers, the company that's behind it. I'm not sure if it's Prometheus or one of those, but they're the ones that has to put it out. So even if they did get more information on the day, is the company bound by the History Channel, which is probably the case because it's owned by Disney, from what I understand? Are they bound to, make sure everything seems a bit ambiguous as opposed to, oh wow, here's the evidence, job done? That's the problem with all these programs, even Skinwalker Ranch. Are they tied to the information getting out there through the distribution company? It's a hard one to say. I certainly would like to think these guys are genuine and everything else. I think they are. I think the problem we've got is, has any of them been warned off? Men in Black style things. So, doing what they're doing, has someone said to one of them one day, if you find anything, keep it quiet. Otherwise, I don't know. They probably wouldn't tell us if that was the case. So, in my heart, I'd like to think everything's genuine and above board. But I can't say for sure because obviously it's, there's the distribution company, there's they're funding the expeditions, etc. Then so it's a tricky one to answer. You'd need to get one of the guys drunk to be able to say, look, did you find anything, and why wasn't it shown on TV? I'd love to think. I think certainly from the Skinwalker Ranch point of view, I think Brendan Fugel, the guy that owns it now, I think he's as genuine as you can get. You don't spend all that time and money and effort to look into something and then only to hide the information deliberately. It would be completely pointless. There are things I would have done differently, but yeah. So it's a good question. in my heart, I'd like to think they're all above board, including the companies, the production companies. Andy wrote, Jesus being a pacifist, is it grey in him like movies would come in peace? A very interesting question. So, I mean, that very interesting question. That would really the answer to that go number 1.5 in for that. That's a good question. So what would need to be done is to look at all of the other leaders that had elongated skulls, and we know them. We've got some names for them, not just in Egypt, and see whether or not they were pacifists or whether they had, attack and ask questions later attitude. Because if they were all very similar but just very smart, then Marduk unfortunately probably did the wrong thing and thought, oh, this new one that I'm creating will probably, be able to sort it out. But he obviously didn't want to be, as it says in the video. I'm just trying to. The video's only just dropped today, so I don't want to spoil too much. So it's a very good question. It would. I'd like to. Yeah, as something I should look into then to see whether all the genuine elongated skull people were. Thank you, Shannon. Were aggressive or not? That's a really good point, Andy. I'm trying to. The reason why I'm stuttering is I'm trying to keep it in my memory so that I can remember to look it up, because I think that's something really. It would solidify a lot of the research I've already done. So if you can remember to remind me, just in case I forget, I will add it to my list. I think that's a brilliant question. Kerry's right. Are you taking guests today, sir? I am indeed. So I was just trying to get to the bottom of these questions. Apostles wrote, so did we ever see our relatives again? Do we ever see our relatives again? From my research, yes, unless they've already crossed over. So I can't say 100% because obviously if they've already crossed over, then there's nothing you can do. But if they haven't crossed over, then yes, you will see them again. Aptos has wrote, read book or read book online. It's really great. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. If you don't mind me asking, do you mean one of my books was sort of free online, or was it sort of like a Kindle version that you bought? If you don't mind. Darwin's wrote, hi Darwin. Scrolling down, Jazz has wrote, hi Altruist, you're good and good to see you. Thank you, Jazz. Thank you very much. Yes, good to see you too. Okay, so I've got to the bottom. So if anyone wants to come up and talk, Aptos has wrote, what determines whether they cross over Kindle version? Thank you, Aptos. So the best research we have is from University of Virginia, but they don't really know either. So at some point, my guess is that once all of the soul group, once all of the ones that are connected to each other, the soul group, I've counted about 6 from working out what University of Virginia said and stuff like that. Once all of the people were dead, so in other words, you could have 5. Paraphrasing it, but you could have 5 that had died, and they're all waiting for the last one to die. And then as soon as the last one dies, they could all just go, okay, let's the orbs, in other words, not the people that's connected with the orbs. The orbs can go, right, okay, we've got our soul group back, right, okay, let's go around again and join other infants, babies, fetuses. So that's my guess on when they decide to cross over, because now there are stories of people that can't cross over because they're still being thought of, which I'd heard from years ago from Native American stories where they would keep the memory alive of the spirit, and therefore the spirit would stay around, which I found interesting. So is that genuinely the case? Hard to say, but it's another thought there that once the last person, I think that was something I'd heard, once the last person has forgotten you, then you can cross over. That was something I'd heard back in the 80s as well. I don't know whether that's true, but it's an interesting thought. Scrolling down, time is ticking. What's your take on 3 Eye Atlas? The thing is, it seems to be changing daily. So I did about a week ago or something like that. I just did a rough look at it, and while it does have some anomalies, back then, this was, like I say, a week ago, things seem to be changing. Apparently it's changed speed now. While it's got some anomalies, I would rule out that they're Anunnaki, if it is an alien craft. If it is an alien craft, we've got nothing to worry about. No aliens are going to come here. We've already got, Christ knows how many aliens already here, not looking after us, but looking after the planet. Doing their own thing. So if another alien race decides to come here, obviously the aliens that's already here doing stuff will probably not want them to interfere with whatever they're doing. So I don't think we've got anything to worry about. No, but the problem there is it a psyop where basically we're sort of being misled and trying for the elites, etc., to make us think that it is an alien craft, in which case it's Project Bluebeam. So it's too hard to say at the moment. I think, literally every day someone's finding something else out about it. So I can't say one way or another. It's just changing too much, the information, to pinpoint anything. Nicole's joining, wrote hello, OTH. Hello, Nicole. How are you? Hope you're having a nice day. At Pastors wrote, but everyone is reincarnated after the 6 soul group, according to the universe of Virginia. No, they haven't said that part. That's my take on it. So they do talk about reincarnations. They've done studies and they've got undebunked, peer-reviewed papers saying that out of the cases that they've done, 1,250 of them are undebunkable, where the child is remembering or recalling information from a previous life, not necessarily its previous life or the child's previous life, but from the orb. So yeah, that was my guess, that once they all die from that soul group, then they cross. Thank you, Pickleline. How are you, Pickleline? If anyone wants a request to come up, or if the moderators know how to do it themselves, feel free. So today we're letting anyone up, at all, anyone at all. Anyone at all. Animations wrote, do you know about plasma entities that pilots sometimes sees? So there's a few types of these orbs. You've got the small tennis ball or smaller size. They seem to be always mostly found in houses. From my research, they're the ones that would connect with the the pineal gland. They're the ones that would be the spirit, the soul. Then you have the larger ones that create the crop circles that have been seen floating across, fields and stuff like that. They're the basketball, slightly bigger than a basketball size ones. And they also seem to be plasma, and they also seem to be intelligent. Then you have the even larger ones that are seen up in the sky, size of a car. Hard to know whether, because it generally does give off light, hard to know whether it's metallic, hard to know whether it's plasma. Various different descriptions, and of course then we have things like the boogosphere, where it seems to be a metallic object, but obviously it's not a plasma orb as such. So the larger ones that the pilots see, is hard to know whether it's definitely plasma or whether they think it's plasma, or whether it's given like an oily substance, like oil in water, where it gives that sort of moving rainbow effect, where people might think that the object is translucent, when really it's just having a reaction to whatever the phenomena is that's keeping it flying. Aptos wrote the best way mediums. If so, who and how and where is he? If you're referring to chatting to a loved one, um, really the best way is a Ouija board. I know it's not something that people want to do, but that is the best way because you've got no ambiguity there whatsoever. As long as you're doing it with someone that you can 100% trust. Whereas clairvoyance and mediums, I've spent money on clairvoyance and mediums. My mum has, and my sister has, and stuff. I should play a recording where I went over to my sister's one day and she says, "Oh, someone's ringing me at 7 o'clock," and so I said, "Can I record it on my phone?" So she was chatting to this medium, and I'm recording it. And I'm sitting there going, "This medium is a complete crock." But my sister hasn't done the sort of research that I've done and doesn't. So she's going, "Oh, okay." Yeah, it was lying through her ass. And then at the end, the funny thing was, at the end, I've not heard them say this. They don't say it to me, I guess, probably because, but she said to my sister, "Oh, we should reschedule and have another one of these in about 6 months." I'm thinking, wow, um, because the brazenness of that, the fact that some of the stuff that she'd said would have not come true and didn't come true between then and the 6 months. I don't know if my sister ever did talk to her again, but yeah, pile of crap. So whereas a Ouija board, as long as you can trust the person opposite, you only need two of you. Then and ask questions in your mind as well. You can do that. You can ask questions in my. I know because I've done it. And questions that only you know the answer to, or even questions that you don't know the answer to, and neither does the person sitting opposite, that you can go and verify fairly quickly. So, for example, you could say, "What color door is the Vatican got, or whatever." A building that you can quickly look up 2 seconds on the phone and say, "Wow, okay, I didn't know that, so therefore it's not me pushing it. The person opposite didn't know that." That's the best way if you really want to communicate, because you've got. But obviously, then trying to find a good clairvoyant and medium, a lot of the ways that they talk is ambiguous as well. It's not. You kind of have to feed them sometimes, and it's not. The very first one I went to years ago, her name was Brenda. She's probably passed now. I went there expecting stuff, and turns out my wife, who was with me at the time, her aunt come through or something like that, which she didn't even know anything about. She didn't know anything too much about her aunt. So this clairvoyance talking and didn't really didn't give us any information that we could relate to, because so we had to wait till my wife got home to talk to her mum and ask the questions. But the clairvoyant did say something to me, which did come true. And we recorded that on tape. So it's tricky. I would Ouija board for sure. That way you've got no, 100%. But if not, try and find a clairvoyant that's reputable. I mean, properly reputable. Not otherwise you just waste money listening to someone pretending. And the first question I would ask a medium: is there a heaven? And if they say yes, just walk away. Absolutely walk away, because we know it's a higher and lower frequency, and we know heaven, the original word is space. So walk away. If they say no, there's no heaven, but there's a higher and lower frequency, go for it. Pickle Lines wrote, "Hello, handsome." You're on the wrong. You're on the wrong chat, Pickle Line. Oh, bless you. Thank you very much. Well, there's people wanting to come up. Sorry, my bad. I'm going to let you all up at the same time, if that's okay. Oh, I didn't know people had already let themselves up. Sorry, I wasn't looking. Hello, everyone.
Hi. Sorry, I think my audio is probably bad. I'm sitting on the back porch and my neighbor is running some machine or other, so I apologize if it's bad.
No worries at all. And hello to everyone else, Jules and Grace.
Hi, sir.
Hi, Jules.
No, it's Jane.
Oh, sorry, Jane. Sorry, I was expecting the others to talk. Um, yeah, so if anyone wants to either ask a question or talk amongst yourselves, I'll just sit back and listen to them. If anyone's got anything to say. Okay, everyone's gone quiet. Aptos is coming up as well. Hello, Apos.
Hiya.
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah. Welcome. Good questions you've had today.
Sorry, I'm just going to take my Bluetooth out.
So, Kerry, do you want to mediate or moderate on this? Because I'm not sure how these lives work when you've got this amount of people all here. So, or Jane, if you guys know.
Yeah, I think between me and Jane we can probably handle it. Um Grace, you were up first. Did you have anything you wanted to ask or say? Grace, did you request on accident? Grace may be an accident. I'm going to take her back down. Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Um, Hiya. Can I just say something about the Ouija board?
Yeah.
I just wanted to share what it is. In 1975, I remember I was about 6, right? And I was in the kitchen, and I remember my mum was looking for her father that she didn't grow up with, right? Ever know, see, whatever, right? And she asked the Ouija board to find him for her, and it spelled out. I remember like her doing it, and it spelled out the address in Leeds somewhere. And she went up to see him, and unfortunately, he had shell shock from the war, right? And he wasn't in a good place. But I know it works, and because I then went into Christianity, like when I was quite young, like 20. I was like Jehovah's Witness for a while, and then I became born again, but I'm not anymore. It was always stuck within me. Oh my God, you can't consult Ouija board, bad things will happen to you. And that's kind of like stuck in my mind for years, and it's still kind of there, it's like there, like a bad smell. So it's a bit. But I lost my brother 2 years. I lost my brother 2 years ago. Very suddenly, he died. And yeah, it's just that's why I wanted to talk. It's just like been hanging over my mind. And my cousin is saying she keeps hearing from him in the spirit world, and she sort of said that for another relative, and I've kind of heard it. But because I don't really understand that world, clairvoyance, mediums, and like you said, it's best to go to a reputable one. I'm not going to go there until I find one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so painful losing him 2 years ago because, as you can appreciate, I know that you know a lot. In the Bible mentality of being a Christian, which I was once, we were like always kind of, taught there's going to be a resurrection, you're going to see everyone again. Every funeral you go to, in a Christian funeral, you'll see him again. They talk about Revelation, new heaven, new Jerusalem, and all that coming down to earth. And you think, yeah, I'm going to see him again. And it's almost like, and I spoke to you before, religion is like a construct, isn't it? That, it was like kind of made up to control the minds of, keep an order almost, isn't it?
I mean, for me, the sort of Christianity was the following of one God, which was Marduk. But
Mm,
over time, as you know, they've added,
Mm.
devils and all sorts of things in it. So yes, so over time, I think it's changed to fit the the way the church would want people to donate to them type of thing.
Yeah, I haven't. I've looked at a lot of your videos, and I remember I said to you before when I first heard your live. I think maybe a year or two ago, probably about 2 years ago. I used to think, oh my god, that man is so blasphemous, But now you're like my go-to guy,
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for
yeah,
sticking with me because obviously
yeah.
you could have quite easily thought I was being rude and everything else, but wow,
No, I
no,
just,
that's
I just
lovely.
thought you were like destroying my faith at the time. It was like, nah, this guy, I don't like him, I hate him. And then it just kind of dawned on me that it's not adding up. This life is not stacking up. And I think what it was is, the whole Adam and Eve thing. It's like, I remember just saying to myself, this has been 6,000 years, but the world's older. And
Mhm.
I couldn't even believe that part. I remember thinking, are these pyramids only 6,000 years old? It's just ludicrous. I just started to wake up, and then watching your videos about orbs, and then you go on other lives and people talk about orbs as well. I remember like 20 years ago, the Christian group that I was involved with, they were looking at these orbs on some video they were showing us once. Oh, these are the, you know, the angels or something. And I was none the wiser that back then. And I'm just thinking, yeah, yeah, it's just, yeah, yeah. I don't know what else to say. But thank you for answering my questions in the comments. I really appreciate that.
Oh, no worries at
Um,
all.
yeah.
The only thing I would say with the Ouija board is obviously you can bring through, it's not me just saying that. I mean, you
uh,
ask anyone, you can
yeah.
bring through bad people that's on the other side as well.
Bad people. How does all this work? How do I find out more about how, the dark side of all this? How do I actually,
So,
what can I
so
read?
basically, well, it's a tricky one. I don't know. I haven't. I'd need to read stuff myself to be able to
Mm,
point to something regarding that.
mm.
I'm sure there's stuff out there, but Kerry or Jane, have you come across anything that can help on Ouija boards and how to stop bad ones coming through?
The only thing that I have had experience with on Ouija boards is that my grandmother had one
Mhm.
in the closet with all the board games.
Mhm.
And we treated it like a toy.
Mhm.
And we would, read the manual that came with it. Of course, this was back in the 70s. Gotta remember
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
And we would, do the Ouija board like, it told us to do, and nothing ever
Mm.
happened. That's all I know.
Okay. Because I remember my mum, she cut out from A to Z or something, bits of paper, and something about the glass moving around. I think at one point this glass was moving by itself, and that's how it spelled out. I might be wrong, but it definitely spelled out some address in Leeds, and my mum went straight there. That's how I know that all this stuff works. And I think that's what, because I heard it was, once I got into Christianity at that time, and then I heard, oh, that's very dangerous, you mustn't do that. I now understand that, like a lot of, obviously the Bible's fabricated, so a lot of the things we're warned about, in the Old Testament, don't consult mediums, this, that, and the other. I think this is where the host might have an input on that, because this Marduk character, like Marduk Yahweh, whatever. I'm getting confused at times with it, but kind of like he was the one that got rid of was it Yahweh or Marduk? Mark, I can't remember, but got rid of like all there had to be one ruler,
Yeah,
and
he
that's
was. Yeah,
yeah,
Marduk became Yahweh, which was the one God.
yeah. And that's why, like, now that when I haven't can't touch the Bible, it's like a ugh, don't want to go there. But I might at some point start reading it again, just intellectually. But just the whole like the whole stuff it was saying about you mustn't do this and you mustn't do that. It's just like another control mechanism, isn't it? Like, you know, to deviate. Like the real truth is the occult, hidden knowledge, isn't it? That is the truth. You know, that's where you find out bits and pieces. You'll find out stuff, you know. But obviously I'm very new to all this, but it's my gut, Mark, that's telling me, that points to, I don't know, there's something in my gut that says, like, there's something about you, right? That tells me in my gut, right? My intuition, that this stuff that you're talking about is correct, you know? And
thank you.
You poured a lot of time in. I mean, I'm very, very interested in Anunnaki stuff myself. Very interested. And I feel, you know how I feel? I feel like, you know, like when we went to church, we was like taught to kind of revere this God, you know, this God person, you know, Father in heaven and all the rest of it, right? And now I just see it like we were just like one massive, well, we were like some massive experiment where our DNA was mixed with their DNA. And, you know, when I look at the moon, Mark, right? And I look at it a lot, you know, and I think, what the hell are all those marks on the moon? It's literally like you said, it's like something smashed into each other, you know, and from, is it Tiamat? And then the earth was created from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still struggling to get my head around that we are not the only universe, or we you know, I just thought it was this God and us as humans, and that was it. And you always heard the speculation, you know, it's like, you know, people say there's other universes out there, isn't there? Life forms. I just think, no, man, no, I can't be. But I don't know what you think, right? Just very quickly, I'm not going to take up too much time. But I read a book called The Alien Encounter, right? And it's talking about greys. And the grey was explaining that it's a suit because this Earth is quite radioactive for them. And also it was talking about, like, I think something like they're called Isbies or something.
Evans.
Come again?
Evans.
Okay, Evans.
Evans, EBEN, as a extraterrestrial biological entity.
Yeah, but have you ever read that book, Alien Encounter? Because it's really weird, you know, because the nurse at the time in America, right, at the time, I think she has Irish heritage, right? So I don't know, I think in the 60s or 70s, she went back to Ireland, right? And then she said that she was going to unalive herself for euthanasia in her mid-80s. But I remember reading that book thinking, this all makes a lot of sense. And because when I was reading the book, right, she was saying how she communicated with this being telepathically and taught it to read, and everything she taught it just got straight away. And at that time she was teaching it to read through the American method of reading. I don't know if you're ever familiar with that book, but
I have heard of it, but I've never read it.
yeah, it really fascinated me. I think, how did you get into all of this? How did you like for 40 years, you know?
Yeah, 40 plus. I don't want to say my age, but yeah.
No, you're probably around my age anyway.
12.
Yeah, but yeah, I remember reading your book, and yeah, you know, the struggles you went through, and you questioning mind. It made me think, like, why wasn't my mind like that age? Why was I just so closed down? You know,
Is it your parents, you think, maybe?
Perhaps. I mean, the people I mixed with weren't religious people outside of the home. They were really great people, and I used to just feel sorry for them, thinking, you know, you don't know God, and it's a real shame, you know. Yeah, and then I just, anyway, don't want to waffle on.
No, it's nice to hear a sort of different version of Well, because obviously I only go by what I go by, so it's really nice to hear how your upbringing, and then how you sort of realised, hang on a minute, maybe 6,000 years isn't quite correct. And
Yeah, yeah, because I remember just going to church and, that was all that we were really taught. It was like 6,000 years, and stuff, and world was created. And it just, something didn't sit right with me, because I think what it was, I was looking for, coming from quite a dysfunctional background, I was just looking for something to really anchor into and
right,
believe in. Do you know what I mean? Something to
yeah,
really help me kind of feel a sense of stability in my life. And I think that's why I became a Christian, at the time. It was to kind of, I, I, yeah, because I was a Jehovah's Witness for a little while. And then I left that because I just didn't agree with, they're the only religion in the world that's ever going to be saved, apparently. And I just wanted to know from that point, well, how do I have a relationship with this God? And then I just started doing this prayer thing. And then I think the mind is so strong, isn't it, Mark? The mind is so strong that you can literally talk yourself into,
yeah,
I'm not talking into believing things that are factual, that's different. But like the Bible says, right? The Bible says, and I'm not saying this like as a preaching way, I'm just saying it like intellectually. It says that you receive God through faith, and it really bangs on about that. Like, it's through faith how you believe. You've got to have this like blind faith to believe, and it's got little bits ditted in there, that like those who don't believe the resurrection are cursed. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean, Mark? It's really mind bending. These little bits of information that are in there to really frighten your mind
yeah,
and believe it's the only way. And I had to really get my head around the fact that when we pass on, right, and like the whole thing about conception, that when we're created in our mother, how the orb joins with our soul,
yeah.
and like I'm still trying to understand, or I suppose I just need to research more and look at. I just have to keep finding things, isn't it? That are, yeah, it just blows my mind. And I know orbs exist because I've been in other lives and stuff and my own experience. But yeah, it's like,
Can I ask you a question?
please.
When you was a Christian, what
hmm
did you think of all the other religions that said there's another God?
I found it quite confusing. But like when I was a Jehovah's Witness, it was like, oh yeah, everyone's just taught there's mankind search for God. It's a mankind search, like all humans are searching for this God, and this is how they express it. But unfortunately for all them lot, right, they. When I was a Jehovah's Witness, right, they even like downed the church. You get me? It was like, Tammuz and the cross, and it's all pagan and this, that, and the other, and whatever. And I just felt sorry for all these other groups. That's literally, I had this like kind of like religious superiority, although I wasn't a superior, very maybe don't come across that way, but very introverted and very shy, very quiet, my own business kind of type person. Not really sort of just tell people how it is without really trying to know what I'm talking about. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, just I think just very I just felt sorry for everyone. And then
But you
after a
didn't
while,
question it. You just felt sorry for them.
yeah, I just, because I didn't have a reference point to really, you know, but I don't know, like a couple of years ago I started to read Eckhart Tolle and meditation, because I just kind of thought, there was something about quietening down the mind, and yeah, my mind still needs quietening down, because it's just too much residue from our, family line. It's just, I don't know. It's like this. Grew up in a dysfunctional house, ended up marrying dysfunctional people. You know, that whole experience just giving me depression and anxiety, having claustrophobia for 30 odd years, not wanting to go on buses, learning to drive at such a late age. Like last year I passed my test.
Well done.
Yeah, it's mad. And now it's like, why didn't I do this 30 years ago when I was younger? it's so much fun being younger and learning things and just being out. Now I've got to really catch up, exercise every day so I don't stiff up. Yeah, but yeah, yeah. What are your thoughts on meditation and stuff like that? What do you think?
It depends what you want from it.
Mm,
Because I did the Ouija board and I asked questions in my mind. I know that they can read your mind, so I know I don't
mm,
have to meditate. If I wanted my mum to hear me, I don't have to do anything other than just think. Um,
mm.
but meditation's good for other things as well. So it's not just for, it slows the heart down. It tries to center your, supposedly centers your chakra and that kind of stuff. And so it depends what you want from the meditation. I can't
Mm.
do it. My brain's too active, but I can see
Yeah.
why people do it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I read that book, Supermind, and I'm a bit like you, but I'm a bit of a cheapskate. I mean, you really do put the work in. I like to read the work that others have put the work into. Do you know what I mean? I'm a bit like that. But listen, I'm gonna come down, let other people shit. Well, not. Yeah, I'll come down. I feel like I've been quite nourished, so I'll come down. Yeah.
Well,
But
if no
love.
one comes up later, feel free to jump back up if you want to, if you're still around.
Yeah, it's been such a privilege to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Oh, no worries, though. Thank you.
All
Excellent
right.
questions as well. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Apos, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that was lovely. If anyone wants to jump up, feel free to just click that button. I think there's a button. I don't really join other people's lives, so I don't really know how it all works. But um, while we're waiting for people to join, I will carry on reading. If anyone wants to jump on the live chat, feel free to do so. Piggle Liners wrote, "I'm fine. It was my birthday yesterday." Oh, I apologise. I didn't know. If I knew, I would have wrote it down. And you know how I know I would have wrote it down? Because because someone else's birthday's Tuesday, I think it is, and I wrote that down. So I will write stuff down. So I apologise, Piggle Line. Happy birthday. Hope you had a great day. Avatar has come up.
Hi, everyone. I actually do have a question. I'm
Yeah,
very
go ahead.
curious about. So, the Anunnaki crashed into Tiamat and created Earth, as you said, correct?
Their planet did, apparently. So it came round. It came round once. Four of its moons. Now they may not have been moons. They may have been picked up as Nibiru, the planet, came into our solar system. But either way, four celestial objects smashed into Tiamat first. Didn't fully break it up, and then Nibiru went back round past Pluto and then back again. So another 3,700 years, 600 years later, Nibiru came and hit Tiamat, which broke it up.
In that, is there any reference to the beings of Tiamat?
No, it
What
was a
happened to
frost.
the beings of Tiamat? Or I know if the Anunnaki didn't believe it was an inhabited planet, do you think that they couldn't perceive the beings that might inhabit that planet? I'm just curious about a planet that got crashed into and then Earth has become what it's become. And all these humans have ancient memories of advanced civilizations. So could Tiamat have had a species?
Well, it's a good question. So the descriptions, not just from the Sumerians, but from the Norse gods and even the Greek stories of a planet, was that it was a frost giant or an ice planet, and that's also backed up for when Earth was formed. When I say formed, put in its position where it is now, because of Tiamat being smashed up. Earth was called a snowball planet. In other words, it was uh, basically an ice planet, just like Tiamat was, which makes sense because Tiamat, Earth is part of Tiamat, and then according to mainstream, it heated up quite quickly, which makes sense because we're nearer to the sun than where Tiamat was, and so the water on Earth from the snowball planet melted quicker. So would there have been life on there? If there was, it would have probably been underneath the ice. I can't say whether the whole thing was 100% ice, but
Kind of like
um,
Antarctica.
sorry,
Kind of like Antarctica.
could be the whole planet could have been like Antarctica, just ice.
Yeah.
That's not to say that, because there are creatures and possibly.
But they thrive in that environment.
That's what I mean. Yeah, so there's possibly creatures that could have been underneath that are now on Earth that was still there. So it's I can't say that's not the case. But regarding when you say people actually remembering past civilizations, or they don't actually do that. I did look into it. All they do is remember a time, when the Anunnaki. There's no one remembers anything further back than when the Anunnaki were here. So there's no sort of ancient millions of years ago civilizations that people remember. There's people that make up that crap, but there's none whatsoever that
My question when people make stuff up, because you know me, I like to go beyond and truly understand consciousness and where things can come from. But like I said, your stories and your true history match so much of what my consciousness speaks. So I always like to run these questions by you because you comprehend the true history of the story. But I have, like, when it comes to consciousness and eternal beings, the Anunnaki, a lot of the stories are saying that they were able to capture aeons or energy beings and put them into the human form. And I know you are really good at clarifying that because that's a story I'm seeing a lot lately on TikTok.
Well, they did actually slain. That's the word they used. They slain one of the Dingir, one of the gods, one of the Anunnaki, to help create the first Homo sapien. I don't know. I don't know why they did that. If they needed just biological material, they didn't need to actually kill someone. I wouldn't have thought. So that's just going off of what you've just said about part of
The
the.
Anunnaki slayed a god. Is that what you said?
Yeah, they slayed one of their own.
So the Anunnaki, if they slayed one of their own, then to create the human, they took their DNA and put it in the humans. So that's where the humans are getting this ancient knowledge. If I was to guess, right?
Well, they put it into, yeah. I mean, I don't know what they used of this dead person, whether it was DNA, blood, an orb. I don't know what they done. But yeah, I see where you're coming from. But again, there was no civilizations before the Anunnaki got here. There's no evidence at all of that. So if memories passed down in DNA, which, believe it or not, I do think that is a possibility because, for example, when I did some research into it, so for example, a baby tortoise, a baby turtle, will head towards the sun because when it's hatches on a beach, it will head towards the sun.
Inherently in its DNA.
So it must have some memory in the DNA. It must have, because other animals don't do that. You don't see a horse getting up and baby horse and walking towards the sun.
Yeah.
So there's certainly memories being passed down for sure. And even if it's just instinctive memory, it's still memory, I think.
And that would go kind of when we think about the Earth in its present form, the physiology of humans doesn't match being native to the planet.
No, we have bad backs. There's lots of things that, according to doctors, that we shouldn't have. It's not conducive with, as you say, with the planet.
Interesting. That's all I wanted to ask because Tiamat, I've been thinking about Tiamat a lot and questioning a lot of the narrative around Tiamat and origins. But on top of that, I'm also writing a sci-fi book. So, I like to get clear on what we're talking about and then basically say whatever I talk about is pure science fiction.
Well, let us know when it's out. I'd love to read a copy, and I'll happily publicize it if I can in any shape or form.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, that's all I wanted to say, guys. I wanted just to say hi and pop on.
Oh, thank you, Avatar. Thank you for coming and joining in.
No problem.
Thank you. Well, Avatar is lovely. Okay, so if anyone wants to jump up, feel free to do so. Just click that whatever button it is that you need to click. While I'm waiting, I'll just carry on reading if there's any messages down there. Apos has put a message, but we did talk, so same sort of thing that was mentioned. Kerry's wrote accepting guest requests now. I know it's unusual, isn't it, Kerry, for us to let people up, but Lucian has wrote explain Marduk and the Catholic Church, please. So over in Rome, there was the pantheon of gods. So there was Catholics already. We know that they worshipped the pantheon of gods. We had a building for the pantheon of gods that was built prior to the Vatican. So we know that there was a group of people, such as Catholics, that were worshipping the pantheon of gods. When Marduk went over, he was given the rank of 50, the highest, around 3000 BC. But it took a while for him to sort of settle into that role. That's where Ashra come into it, and she was helping him, which was Enlil's wife, or El's wife. And so Ashra became a consort, not romantically, not as far as I'm aware, with Marduk, helping Marduk, helping everyone go, okay, this is the new guy, forget the previous god or gods. Marduk is the one you'll now listen to. So that's what happened there. But around the time of Jesus, there were Romans coming over to the Middle East and attacking. And so Marduk didn't like that. So he went over to... so anyone that follows Marduk is basically a Christian, because it was the one, as you would call it, the one true God, or the God of Israel. That was Marduk, Yahweh. He wasn't called Yahweh originally. Obviously, he changed his name, or the name got changed to Yahweh somewhere down the line after he took over. So he went over to Constantine and said, "Look, make me a building," which was, we ended up with the Vatican. And that's when, funny enough, that's when the pantheon of gods, which was Enlil's family, all but Enki, which would have been Neptune in the Roman time frame, that's when they all broke up again. So suddenly everything changed from multiple gods, which was the pantheon of gods in Rome, to just one god, which was Marduk. So they didn't carry on worshipping. In fact, the pine cone from the pantheon, the building with the pantheon of gods, which is where Enlil's family was taken and put in the back of the Vatican. So yeah, he dismembered the pantheon by doing that. And so that's why we end up with the Latin language, in fact, because of Marduk. That's why Latin is on the dollar bill, because of Marduk, because he wanted to try and restart this is my research. He wanted to redo what he did over in Egypt, which was have a total different system, so that people, only follow him, which is what he did with Egypt. That's pretty much it, really. So anyone that's worshipping Christianity is really following Marduk without even probably knowing it. Anyone that was a Catholic, if you go back to the original Catholics, not now where they may have changed it to a single god, but right back there was a pantheon of gods, and that's who they would have been following, which would have been Enlil's family bloodline, which they, in fairness, Enlil did give the the rank of 50 to Marduk, so there wasn't too much animosity between Enlil's family. However, there was some people in the family that still didn't like Marduk and would still, like Inanna, for example, that would still cause problems. Anyone's welcome up if you want to come up and chat. Grace has wrote, yeah, and then wrote, sorry. Jazz has wrote, I can't do anything with letting people in and out of the box anyway. I don't know. Probably Kerry would probably be, or Jane would probably be the best person. I think they've managed to let them up without me even doing anything. So I don't know how that works. As far as I know, you're still no different from what you was before as a moderator. So, but I don't know what you would need to do to let someone up, if that makes sense. I haven't changed any settings, in other words, on your account or anything at all. MF has wrote, I did an accident. I was trying to like the live. Oh, thank you. Scrolling down. Morgan has wrote, following the heart is all we need. There is a problem with that from my perspective. I hear what you say, but I am far too kind. We had a screening the other day of the film that I directed, and one of the people said, "Oh, he can't make it. He's running late. He's coming from the other side of London." And I said, "Oh, because he was going to come by trains and stuff." I said, "How much is a cab?" So he said, "About 50 quid." So I said, "I'll pay it. No worries. Come." And then I sent him the money, and then he said, "Oh, this is me too nice." I sent him the money for the cab, and then he sent me a message back saying, "Oh, I was," because obviously I paid him when we was acting, so when he was acting for the movie, so I knew I had his bank account details. He said, "Oh, that was overdrawn, so now I've lost the 50 quid. Can you send another 50?" So basically, and then unfortunately he did turn up. When I say unfortunately, because he then said he hasn't got any money to get back home, so can I have another 50 for the taxi back? That's my heart. My brain, my logical brain says, "What the hell are you doing? You just lost 150 quid to bring some guy here that literally watched the film and, all right, he was in the film, but still." So yes, sometimes the heart does do stupid things. Where the head should have said, "Don't be stupid." Pickle Lines wrote, "Why do you think the idea of the Anunnaki as alien gods has persisted so strongly in modern culture?" Interesting question. I can only assume really a lot of it is to do with Eric von Däniken and Zachariah Sitchin, not so much Moorhens, because most people don't even know who they are. So it's really the work of Eric von Däniken pointing out that there's errors in mainstream with his book Chariots of the Gods, and then Sitchin saying, "Hang on a minute, there's another planet." Wrote the book The 12th Planet, and people started saying, "Well, hang on a minute, that kind of makes sense." And of course, then people were looking into whether or not there is another planet. Thank you, Nicole. Science, astronomers, etc., seem to think there's another planet out there that's causing gravitational shifts on celestial objects. So when you have that backed up, and then of course the buildings that we can't recreate today, people are going, "Well, hang on, someone must have built those, and if we can't do it ourselves with the technology we've got, then someone probably did it." So I think, thank you, Proximo. Whereas prior to that, even when the translations were written, I don't think they grasped everything, because obviously they didn't have internet, they didn't have all the. So I think it's only in modern times that we've had enough knowledge to be able to say, "Hang on a minute, there are UFOs. People have been abducted." Betty and Barney Hill was the first main sort of case. So when you realise that there's other things going on out there, and it's not all what we've been told, and especially now when we realise that the powers that be are lying to us all the time and doing detrimental things to our health and our futures, people are questioning everything, and I think that's probably a good thing. Well, certainly a good thing, but I think that's probably what's making people start looking at alternate gods, because there's, I mean, look at the person earlier that was just talking, Apos, who thought, used the brain and thought, hang on, this doesn't seem right, and I think more and more people are doing that now, which is a good thing. It was a good question, Pickle. I can go number 3 in the class. That was a good question. If anyone wants to jump up, feel free to do so. Even if you just want to tell us a story. Jane has wrote, guest boxes are open. Please be respectful. Moderator Jane has blocked someone and then muted someone. Pickle Lunge wrote, could Sumerian knowledge of the Anunnaki reveal lost spiritual truths? It's a tricky one. So when you say Sumerian, obviously you're not really talking about the Sumerian people. You're really talking about the Anunnaki, because they're the ones with the knowledge, as opposed to the normal people like me and you. So the answer. Hi, MF. Sorry, I was just finishing off, if that's okay, the reply to Pickle Line. So would there be information about spiritual from the Anunnaki from after the Great Flood? Yes, literally the Book of the Dead is from the Anunnaki, so we know that they started to get well interested in that and the Emerald Tablets as well. So we know that they started to talk about the dead or spirits a lot more than they did previously, because if they knew all of that before, then they wouldn't have got all excited and wrote the Book of the Dead, etc. So yes, there's probably tablets out there that go into more depth, etc. And maybe they've learnt more since, but the powers that be will probably never let us see those tablets, I'm afraid. But very good question. Go number 3 in the class for that one. Hi, MF.
Hi. I wanted to say that I'm enjoying your book.
Oh, which one is that? The new one?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Feedback. I'm frightened now, actually.
No. Please. I've always thought about the whole Epic of Gilgamesh and his body being in stasis, and during the whole COVID junk, the Hillary tied to it with emails and the whole them going over to Iraq and things like that. I read about heard whistleblowers talk about how that whole incident was tied to her getting Gilgamesh, who was in stasis over there. And seeing what you wrote in there, I was like, yes, I am so glad that is in there, because it made me feel better. I don't know if it made anybody else feel better.
I don't know how many people's read the book yet, so I think
I'm sorry.
One of the first people.
It was a really big deal for me, because, well, my father, a captain in the Air Force, and I grew up the whole seeing brainwashing and everything else. And he is a type man who, you ask him, well, pretty much anybody in the military, does such and such exist, or did such and such happen? He would say, if I tell you that, I'll have to kill you. They all say that. But even whenever I spoke to him about aliens, asking him, because we even lived Alamogordo, New Mexico, and White Sands, Arizona, and things like that. So we were near some of those places that aliens and stuff was a big deal. He would say, I can neither confirm nor deny. So everything with religion, that was instilled in me was out the window. And then whenever I came across you, I was like, hell yeah.
That's sad that you couldn't get the information you wanted from someone that you knew, but
exactly. And I know that I read Samuel Hoffman's stuff. Are you familiar with him?
yeah, I have heard of him and probably come across some of the stuff. Yeah.
Well, knowing that he had to sign an NDA with NASA to keep Nibiru and stuff quiet until recently. Just more of a confirmation of the
Yeah,
Anunnaki. So
yeah. It's. I mean, how far are you through the book at the moment? Do you know?
I'm just past that part that I mentioned.
Right, I can't. Sorry, I can't remember which. Are you still on chapter one or?
Yeah, uh, yes, I believe so. I didn't go by the chapters. I just keep reading and flip.
Oh,
And
right,
then
okay.
I'm like, ooh, look at this. And I'm reading out loud to my husband. He's like, okay.
Oh, it's not too heavy with the info, is it? I'm worried about.
No, I love it because I the problem with a lot of things is I have to cross reference everything and I get lost in my trail of thoughts. I'm very much ADHD. And with you having all the information in there to where I don't have to do that, but some things I have, because I do check behind everybody just to make sure that I'm not getting shit
Yeah,
stuff. So, but knowing that all of that's there and that it's not something that you can just glaze over. It's like, yes, right here it is. In case you need this, this is the information. This is everything. So I like that myself.
well, that's really nice to hear. Thank you. I'm smiling now, actually. Thank you.
All right. Well,
Let's hope you carry on saying that all the way through the book.
I will. I've been following you for some time, and I, you know, telling my family for years that the Anunnaki, I just looked like I had three heads, but having very little to back it up, but knowing in my heart that it's real. And then, of course, you're gonna burn in hell because you're denying Jesus and um, all of this. And
Oh,
if you don't, if you question the Bible, no matter if, like, I can sit there and say, okay, well, being Southern Baptist and all, being brought up that way, you cannot, the King James Version is the version. But there's 15,000 changes
yeah,
between the one just before that one.
yeah.
And does it not bother you that the patent is up on it and now Disney and Google owns it? I mean, does it not, those kinds of things go in my head and I'm like, hello, do you not question anything?
Huh. Yeah, I mean, I've put that in the book a few times where sort of one Bible says one thing and another says something different, which are really important, but people don't seem to pick up on it, which obviously you have.
And into today's world, the government benefits from all of us being ignorant, for all of us just following along with what we're told. And it's okay to change our mind with new knowledge. That's what makes us smart. So when you when you bother to just see a little past your own understanding and look at it like you're the perspective of a college student in a professor's class. You may not like sociology, but damn it, you got to learn it to learn this course to get through this class and make a good grade. Well, if we looked at everything like that, then we might be less judgmental and be open to more knowledge and end up better fucking humans. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, we're being told what to learn, which is really sad.
Yeah,
Not, yeah, not the stuff that we need to learn, just what to learn.
exactly. Well, it's been a blessing for me, so I'm gonna keep going and keep annoying people that don't want to see, because that's just what I do. So, but I just wanted to get on here and say hi and tell you I
Oh,
appreciate it.
oh, thank you so much, and thank you for letting me know that you got the book. That's lovely. Thank you. I hope you gained something from it at least. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Y'all have a good day.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye. I can see two people. Kerry, if you want to bring up anyone, or Jane.
Yeah, I just brought up Citizen X for you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Kerry.
You're welcome.
Hi,
Hey,
Citizen
thanks.
X.
How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. How can we help?
Excelsior. Oh, not so much help, but I was interested in what your. I think I've seen some of your posts before, and I think they're quite good.
Oh,
So I just thought, what are you doing today? What's the prompt today? Is it about Christianity at all, or religions?
No, it's just I have quite a wide range of knowledge from 40 or plus years. So anything paranormal, aliens, Bigfoots, anything that people want to chat about, I'm happy to chat. And if I don't know, we've got two lovely moderators up that might know the answers as well, or comments.
And if someone's got a computer on standby or an extra device for a bit of secondary research, that always helps as well. It's always good practice.
I don't do that, I'm afraid. But yeah, I mean, the thing is with the information that is on the internet, if you watch any of my videos, you see I normally debunk it, and that's mainstream stuff that they put out. I did 48 little TikTok videos this morning from stuff that I'd saved for the last 4 or 5 months, which I haven't because I've been working on the books. And most of them are things that says history's rewritten because, and they've found something new. So there's no point in checking because mainstream get it wrong as well. In fact, the Dead Sea Scrolls they thought they've pushed the date back. Wait, this is funny. They've pushed the date back on the Dead Sea Scrolls because, wait for it, they did carbon dating again on it, but this time they cleaned them. And so now the dates further back because they cleaned which straight away is contaminated
dust on it
as well. So
a little bit of dust on it took it back 1,000 years.
yeah, basically.
No, I get it. The Qumran caves where they claim to have found the Dead Sea Scrolls and the books of Enoch. They try and debunk it, but like people like Zachariah Sitchin and but mainly Carl Jung actually, who's done his Enochian Codex. That's quite an interesting read. But I'm interested in the gap between people like Carl Jung and his Codex, which would look at the Hermetic principles as well, and the gap between people like Napoleon Hill, who is more of a Christian type of, would I say secularism? There's a bit of a Jesuit influence, and the Jesuits, they believe there's a bloodline to Jesus and then a bloodline before that, which goes to the Anunnaki, you could say, or the ones with divine rights to rule as kings. So I'm finding all this interesting, but I'm recently reading The Apocalypse of Abraham from the pseudo-writings of the Jewish of the 1st and 2nd century.
Okay, I've not read those. That's interesting.
It talks about the idols that Abraham's father was into in that Babylon before, he decided to do his monotheism. But you see, Abraham wasn't the one who started monotheism, was he? It was more Akhenaten, Tutankhamun's dad, who started monotheism.
I think it was if you're referring to art and one single god, then yes.
Yeah. So the sun god indeed, and it was Akhenaten, or rather his wife Nefertiti, who exclaimed these titles. She was the beautiful one. He was the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. That's the first time we get that title. And in that, these kind of titles pass down, and the monotheism passes down for, this is 2000 BC, the end of this kingdom. But it was actually for at least 25,000 years. If we're looking at the Sumerian kings list and things like that, we're looking at the back end of that heretic kingdom of Akhenaten, the monotheism, was at least 4,000 years ago, the rise of Judaism as the first monotheism with Abraham out of Babylon, Uruk, which is now Iraq. Same region that everyone's telling different stories about.
Yeah.
and the same people, but through the line of men. They seldomly talk about the line of women or prostitutes or concubines that they went through.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it's a very mal. Unfortunately, even the Anunnaki were mal orientated.
As in, like, disfigured and needed and with deficiencies.
No, I meant they're everything's mal orientated in terms
Oh,
of
male. Yeah,
yeah,
Of-
patriotic.
definitely. Well, if I, yeah, it's I'd say monotheized. Like the first line of the Bible, if it was in Hebrew, it would be more pluralized. And Hebrew plural is three: a triune, a father, a mother, and then a child or a Holy Spirit. But that concept reaches back to Sumerian and the Gilgamesh epics. The Enuma Elish, which talks about Anu, the sky god, and his wife, who was depicted as the dragon or the consort, Tiamat. But she also has a divine empress form on Earth, a physical hybrid form, and it will be that line, divine right of queens to rule and have their kings upon the earth, which lasted, up until the times of Akhenaten. So the Black Pharaohs would have been involved in that paganism, and that's why I'm looking at that. Not polytheism, and this is why I'm looking at the Apocrypha of Abraham, because it's not in the Bible. It's in early Jewish pseudo writings, but the Jewish of the first century would have been more Moorish, dark skinned. So, when you can decode the Bible like that without bias, and the Abrahamic religions or all of the religions, you'll see how from polytheism to monotheism we moved, and that was from female divinity and inheritance to masculine, obviously through the line of Abraham.
I mean, there were other lines as well. So it wasn't that the Abraham comes from Enki's lineage, whereas we
That's
still
right.
have Enlil's anyone that Enlil and his family ended up having kids with. So, for example, Inanna had a child who was a demigod, but unfortunately he died. But he may have had kids as well. So there may still be other lines out there.
Did he die, or was he unalived by a bit like Cain and Abel's story? In fact, it was the same. Enlil and Enki, or Enkidu, and these replacements are the one who's unalive gets replaced by another just to keep the balance, because the line of, let's say, the line of the Eves, the daughters of Eves. Imagine this: it was the women. It was some women who actually decided to lay down with angels or fallen angels. They were called demons back then. They were clearly demons or the gods, and they couldn't really decide, let's say, if they were good or bad, because they were coming down teaching new things to humanity. But it's what time period that I focus on, which is important. It's before Akhenaten. It's before the Sumerian kings list. It's before the Canaanites and the line of Cain. It's closer towards Melchizedek's time, because Melchizedek is closer towards Gilgamesh. Go on.
If you're referring to when the fallen angels had their wicked way with the women, that was around 90,000 years ago. It was about 10,000 years after the first, the Adam and Eve, not the first people, but the ones that were called Adam and Eve, Adapa and Tai. It goes that far back. Although the stories are written, a few thousand years ago, they're actually referring to the stories from way back
Before the flood. Yeah. Well, it's interesting though, because time on the inner earth is different to time on the surface, and time in the heavens is different to time on earth. Things were gigantic back then. Everything has a gigantic form, but the human, it seems. The cat comes from the saber tooth, the elephant from the woolly mammoth, the trees from the great redwood tree, and such. So every animal, flora, and fauna has a gigantic, or had a gigantic form, until something cut them down. And humans had a gigantic form as well, or a titan form. It's what cut them down, which is key to how is to understanding how we develop now, because we're developing in their interests, the ones that cut us down, the ones that said, let us go down and disturb man, so that, give them different languages in the Tower of Babel. I'm not saying Tower of Babel was a legit, not or isn't real. I'm saying when humans build to a certain development consciously in their temple, which is their body, and they start building things around them, they only get so far. But when they're supported by 300 fallen angels like Azazel, Shamiyaza, and the seven watchers from the Anunnaki, for example, we can understand how the demons of old become the angels in the Abrahamic religions, and it's them who are masking themselves, the small gods with a small g, of their workings through the women. But as I said earlier, it wasn't just some women were happy to give themselves to angels and or to gods, whatever you want to say, and it's those women and their bloodlines which are more preserved in the elite families, like the Rothschilds, the children of Ashtaroth. And Ashtaroth would regard the god of the cosmos, the female divine, usually Venus. And in the Abrahamic religions, Venus is the morning star, a title shared not only by the divine mother, but Lucifer and Satan, those twin brothers. Sorry, Lucifer and Jesus, those twin luminary brothers. So, it's true that something can be real, descriptory, and intangible at the same time. That's the triune existence. It's this true triune trinity, you could call it. But we're not all humans are involved in that. Who we call Tiamat in Sumerian, whether she's a deity or the great dragon, as depicted then, she wants to consume her children. And it's one of the sons, like you said, Enlil, I think it is, who took compassion upon us. So how do we actually get the stories of the Garden of Eden and Mother Earth being somehow compassionate for us when Earth actually wants to destroy us for the type of creation we are? We are the humanimal, rather than animals being the animal. They have something in common with the natural order, being created in 6 days. And those 6 days, 6,000 years, depending on which perspective you're looking from, are only mistranslated by the Greeks and Romans, who neither knew the languages, the ideas, or the people of origin, So they can mistranslate 1,000 years quite drastically, in so much that they create their own calendar with a bastardized language and numerical system, which always leads back to the same place. Quite magical, really.
Yeah, they definitely get some things wrong, the old Greeks. Or the Hesiod, for example, writing down the stories 400 years after they happened. Yeah, he gets a few things wrong.
You've got a lot of information, brother. I could listen to you all day. That's why when you got posts, I just just observe them. But I thought I'd take the time to see what your main. Maybe we should ask you questions, because if you don't mind, not an interrogation, more of an interview, a soft interview. Like, it's always nice to really find somebody else who's got a bit more clear-cut knowledge, because as you can see, mine's quite sporadic. I depend on my hidden light within as my tuition. I don't read 1,000 books.
There is a few things that you said. I wasn't going to be rude and sort of cut you off, but there is a few things that you said that we actually have evidence for that doesn't, that you may have slightly got wrong. But you're on the right track. I mean, it sounds like you've been trying to research for a while as well. So that's great to hear.
Well, researching is one thing. That's something that people that have forgotten do. They research something that's already been searched. But when you're living as the being, and that's what I can take a bit from everything, but it's how you activate, which renews what you are. I couldn't really, it'd be futile to explain to humans in the flesh or with the mouth with words, especially in bastard languages like English, or bastardized, I should say. And I don't mean it in a facetious way. I mean, it's made from it's made from French, Latin, and Germanic. And as much as the British people or the Anglos are made the same way with 3 different types of people, it's just like a false trinity. It's like a lesser trinity, really. So it's not so much that I'm right or wrong. It's just that how I understand things in my reality, it's key for me, as yours is for you. But when we actually engage, it's like two planets orbiting each other. They could either stay in a balance, or they could one could be greater depending on what its influence is. I'm only trying to achieve love in this life, to be fair. It seems the only thing logical to do.
I was just going to say, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Go on, brother.
Well, it's technically two questions, and it's nothing bad. I'm just, so don't take it the wrong way. I'm just curious on your, because you obviously have done some research. Are you non-white, shall we say?
Oh yeah, I'm Black British. Spoiler alert: the final freaking humanitarian boss is Black British Caribbean. I could have just said British Caribbean.
No worries. What's your take on the Anunnaki? Because I do get a lot of people, dark-skinned people, saying that they were dark-skinned, and of course I asked for evidence, and they have none. So I'm just curious to know what you've come to the conclusion of.
No conclusions as of yet. Like Anunnaki wouldn't have skins. I know there's some what you call it, big head scientist type of information that was there at least 20 years ago, probably longer. I'm 38, so when I was a teen, like 17 and late, or 18 and later, I probably discovered those things. But by then they'd already been in the black consciousness of America and Britain, a bit of an awareness, because with the civil rights movement, you had two types of consciousness amongst the blacks. You had Martin Luther King, the Christian, or you had Malcolm X, the Nation of Islam, black Muslim, Sunni eventually, but Nation of Islam first, Farrakhan type of extreme hard lines, the white man's the devil and the black man's the true lineage, all that. So that's, in my mind, it's touching on black far rightism, if you know what I mean. But nevertheless, it's like the Hebrew Israelites of today. They claim lineage as much as the Europeans claim lineage to, if not Jesus, other figures before Jesus, which have divine rights of heritage or rulership. So I'm not really. What am I trying to say, brother? When it comes to Anunnaki, I'm glad that I can look back beyond my granddad's Christianity, because my granddad was a pastor when he came over on the Windrush. For half of his life was a pastor. For half of his life, he was a normal man of the world. So look, if you never came over that as a Christian on the Windrush, God knows who I'd be. I'm not saying I'm the Christian or anything, or a good Christian. In fact, I'm probably one of the worst. But thankfully for those understandings, I'm not shy on things like the Anunnaki, who are mentioned, and the Nephilim, who are mentioned as giants. In fact, those peg marks in the Bible enable me to have a foundation to actually go and move to or away from. So most things are proven to me through the Old Testament. I contend with the character of Jesus, and I think that because I know the difference between Gnostic theologians mentioned in the Bible and how they were treated, and what happened after Jesus' death, or Yeshua's death, in the terms of the people that unalived him, rewriting the story afterwards. As long as you know who those people were and what treaties they made, and know thy enemy, and study to show yourself approved, and don't be deceived, endure to the end times. These things sound like a mission plan. And I think the Most High is most amazing at the way he's sown through time conscious seeds in whatever happens. Not everyone's able to get them, though. Not all man will see with their eyes and have understanding, or hear with their ears, and really hear the words. And not everyone's eyes will, in a mind's eye, can actually see images or colors. So we shouldn't be expecting everyone to even have a soul at this stage. Not everyone's the same just because they unify a word called humanity and make policies around it. Getting uncomfortable with those ideas, but not straying too far. Authenticating oneself. If you cut yourself, do you go to nature and get a leaf and find out a relationship there? Or do you go to a doctor, another physician, and then sell over your trust there? So I'm mainly practicing using my own mantra again, but being aware of the order of creation. So it goes like this. My new mantra is this. It's I command my own mind. I obey my own commands. I do not act upon lies. I only respond to truth. So this kind of mantra is a bit Napoleon Hillish, but in fact, it's 7 Hermetic principles type of alignment. Emerald tablets of Thoth. And when you put it all together, skins are important, but not as important as you think. Not as important. It's like a spacesuit, really. A spacesuit with different capabilities, the lighter or darker you are. So society is the only thing that makes you all equal and diverse in certain ways, in a Rothschild education systems. But other than that, nature will prove, nature is it's proven what it is. And I think as the sun gets hotter, this day has been predicted as Nibiru returns, or what they call 31 or 3IA Atlas. As these things return, certain people's consciousness, perhaps before the great flash, will be, begin to move. It's the age of Aquarius where you have no choice anyway. It would have been better to go and seek understanding oneself than to be shown all revelations at once in the end.
Yeah. It's really nice chatting to someone intelligent. I'm not saying anyone else that wasn't here today is intelligent. I'm just saying it's nice to see.
Tell them the truth. Tell them the truth. All right, I'm going to shoot off soon. But it's good to speak with you as well. I'm probably in better moods today because there's usually human on human crime online,
Yeah. No, that's lovely. No, thank you very much for taking the time to even come here.
You're welcome, brother. I am following, and hopefully before the mandatory IDs and Chris Lam and robot cyber police dogs come into force, you can meet. You can talk again. Get a few things on the table.
Brilliant, lovely. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Excelsior. Take care, guys.
Cheers, then. Bye-bye. Oh, a lovely person. That's nice. Okay, Kerry, do you want to let whoever's next up? I think there's someone.
Do we have another one?
I can see one. It says Jules, accept.
I don't have that one, so you would have to accept. It's probably because she's on a private account.
Oh, I accepted but it disappeared, so maybe it was just an old thing. But if anyone wants to come up, feel free to do so. Hope you're well, Kerry.
I'm doing pretty good. My allergies are bothering me today, so.
What you need, Kerry, is Weetabix for that. That'll sort that right out.
Either that or a trip to Japan. That would help more than anything. No, seriously, because I have environmental allergies, and my allergies are 24/7, 365 days a year. And when I went to Japan for a month, my allergies immediately disappeared, and they didn't come back until I landed at LAX a month later. So I've determined I'm allergic to the United States.
Oh, so you need some cherry blossom.
There is a guest request there now, sir.
Oh, thank you, Jane. Goddess Jane. Hello there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. How are you doing?
Hey. Great hearing everybody's perspective on things, and I was looking at your website. Again, I would have visited these topics, over the course of many years before. So, kind of undergoing a rediscovery of these things because for me, I'm 31, but I'm understanding that the baseline of culture is different to, what's in space and time, in the buildings and in the people around us. Like the baseline for, reality, quote unquote, like the history and everything is not well understood. Yeah. So, and understandably, everybody has a different language and different upbringing, and people try present their perspective and preserve it in some way. And for me, again, it's been kind of a quest for truth, but I became a bit complacent in it, or withdrawn from it. But I know that for myself, it's a really important thing that kind of holds the rest of me together. It's something about me that holds the rest of me together. And so I do have a number of questions to you, and hopefully you could elucidate maybe some perspectives. Again, I'm new to your content, but I feel like you're touching on a lot of topics I'm very familiar with already, so I'm not thrown in the deep end of things. So I would love to hear your perspective on like the Anunnaki and, say, for example, the Norse deities and the Roman deities, and to stretch it even further into like a Vedic understanding, like the Mahabharata. Like, do you see like an archetypal or metaphysical connection between, say, Ares and Arjuna and like Thor, just to go into the Marvel universe of media? Do you see any connection between those things?
I absolutely do. So I've done some videos, documentaries on the Norse gods. So basically, there seems to have been two Odins. Now, there was even two Thors. So it's not, they reuse the name over and over. I mean, you got Enoch. There's like, Christ knows how many Enochs. So the old Odin, the one that created life in terms of the Norse, was Enki. He's the same one as but he's not the same Odin that comes along later on. So the one that comes along later on with the patch on his eye and all those stories was would have been an Ajiji, which would have been one of the younger Anunnaki, and we can tie that up quite easily by the Poetic Eddas, because the story goes that the older gods, which was Freya and Froya, I can never pronounce them right, forgive me, the brother and sister, the twin brother and sister, they were the older gods, which means, hang on a minute, if they were the older gods, then why isn't Odin classed as an older god? The one that's got the brother as Loki and that kind of thing. That's because they were the younger Ajiji, the younger god. So you had the older god, which was the one that created, same as Ptah in Egypt, which was Enki. So any ancient stories talking about someone creating something, it was always Enki. Then you had the twin brother and sister, which were in Norse, which were Inanna and Utu, which were the twin brother and sister in the Sumerian, which was the Anunnaki. So they're the two that went over to Scandinavia with some of the younger Anunnaki and set up the whole of the sort of Scandinavian Vikings and all that kind of stuff way back then. And then obviously mainstream even agree, moving over to Rome, that Poseidon was Neptune was they don't. Neptune was Poseidon, and we know that Poseidon was Enki. So yes, all the same gods are the same ones all around the world. Going to the Vedas, though, or the Indian gods, it's a lot harder to pinpoint. Now, the oldest statues actually had beards, and they weren't always blue. So you had the three lots of three different gods. So you had Brahma, Vishnu. I'm still learning that side of it, so that's why it's a bit difficult for me to explain it all. But there seems to be three lots over three time periods of the same three gods, but people don't know that they're the same three gods. So I think it's, from my research so far, and I can't prove it, but I believe that one was Anu, which was the dad of Enki and Enlil, and then the other two was Enki and Enlil, so Vishnu and whatever the other one's name was, would have been, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I know they're Anunnaki.
Okay.
Kali was Inanna, who was given the Indus Valley. So we know, we can see the carvings of her with the same attributes that she had, same as she had over in Greece as Aphrodite, and another name, I can't remember the name. I've got a family tree of who they are in different. If you're interested, I've got a family tree of who they are in different places, and I have got a video that points out why.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Is that's on your website? I assume, is it?
Yeah. You just type in family on the search, and you should be able to find it.
Perfect. Just another question that I had, like, again, I don't know how much you believe in like personal revelation as such, but to me, I recall, wasn't this like, it was like 10 years ago now. Just in terms of the Book of Enoch, again, I've been asking, different priests and monks and Orthodox tradition about it, and I didn't really receive any commentary. Like I even spoke to some monks in, I don't know if you're familiar with Essex. There's a monastery there. I believe Prince Charles goes there, or King Charles, or he used to go there. So the account goes. But like asking them about that and the legitimacy of it. For me, it was a revelation that about that book. I didn't really have any awareness of it before, but like a meditative kind of a trance state, like in the library, sort of the words of that in relation to that book came, and it sort of caused me to like look into it, but also be weary of it because there is two sides to it, that you never are sure you can trust your visions, but the other side of it is, well, the content of the visions have like legitimacy that's already established in the sort of in the lore of Christianity, for want of a better word. So there's a part of me that like wants to believe in it and accept the tie-ins, but there's another part of me that's like still doubtful, like whether these things are just run by the other guys, and like if it's an op, or it's like a playbook for them, or like the resurfacing of it is a bit strange, and the reception of it is very strange, and I believe Archangel Uriel is not accepted as like a canonical archangel in the Catholic side. It's considered apocryphal. Just over the years talking to different people, it's very hard to recognize like what value does the unearthing of these texts, if they're metaphysically emergent for the state of the world today, like what relevance does it have? Is it pointing at anything we should be paying attention to now, or is that just a chapter of history that's forever closed? So that's where I'm at with that.
Good question. So I think with the Book of Enoch, we can certainly take a couple of things from it. One is it talks about the henge, and it explains that it's a calendar and explains exactly how it works. So, mainstream, in the last 50 to 100 years have only just worked out that that's an actual proper calendar. I did do a TikTok video about a year ago or something where mainstream had said, "Oh, we've worked out it's a calendar." We knew that already, and they knew it. But the Book of Enoch, actually, he describes what happens. He called them gates. So when the sun comes through the first gate, blah blah blah, and then the second day, and a month later, the sun will go through the fifth gate and hit the sixth gate, that kind of stuff. So from that perspective, we have to say, wow, that's pretty impressive for someone to have worked that out back then if they didn't get sort of told it. So that's one thing that I take from the Book of Enoch. And the other thing that I take is where he goes up into heaven, and literally sees these other craft. I mean, it doesn't say the word craft, but it sees these objects with sort of fire or coming out the back of them, that kind of stuff, or some sort of smoke or ice. And then he sees smaller lights leave these objects and go off towards the stars, which to me means smaller UFOs or smaller spaceships going off. So for anyone to write that, talking about space, is pretty impressive to me. There's other things in the Book of Enoch, but those two hit home because obviously the Anunnaki did have spaceships, and we know they took up Ezekiel, for example. So we know that they took people. They even went up to heaven and back down. So I think that I think obviously where Enoch's having his dreams and stuff like that. We all have our own dreams, and not all of them end up being real or anything like that. So when he has his dream visions, I struggle with that because I can't say that's correct, because obviously what I dreamt last night is not for public consumption. But no, it could be just him dreaming and writing down what he actually dreamt, even though it may mean nothing. But on the flip side of that, there are texts from the Anunnaki talking about people back then having premonitions. So premonitions have been around for a long time. So could Enoch have had premonitions? Possibly, but I think in terms of worrying about anything that's in the old books, Revelation or anything like that, I think we've got more to worry about from the elites at the moment than we have anything that's going to happen.
Well, the continuity of the power structures. Again, I prefer to say little about it, but to me, there is a reason why these sacred texts are preserved as they are, that maybe with the direction that's given, and again, just to mention, I think you're talking about is it the transformation of Enoch into Metatron?
Yeah, see, obviously that's you can't. I mean, he would have been a physical human, so I don't think he would have done that kind of thing.
Right, but again, there's a few Book of Enochs that have come out. I think just tagging on the notoriety or fame of the original, but some of them do talk about that transformative cycle, that there's a immortality that's granted to him through that.
Well, I mean, yeah, they did. They gave Ziazudra, which was Noah, also known as Upanishtim. They did give him longer life. Obviously, not eternal life. I don't think anyone's ever going to have eternal life, but they gave him longer life. So it's possible the Anunnaki did give certain people longer life with the elixir, probably, or genetics in some way. They certainly reduced our lifespan, so that if they could reduce it, they could probably extend it.
Yeah. Again, for me, I do like the combination of the scholarly approach and the sort of spiritual scientist approach, that you're, trying to create a coherent belief structure for yourself. But the problem to spiritual journey can, take you to many different places, and you may have different dreams, tell you different things, and you're like, okay, well, that must also be true because, well, I witnessed it, and I'm still okay. I'm not like dead or anything like that, which is good. But again, in terms of spiritual beliefs, what's really fascinating is definitely it's a different lens on the sort of same territory everybody's trying to map together, about who we are and as individuals and as a collective. What is our true history of humanity? What is the actual time span in terms of existing stories that we have, collective stories? Because the sad thing is that or they don't get to pass on the oral traditions, and I think there's a great kind of attack on them because we're just being forced to talk about other things. So the oral traditions, of one elder passing things on to somebody new, that's sadly disappearing, or it's been taken over. So I don't know. I'll look into your material a bit more, because I do like the way you present things as proved propositions, and then you have the research to back that up. So that's a really good approach in my book. So I'm very impressed, and I'm really happy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Anything else, or no? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Hopefully I wasn't too weird talking about all this, but
No, not
just
at all.
kind
No.
of side of things. And again, that's it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you for taking the time. It was nice to talk to you. So Jane, are you okay?
I'm absolutely fine. I appreciated the fact that when he talked about beliefs, he stated beliefs, because otherwise it was getting a bit confusing. But
Yeah. No, yeah, it makes sense. No, that's a good point. Well spotted. If anyone wants to come up, feel free to do so, or ask to join. I'm just read. Oh, someone wants to come up. Kerry, once they come up, I'm just going to mute the. So if you and Jane can talk, just because Clark's come into the kitchen, so I'm going to have to make him his dinner. But I'll be listening in. So if you can chat to the person just for a little bit, if that's okay.
Sure, I think we can handle that.
Oh, it's Aptos.
It's Aptos.
Hi, yeah. I've read a bit of the Book of Enoch, and I was interested in the bit about the luminaries, and I remember how is it like there's portals and windows to do with the sun and the moon? It enters into gates, and I was sorry, I got a bit distracted when I heard that previous caller talk about the gates, and then Mark mentioned about the gates and the Book of Enoch, and I didn't really, if I can be honest, I didn't really fully understand it when I read it, like the way that Mike might be able to explain it for me. So that was just a question I really had about that. That's it, really.
Sorry, Kerry. Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know that I do. The only thing that I know about the gates and stuff is when they have like the structure set up, and when they come through certain gates, like Stonehenge.
Yeah.
And you probably know something else that I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It basically explains how. So if you go back and read it, and then look at, for example, Stonehenge. There obviously there's other henges out there, but if you look at Stonehenge, what they were actually talking about, it's hard for me to describe it now, because obviously I'd need to sort of read it. But yeah, definitely they're talking about henge. I mean, he goes to a henge. It says it. So
yeah, it's kind of, my understanding is like if you had a house with a whole bunch of windows, and the sunbeams of light would come through certain windows when the sun was at a certain position in the sky, those windows would be essentially called gates. Because the sunlight rays would pass through one gate at a time as the sun during the sun's procession across the sky. That's kind of how I take it.
Spot on. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have a silly question. I wanted to ask Mark very quickly. I was just wondering about the moon. Yeah, like why is it sometimes we see the full round moon, sometimes bits of it? What's going on? I don't fully understand that.
It's the light from what I understand. It's the light from the sun that gets blocked by Earth that doesn't hit the moon. So it's basically
Okay.
in shadow. So you get
Uh-huh.
half moon, quarter moon, all that kind of stuff. But
Okay.
it's just
Okay.
because Earth is in the way where the sun is. So it's like shining a torch, but you've got a big ball in front of the smaller ball, and the smaller ball's only getting a fraction of the light from the torch behind the bigger ball
Okay. Okay.
until the
Thank you.
big ball either moves out of the way or the torch moves so that it can end up getting the whole of the moon illuminated.
Okay.
Which
Thank
is
you.
weird because some people some people actually say that the moon is a luminary and basically a light, and it's not a real solid object. My argument is turns the dimmer switch, which is basically what you're saying. You know, sometimes it's bright, sometimes it's light, sometimes you can only see half of it. So I say to these people that think that it's a light source, well, who turns the dimmer switch on it? Why is it only sometimes? So yeah.
Are you saying the moon is not a solid object? Did you just
No. I'm
say?
saying other people say it's not solid, and
Okay. Yeah.
they're saying it's a light, and I say, well, if it's a light, who turns it half on, as you say, when you only see half a moon?
Yeah. It's interesting because when I used to believe in the Bible, I used to just think, oh, it's just a light. That's what the Bible said. It's a light. It's a luminary. It's a light. You know.
The luminary is actually something that the Anunnaki put up on. Can't remember what day. The second day, I think it was. There's a few texts of them talking about the luminary that they put up, not the moon, but some sort of object that is very bright, so they could carry on working through the nights and days. So that's where the Bible gets it from. So I'm actually doing a new book called, well, it's basically rewriting the Bible correctly with what's actually, and I'm putting bits of evidence here and there. So when it talks about the God created the luminary or the sun, I'm actually pointing out that no, it was the Anunnaki putting something up in the sky so they could carry on working at night, because they didn't sleep the same sort of day and night that we do.
Hmm. And Mark, is the main god called Anu? Is that the source? Is that what everyone knows as source? Is
No,
it
so
Anu?
yeah, so basically the very first, so the Anunnaki are not source or anything like that. They're just physical beings, just like us, but smarter.
Uh-huh.
The very first king, after they had their wars that joined with a female from the other land, so in other words, by marrying from two different lands, they stopped the wars. His name was An, A-N, and that basically meant heaven. So that's where you get An, and then technically Anu is also heaven as well, but that's where we get the word An from, as in the heaven. So that's why people think that it could be source, because you're talking about something like An, but it's not Anu. Anu came, I think, nine generations later of kings. So it wasn't him that would have been described as the heaven, but it was An.
Okay. I have another question. You know the elite, are they basically the relatives of the Anunnaki in a sense? Are they related bloodlines or something?
That's the $1 million question. So
Uh-huh.
we know the Anunnaki gave Crown and Scepter. They tell us they brought down Crown and Scepter. That's their words, exactly their words. They brought down Crown and Scepter. So they gave it to humans, the kingships. But most of the time, or 99% of the time, the kingships that they gave were to their offspring. So in other words, they kept the lineage true to them as opposed to just random people. So when you
So
say, sorry, go on.
So the elite are just a bunch of very rich people, are they? Is that who they are? Super rich people.
It's a tricky one to answer. It is literally is the million dollar question. So,
okay,
yes, there are rich people in there, but some of the people are probably not necessarily rich in terms of wealth, but they're rich in terms of power because they are. So where we're talking about the Rothschilds, for example, they may have to answer to what we call a demigod, someone that the Anunnaki had bred with a human and has a offspring which is classed as a demigod. So they may not need money or anything because us elite, our humans will be servicing them like servants, so they don't need a car or anything. So there's probably elites that are not got bank accounts and things like that. They're probably just living with their parent, which would be an Anunnaki. So that's why I say it's hard to say that they would have money because if they are where I think they are and they're over in Antarctica in the land that's the size of America that's not got ice on it, then they probably wouldn't have money because they'll just ask our military or our elites to do the things that they want done. So yes, there are some billionaires, but I would probably also caveat that with there's possibly some direct descendants still living with the Anunnaki.
Is the population depopulation agenda a real thing then? Is that a real thing?
Unfortunately, I think it is 100%, in my opinion. I wish it wasn't. Everything. If you go back and listen to my 4-year-old live chats, I say things that's happening now, and I wish I didn't. But I mean, that whole climate change. I mean, Bill Gates has now changed his tune, and he's now talking about making people healthy, and we know. Watching his older videos where he talks about making people healthy, he's on about making people eat bugs, and he's done something he bought into Coca-Cola, so I'm not going to drink Coca-Cola anymore. He's bought into apples, he's bought farmlands, so he's realised that we haven't fallen for the climate change crap, so now he's changing his tact and is probably going to be going, free medicines for everyone.
So, in a sense, right, is this world, I mean, because I don't believe in the Bible narrative anymore. There's not going to be an apocalypse or such. I don't believe in end times, ends of days, Armageddon. I don't believe in any of that anymore. But it does make me question the purpose of our lives. I mean, I know that we have it as a community amongst ourselves, but it makes me question the purpose of our lives as normal working class, middle class type of people, just trying to battle through life, get on with it. It makes me question, what is the future? What is it all about? I'd just be interested to know what your thoughts are on that.
I hate saying this, but my thoughts are exactly what's happening at the moment, where they're pushing more and more laws. So drive per mile. So the rich become richer, the poor becomes poorer. And they will have a society where do you remember Demolition Man, where there was these very pompous rich people, and then there was the sect?
Vaguely, it was a long time ago. I'd have to watch it again.
Yeah, but that's pretty much how it's going to be. There's going to be pockets of people that's living on eating whatever they can off the floor, and then there's going to be rich people that still have to do what they're told, because they're probably, I mean, back in 2016, the American government bought I can't remember how many billion of these microchips that are designed to go inside basically people so they can track them. You don't buy that if you're not going to use it, sort of thing. So I think down the line, with the credit scores and all that kind of thing, you are just going to be, whoever's left is going to be completely controlled.
It just baffles me because the Anunnaki who created the humans with their DNA, and those type of superhuman type people or beings, whatever they call it, there's are they not allowed to kind of like intervene and kind of help us? It just doesn't make sense.
They probably, so basically there is a tablet that tells us that when after the Great Flood they recreated us and they called these people the black-headed people, the second lot that they created. And
Okay.
in that they say that they limited us to 120 years, which means we was probably slightly older, lived longer than that prior to the Great Flood. So these new people, they also done something to the women so that periodically the women wouldn't be able to give birth, so the child will die, which leads me to the RH negative conclusion because it's a foreign blood type.
Yeah.
And it periodically stops people having children. So, and they did that, and it says so in the tablet for population reasons. Basically, they didn't want us to get as quick as many as we did last time.
Yeah. So do you know the Great Flood? Did it happen because who's the bad brother? Enlil or Enki? I can't remember. Who's the bad one? Who's the less compassionate one? Is it Enlil?
Yeah, Enlil.
He kind of like did he make the decision to flood mankind because he didn't want mankind becoming more intellectually wiser? Is that what actually happened?
No. So their planet was going to come round again. This was about 10,000 BC, 12,000 years ago. Their planet was due round, and so this is a tablet in the British Museum called the Atrahasis.
Okay.
They knew that the ice shelf on Antarctica, the size of America, was going to slide off into the ocean and cause a tsunami, which was the Great Flood.
Okay.
So Anu, which was on Nibiru, chatted with what they called the greater gods here on Earth. So that was Enlil, Marduk, Ninurta.
Council of Elders.
And they said, what do we do? Because it's going to wipe out, life, all life, pretty much, or most life here. Certainly, wherever the tsunami would reach, would probably drown. So, because they are believers in fate and destiny, they talk about it a hell of a lot. They've even got tablets called Tablets of Destiny. Okay. They allowed the flood to happen because they said, even if they didn't come to Earth, their planet still would have come round and that ice shelf still would have broke off.
Yeah, I get it.
So,
interesting.
Yeah, but in the Atrahasis, Enki says, no, I don't want to do this. I want to warn the people to get to the higher ground. But he got sworn by Enlil and Anu to not say anything to any humans. So he said, okay, I won't. But what he done was he went to his son's house, which was a demigod, which was Noah, went to his there's a tablet in the British Museum called the Flood Tablet. And he says to the wall, the bedroom wall of Noah, read wall, it was made out of reeds, read wall, shouted it, hear what I have to say, spurn light, sell your house to get rid of everything, build this boat, I'm going to leave the tablet. So basically he didn't tell Noah, he told the wall, but Noah listened. So he got round that sort of loophole. And so that's
it's a real event. Noah was a real person. The flood, the Noah's Ark thing it actually happened. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got an hour-long documentary if you're interested. It's on my Patreon page, free of charge.
I know I've joined it, but I just got to go back and have a look at it. I suppose. Yeah, I got to plug in again. Flood,
I mean, there's evidence that that there was a great flood. But lots of evidence that It's
funny because the Bible says, oh, because of sin. Do you know what I mean? And you know, God regretted it, but he had to do it. Do you know what I mean? Because he couldn't take it anymore. You
Yeah,
know,
the
mankind was
reason,
so disobedient.
yeah, the reason why that got that's in there is because there's another part in the Archahasas where Enlil is upset with the people in his area, and he tries to wipe them out about 6 or 7 times.
Uh-huh.
And he created droughts for them. He created plague, virus, all sorts of things. And Enki would send over each time he was doing this. Would send over um, Moses, which was also known as Arthahasas, which basically means extremely wise, over to Egypt, because what was happening is the aftermath of the drought. All the frogs would go to the Nile, all the
Hmm.
locusts would go to the Nile. So you ended up with the 10 plagues of Egypt, which actually started nowhere near Egypt, but the aftermath happened. That's why you ended up with the virus as well. So the people that wrote about it was the Egyptians, because the people over in where Enlil was were dying because of what Enlil was doing to them. And he, if you read my latest book, the actual
Hmm.
description, the actual words in the Bible can be translated to noise, which is exactly the same translation as in the Arthahasas, where Enlil says he's fed up with the noise. And so the Bible actually says noise as well if you translate it to the other word.
Noise, like they're too noisy, the partying
Yes.
all the time or whatever.
Yeah, because obviously he didn't sleep the same we would, because he obviously his
Yeah.
longer life, so he would be asleep while we're having possibly a month of you know being awake, and he's trying to sleep for one night. So uh, yeah, he didn't like us. So that's why the Bible says that. So the Bible gets a lot of things mixed, which
It
that's
does.
why I'm rewriting the Bible at the moment.
Brilliant. I can't wait. When is that book going to be out?
Oh, it probably won't. Well, it certainly won't be out till after Christmas. But I am
Cool.
working on it. I've got I've done. I think I'm up to do monetary or what, I can't remember where I'm up to now. But yeah, I'm working on it. So it's a lot done already. So definitely I'll let
So,
everyone know when it's done.
yeah, is it okay to ask another question? I was just wondering about you know, the book of Revelation. You said you say all that happened, all that has happened already anyway. I
Yeah.
think I've heard you say that. Could you just give us a recap, please?
So I have got a documentary on the Book of Revelation if you're interested. Obviously, there's a lot more in it
Okay.
than what I've covered in my documentary, but I was just trying to prove a point. You know, when the seven trumpets blew and down come from the sky a rain of
Yeah.
fire, and it sliced off a mountain and stuff like that. Well,
Yeah.
those seven trumpets were missiles or nukes or however you want to describe them. And so I
Okay.
matched that with the Moorhen translations of the seven weapons of terror that the Anunnaki used, where one of them sliced off the
Right.
mountain, exactly the same. So basically, it's
Yeah.
already happened. So when you realise the
Uh-huh.
trumpets were missiles, when the trumpets blew and the walls of Jericho come down, you realise it was some sort of missile rocket or something.
Yeah. They're a vicious lot, really, aren't they? All these Anunnaki types. They're
They
so
were,
vicious.
yeah, they were.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A thought of a loving God just it's just not there anymore. And it's hard, you know, Mark. It's hard to hold on to something, you know, like because you hear a lot of people say, you know, there isn't any gods as such. We're gods within. You know what I mean? We are gods. We're great, and this, that, and the other. But when you're being so used and so conditioned, I mean, it's just been like the last couple of years, and I think it's the COVID thing, you know, like where the church that I was in at the time was like, you know, you can't really associate. You can't come round to my house for dinner. You know, group dinners and stuff. You got to have a PCR test, and because I was just so silently anti that, do you know what I
yeah.
mean? Like it was just a gut feeling that I do not need to comply, right? But I knew that I couldn't have a chat. I also had that sense intuitively I couldn't really talk to these fellow people that I, you know, had been mixing with, because they had bought the lie. Do you see what I mean? They had bought into the system of, you know, you got to trust them and believe in them. And I just believed that you know, I believe what Dolores Cahill and all the other lot were saying, that, you know, our immune system is wonderful, you know, we've got self-healing, this, that, and the other. So I was literally, I was warning people before 21, you know, please do not. Please do not. And it's unfortunately, my son, my eldest son, he's not very well now, you know, he's not very well. I've lost some really good friends, you know, that died suddenly and stuff like that. And it just kind of like, it made me wake up and realize that, you know, I had to stop going to church. I just, you know, that there's something off. And I think that's when I started to listen to your True History. And I was a little bit, oh my God, I don't know if I should be listening to all this. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I think I put a few comments in, like, you know, you're Satanist or something. Maybe once, I don't know.
Was it you that called me a demon?
I think I might have done, yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
But like, I don't know, it's just the voice of reason just started. I think that's, you know, my default position. I will come to, common sense will kick in and something will kick in, and I'll, you know, if I could sort of like deconstruct religion, you know, on my, like, from my own back. I think what you did, listening to you, just kind of like, it just threw a bomb on everything that I ever believed in. Do you know what I mean? Because I already started to disbelieve due to the COVID thing, and that how, you know, religion really isn't a safe place. The church is really, do you know what I mean? It's what you make of it. It's not what they make of it. You know, that illusion already died. So when I started listening to you, it was more out of intellectual kind of like, what the hell is he on about? What's he on about? Our true history. What history is he talking about? It just kind of like I said, it threw a bomb and everything, and it was a little bit depressing, because it's like, well, who is God? Do you know what I mean? Where is God? Because when you leave religion as a believer, as a Christian, I think a lot of us, when we did leave religion, we still held on to this idea of an almighty God being that we pray to. It's like a one-to-one faith thing, you know, it's deep in that way. And then we start like looking at, you know, like people that were very devout, you know, to gain inspiration from, you know, like the Imitation of Christ book was like my go-to book. And I think that book was written in like 1200 or something, or 1300 century. And yeah, I just think, well, this is just who I am. This is what I'm about. I'm about peace. I'm a peaceful person. I like harmony. I like getting on with people. I don't like fighting, you know, mentally. I don't know. I think, you know, just growing up with a lot of aggression, a lot of drinking around me, just kind of like made me realize that this world it's not really safe, you know. It didn't feel safe as a child. And what I took with me as an adult or teenager is, it's not safe out there either. It's not safe. It's just not that safe, you know. Like I'm talking about emotionally, and it kind of shut me down, and I just kind of became someone that just became quieter, and I started to listen more and try and observe and understand. And that's why I think I like reading. I like listening to the podcasts. I like to meet people that are on my emotional frequency. Yeah, that's all I have to say now. I ran out of conversation again.
Oh no, bless you. No, it all makes sense. No, it does.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll stay in the box if that's all right, and I'll just have a little listen in. Thank you.
No worries at all. Thank you. Is there anyone else, lovely moderators?
There is one. Let me bring them up. Well, I don't know if it's going to bring that person up or not.
I think it might have been where they asked, but they may have disappeared after.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. No worries. So I was just, if anyone wants to jump up, feel free to do so. OSHIT has wrote, "Yo, remember me? It's been ages." And then wrote, "I remember your first live." Oh, wow. Okay. I think you may have changed your name since then, but if you didn't, I don't remember your name. I apologize. So yeah, sorry, just scrolling down. Greetings, God from Avatara. Hi, Avatara. Just scrolling down. Animations. Right, I'm trying to do the gateway tapes currently. Not sure what that's referring to. I don't know if that was referring to the. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's referring to. Sorry. Animations. Right, I'm a shy jumper, so we'll stay in the comments for now. No worries at all. Anyone else want to come up? Who else would be here? Probably Nicole, Piggleline. You want to come up? Piggleine's right. Oh, thank you. That was for your birthday. No worries. So I'm guilty that I didn't know. I'm sorry. User 39's right. What a lovely woman that was. I can relate to her. Great to hear from her. I'm guessing that was the first time Apos came on. I'm guessing. So yes, was lovely. Animations wrote, was it during the Ice Age? I am now quite far behind because we've had people in between, so I'm not quite sure what I was talking about for it to be during the Ice Age. So I apologise. I don't know what that was referring to now. Pigglelands wrote, how can modern people reconnect with the deeper truths hidden in our past? Very hard, isn't it? I mean, that's the... Because you could ask that, let's imagine 500 years ago what people would say. Well, then you'd probably be burnt at the stake for witchcraft or, heresy or some weird thing that they would get you for. And it's no different, just a different thing now. It's like, well, you're stupid, you tinfoil hat, you're a conspiracy theory if you try and do anything other than what we're force fed. So it's, I guess, just keep researching really is the answer. Not saying there is an answer. I mean, if you want truth answers, I think probably the Ouija board, asking a spirit that can go forwards and backwards in time for answers. That's probably, I have thought about that. I have thought about using a Ouija board and getting the answers verified 100% that I'm right on the things that I've done and said, and also asking questions that I don't know that I believe I'm right on and seeing whether, but I don't really want to. I feel bad using a spirit just to answer my questions. It feels like me using them, so I haven't done that. Smiles just read the main wisdom tradition text. I think we had Smiles on, didn't we? Smiles was right. Anunnaki are fallen angels, right? So the Ijiji, which were the younger Anunnakis, were the fallen angels. 200 of them came down from Lachmu, which was Mars, because there was no women on Mars and Marduk was getting married, so they came down and stole human women. So technically, they're not Anunnaki because Anunnaki is the older ones, but they're all the same race, which is the Dingir, which translates to gods. Flanaz has wrote, Matthias Di Stefano helped answer a lot of questions for me about religion, aliens, and the story of creation. I don't recall reading anything on him. I do try and avoid reading people's other stuff because obviously I go seriously by evidence, and if they haven't got any and they make up stuff, then I can't help but do a video saying that this is where they're wrong, not to keep making myself bigger, but just so that people don't get misinformation. So I haven't read many other people's books for that reason. And if your Anunnaki came for gold, what you think the Greys are here for? So according to people like Linda Moulton Howe, Stephen Greer, genetics is the name of the game. So our planet's got a huge diverse gene pool. You've got octopuses which can do various things, and bats that got echolocation. I don't know whether their planet has, but obviously we've got quite a good variety. And if they are doing what supposedly they are doing, certainly the Zetas, if you believe the Project Serpo story, they are going around the universe picking up genetics and creating various different hybrids. For what reason, I have no idea. I mean, what making a new species of something, unless it's militarized, I can't see the benefit in doing it. It's like me and you going off to another galaxy, picking up some genetics, coming back and saying, right, this is an interesting creature. Let's see what happens if we mix it with something else. They must be that bored. Because what are you going to do with the creature after? Oh, wow, now we've got a new creature. Now what? Don't know. Let's mix it with something else. Okay, now what? So I don't see the logic in it, really. I think it's just like they must be completely bored. They're so far advanced. I mean, where we're sitting here thinking, oh, AI is intelligent and or semi-intelligent, and we're going to have movies made out of AI soon. Before you know it, you just type in what you want to kind of see. Like, I want to see a time travel movie, and it will play it out. And Netflix is already going to be doing that with cartoons, where you type in what you want, and the actual cartoon will be done live. So these aliens must be so bored. If we're at that stage now where we're going to run out of entertainment because we're actually not going to be doing anything, we're not going to be playing guitars, we're not going to be making movies, it will all be done for us. Imagine another million years in the future, how bored would we be? So you can kind of see why they do the genetics. It's just because they can, really. I'd like to talk to him about it, but I doubt if I get a chance. Smiles has wrote, Greys are harvesting energy from our souls. That is another thing that is a possibility. Yes, they are taking our souls and doing something with them. Yes, I have heard that. Avatar has wrote, wow. Apos has wrote, that's so bad. Taxi thing. Oh, that was when I was saying about me being nice. Yeah, that's the kind of person I am. I just can't help it. My mum's fault. She wanted me to work for nothing for companies. Like I've had a few businesses on my own, my own businesses, and she didn't like it when I would say, "Oh, I've done a job for someone and I've invoiced them." Oh, you shouldn't invoice them. Why? Well, you should do it for nothing. Why? That's my mum for you. Max has wrote, can I ask a question? Absolutely. You could either jump up or ask it on the text if you so wish. Flanaz has wrote, Eckhart Tolle's book, The Power of Now, helped understand the ego and how to control it. Maybe I need that. So, somehow I've ended up with an ego. No, you haven't. Oh, bloody yes, I have. So see, there you go. That's my ego kicking in. God, my jokes are bad, aren't they? Flanaz has wrote, Tatarians were more advanced than us now. So unfortunately, I know you follow me. Unfortunately, that's actually incorrect. I don't know if you're still listening. Feel free to jump up and give us any evidence of Tatarians that weren't the Mongolian Empire 500 years ago. In other words, anything modern, as you say, more advanced than us now. What you'll do, and I don't mean to sound rude, but you'll just point to a building, and I say, no worries, show me the evidence that building was done by a Tatarian, and you'll say, look at the building, and that'll be pretty much, we'll go around in circles. So no, unfortunately, there is no evidence. What do you want, Clark? Go on then, one. Sorry, my boy, I've locked the cupboard, and you want something from it? Please. You're welcome, Clark. Apos wrote, and the powers that be are the relatives of Anunnaki. Some, I would imagine, are. I mean, obviously, the Rockefellers are not. They made their money on oil. Bill Gates made his money on you know what. So no, I don't think all of the elites are direct descendants of the Anunnaki. History and Coins wrote, I can't stay long. I think you may have gone now, but thank you anyway for joining. Animations wrote, do aliens ever pacify people with feelings of bliss to protect themselves during encounters? It's an interesting question. Go number 3 in the class for that. They do a couple of things. One is obviously they knock you out, so you don't remember anything. The other one is that they don't knock you out, but you're paralyzed, so you do remember it, but then They wipe your memory after the short-term memory using the blue light. The other one is to pacify people. Sometimes they pretend that they put a false memory in your head. Another one that they do is, so in other words, false memory of your family or something like that. Another one I've heard them do is they pretend that they're a loved one as they talk to you while you're still conscious. In other words, not retrospectively giving you the memory that you was with a loved one. They actually do it live, so you're looking at a loved one when they're not, they're a grey, but you're thinking you're seeing a loved one that's deceased. So it's a bit like the owls. You may have heard of people seeing owls up in in a tree outside the bedroom window, for example. And so they seem to give this fake image of something when it's not really them. So yeah, they're the main things that they do to try and get round abducting you. Apostles wrote the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Yeah, it's actually fascinating. I should really do a deep dive on it, because really, when you break it down, it is just knowing the time frame and everything else. It's just the Anunnaki working out how to not live longer after death, but how to communicate with the dead. I know obviously there's a lot in the Book of the Dead. Obviously you got the way and the feather and all that kind of stuff, but when that's to do with the underworld, which is to do with Nurgle. So I think I should do a deep dive on the Book of the Dead, actually, thinking about it. So you'll find that Anubis was Nurgle. I should do a deep dive. Someone remind me to do a deep dive on that, and I'll write it down, and I'll do a deep dive on the Book of the Dead, so everyone knows who's what and stuff. Pickle Lines, I got number 3 in the class 2 times within 15 minutes. Well done. Well done indeed. If it was your birthday, I might have slipped you to second, but I can't do favoritism. But no, that's brilliant. Well done. Sorry that it's not 1-on-1, but it depends on what the questions are and whether I've been asked it before and how you ask it, etc. I have no idea how I rank the questions, but Apostles wrote yes, the Iraq stuff. Scrolling down, Pickle Lines wrote, I'm so glad I'm half troll and half witch. I'm sure you're a good witch. I'm sure you're a full good witch, and even if you're half troll, you're a good half troll. Scrolling down, Andy's wrote, would join the live, but unfortunately I'm driving and still got a couple of hours ahead of me. Where are you off to, Andy? Obviously you can't reply, and please don't reply while you're driving. But that's obviously sounds like a long drive at this time of night, because I know you're in the UK. So safe driving, Andy. Eyes in front of you. You can have one, Clark. Sorry, Clark's up to no good. Animations wrote, can you remind me of your experience in Syria? I can't remember if that was you. No, I've not been to Syria. So yeah, it wasn't me, I'm afraid. Animations wrote, if you carbon date a scroll, would the age of the tree it came from interfere with dating? So I did a whole deep dive into carbon dating and radio dating, and it turns out, this is how stupid it is. Turns out with like stone or organic material, should I say? With the organic material, it's the time that it was actually created. Not so. If you had a tree, it will give you the date of the tree, not the date that you cut it down and stuck it in as a beam in in your house, which is totally flawed, because you could find a tree that may be well older than what the actual time that the item that you're looking at is built, if that makes sense. So so yes, the answer to your question is technically the carbon dating should date the papyrus, if it was papyrus, from the date that the papyrus was formed. Same as crystals and mineral rocks like that. They are dated from the time that they're formed, not the time that you've turned it into a diamond or something like that. Scrolling down. Animation for Citizen X is interesting, but makes a lot of claims that I'm not sure about. Respectfully, yeah, no, I agree, but I didn't want to keep stopping the conversation, so I just let them talk. But he's got some knowledge, which if he honed it, and I don't mean to sound rude to him at all, and hopefully it doesn't come across rude, but hopefully, like Billy Carson has the ability to be fantastic, but unfortunately Billy does make a lot of assumptions, and that's where he gets caught out. But if Citizens X still listening, have a watch some of my videos. You might find them interesting, because I sort of point to the evidence, which some of the stuff you had was slightly different to what I have. Flanazes wrote, "Love this conversation." Well, thank you very much. Thank you for even listening in and joining. That's brilliant. Thank you. Kerry's wrote, "It's an interesting take for sure." Scrolling down. If anyone wants to jump up, feel free. Juices wrote, "Good evening all." Hi, Juice. Hope you're well today. Bless you. Flanazes wrote, Mattis Di Stefaniano has good info about all of this. Please don't make me look into it, because if he's made errors, then I will probably end up doing a video on it, and I don't want to keep doing videos on debunking people. I'm not saying he has, I'm just saying that's what ends up happening. I don't like doing it. Apos has wrote, "Great sharing." MF has wrote, "Seems to come from a place of ego instead of being open-minded." Not sure what that was referring to, or whether that was referring to a person, but I certainly have an ego, but I am fairly open-minded, but I do try and find the evidence. I think Launderud, I hope I pronounced it right. You're both right. One is logic, one is creative slit experiment. Perspective. I'm guessing you're saying that's where, when observed, doesn't do the same thing. Animation is right. I'm interested in the Weetabix fix analogies claim. Kerry is in the United States. I'm in the UK, and apparently, I'm guessing they don't have Weetabix over there. And Kerry's asked me to send some Weetabix over to the good old US of A, so that she can try the Weetabix, and then it's fiber, so you'll end up with don't eat too many too quickly. You'll end up with constipation. So 2 is generally the norm that people have for breakfast, and then we put milk on it and sugar if you want sugar, warm milk, and then that's it. You're good to go. So I will do that for Kerry. I've got to order some of my own books, which I haven't done yet. Sorry. Hello, Kerry.
So it's warm milk?
Yeah, you normally put warm milk on it, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just fascinated by Weetabix for some reason. So
You could, I mean, if you buy the cheap ones, sometimes they end up with like little bit lumps in them, which puts you off of eating them. But it's just my take on it. I don't know if other people's had the same thing, but I'll get you the better one, the branded one with
yeah, I've heard you have to be careful with them so you don't turn them into concrete. So
yeah, wash the bowl up, otherwise if you leave it for an hour, that's it.
well, I when you send them to me, I'll probably do a video of my reaction and everything, just so you can laugh at me.
If I'm sending you a box with the books and the Weetabix, if there's anything else, let me know before I do that. you want anything else.
Oh my gosh, how much money do you have? No. There's a lot of stuff over in the UK that I'm fascinated by, but
We had beans, a tin of baked beans. Don't
I've
know if you.
never had the UK version because ours over here aren't like that. They're totally different from what I understand. So, yeah,
If
the
you
beans on toast and the Weetabix are the ones that intrigue me the most for some reason.
okay, I will. I will get you grand sweet beans because they're quite nice. Don't do them in the microwave because they're not as nice as if you cook them on a stove.
Okay, yeah, I can buy that stuff over here, but like a box of Weetabix would cost me almost $20 to
Really?
order them. Yeah, through Amazon. They're expensive to import UK stuff over here. It
Wow,
really is. Yeah, it's crazy.
I've got a new business now.
You do. But no, I'll have to do a reaction video with whatever you send me so you can laugh at my reaction.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Okay, look forward to it.
Okay.
Thank you, Kerry.
Thank you.
MF has wrote to Kerry, try tea and nettle, peppermint and mullein. That's for Kerry's illness that she seems to have at the moment. Piggle Lines wrote, a lot of Americans get rid of their allergies when they come to Scandinavia, so we're all going to Scandinavia. Apos has wrote, Kerry referenced Japan, interesting. Scrolling down.
Yeah, I spent a month in Japan a few years ago when my daughter and my son-in-law were stationed there because he was Air Force at the time.
Konnichiwa.
Yeah, that was the first time I had met my youngest grandson because he was actually born on Okinawa Island. And
So
that
that's
was that's the only of my six grandchildren that I was not there for the birth.
oh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Yeah, I missed his birth, but I got to see him afterwards and we had a great time. I figured if I was going to Japan, I was going to be there for a while because it's expensive. So, yeah, I stayed for a month.
Yeah, my daughter wants to go. She's my younger daughter. She loves Japan. Anything Japanese, she loves.
She would love it over there, honestly, I think. It's
Yeah.
a very nice place. The people are very nice. Of course, I spent the majority of the time on Okinawa, which if you look up the history, the Okinawans, they are Japanese, but they don't consider themselves Japanese. It's kind of a weird deal, but
I
yeah,
know
so I
it from
spent
Karate Kid. I'm sure
yeah.
everyone knows it from Karate Kid.
No, I think it actually went back to World War II or
No, I'm
maybe
sorry.
even
No, I
more.
meant
Yeah.
the place. That's what's made it famous for me.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, it was a very nice trip. I had a great time. I didn't want to leave, and if I could afford it, I would just move there and live there permanently. I liked it so much.
Oh, oh,
Yeah,
yeah, no. Yeah.
very nice place. So if you get the chance to go, please do it.
It's not on my radar, but yeah, one day. America's probably the next place I'll go again.
Well, don't come here anytime soon. Just saying.
Okay, and that is okay.
You know what I mean by that, or you should.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you, Kerry. Amy's wrote and a lovable guy. I love how loud. I'm guessing that's me, and if it's not, why not? Insert ego mode. Pickle Lines wrote Fraser and Fraser, which was the two names that I still totally butchered just now. Thank you, Pickle Line. I still have no idea how you pronounce them. Morgan's wrote 800. Not sure what that's referring to. Sorry, I'm slightly behind. Pickle Lines wrote with a soft J. That's why that you don't say kind of like the word prayer, but with an F. Okay. So Freya, you know, I can't even pronounce English, let alone Norse gods. Pickle Lines wrote it's pronounced Freya, like Maya, but starting with a Fra. I will remember that for 2 seconds and probably forget. Morgan's wrote reincarnation. I'm not sure if you're just mentioning something that we spoke about before, or whether that's a question. Sorry, Morgan. I don't know if he was just sort of replying to someone or something with just one word. It's hard to know. Sorry. Sabrina's wrote, if this is getting religious, I have to be careful because they're after my blood. We don't generally go religious, do we, guys? Not really. But Kerry's asked who. Flanaz has wrote, Mattis Stephanie is worth looking into about all of this. Sorry, keep mentioning him. Can someone remind me to look into Mattis? I want to try and screen grab this. Don't hate me if I do videos pointing out the errors that he's done. Sorry, it's just when someone keeps saying that he's really good, then I need to, because obviously if he's got information I don't know, I'd love to see it. But, Kerry's wrote to Flanaz, Mattis makes a lot of claims, but not much evidence. So then I probably would end up debunking them because, yeah, what a shame. Jane has wrote to Flanaz, this is evidence-based live. He is more spiritual beliefs. Then he probably, and obviously he probably hasn't got a clue what demons and angels were, so he's probably gone down the road that most people go. Rebecca's wrote, where do you think negative blood comes from? The Anunnaki. In my opinion, with the documentaries I've done, I think 100% they are given to us by the Anunnaki. There's two ways of looking at it. One is that when they bred with the Homo sapiens that they'd already created 200,000 years ago, they gave the Rh negative blood to us because they bred with us. The other one is when they definitely tell us they've done something to the female womb to stop the population, so that only periodically, I'm guessing depending on who the partner is, that they would actually have a baby. So 100% Anunnaki from my research. I've got long documentaries that go through it all if you're interested on my website. Flanazes wrote, are there clay tablets the only evidence that we have to talk about the Anunnaki? Interesting question. So we've got carvings of them, so we know what they look like. We've got cylinder seals. We've got statues of them, so that's not just tablets. Then we've got other cultures that talk about them, but with different names. So you end up with papyrus and banana leaves and all sorts of other things that they used to write on. So, and even the Bible's talking about them. So technically, it's not just the clay tablets, which it's a fair question. Jane also wrote underneath, and thousands of carvings and statues. Well done, Jane. Yes, spot on. You guys should be doing your own lives, I tell you. Citizens wrote also Uranus, the sky god. Yeah, that's actually Anu. He was down as Oranius, which was one of the Titans, which wasn't Zeus's father. It wasn't Kronos. It was actually Zeus's father was Oranius, which turns out to be the equivalent planet. Same as all the gods. I mean, who the god of Mars is, and who Venus is as the Anunnaki. So they all had their names attached to different planets, and even the moon and stuff. Citizens wrote, that's what the Jesuits would claim, and European lineages. The Feral Cats wrote, congrats on your new books, How True History. Oh, thank you very much. That's really nice of you to say. Thank you. We had someone earlier that actually had bought a copy of the book and was reading it and was saying that they're enjoying it, and it's got a lot of factual information in it, which is exactly what I was hoping someone would say. So I couldn't have asked for any better. So thank you very much for the kind words there. Citizens wrote, Royal Blue Bloods consider themselves pure blood. Cult of Baal would be their fraternity. The problem with that is Baal was a Canaanite god, which when you break it down, it does look like it may be Nurgle or Ninurta or someone like that. So it's a tricky one to know exactly, because they do have the same attributes, those two. But yeah, but there was other obviously pure bloods from Enlil and Enki's line. Clarissa's wrote, Agenda 30 can be looked up. What they tell you and what is actually happening may be two different things, is all I can really say on that. I wouldn't trust what's written online, because what's written online is allowed to be written online. I mean, they take off posts if you misgender someone, so to allow something that's detrimental to the whole society, they wouldn't allow that up. So Citizens wrote, the Ra Ka Khan children of Ashtaroth, Asta, also Zoroastrianism, names of Akhenaten kids. As far as I was aware, he only had one kid, which would have been Tutankhamun. Okay, Google. How many kids did Akhenaten have?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Oh, stupid thing. I'll be glad when they put Gemini in these things, even though I don't trust them. Okay, Google. The Pharaoh Akhenaten, how many children?
I didn't understand.
Don't make me come over there and slap you. Okay, moving on. Clarissa's wrote, the arranged worldwide financial collapse. Yeah, there's a bit more to it than that from my research, but yes, that you're talking about the Agenda 2030. There's a whole big thing. Yeah, it's difficult to say because TikTok already limits me. Piggle, sorry, go on. Someone wants to.
Oh, my Alexa my Alexa can answer that question.
All right.
If you wanted to.
Yes,
Alexa,
please.
how many kids did Akhenaten have?
Akhenaten had 10. Good news.
Okay, that's worth looking into, because you got to ask yourself.
So he had 10 kids.
Yeah, that's interesting. The only reason why I say that's interesting is because I don't trust mainstream, as you know. And it was only 4 months ago when they come out and said that the same DNA from Nefertiti and Akhenaten, which we don't even have Akhenaten's body. So how the hell they did that defies belief. So I don't trust them. So I'd like to see who these 10 kids were, because one of them, I'm guessing, would be Tutankhamun. So where are the other princes, and where were they buried? Because they would have technically been princes, unless they're princesses as well. But either way, where are they? So I would. I'd like to look into that. There's lots to look into tonight. If I should really have a pen, shouldn't I? And write this stuff down. I will forget in 2 seconds about that. Hopefully I won't. But thank you. Yes, thank you, Kerry. Appreciate that.
Yeah, he only had one son, which was Tutankhamun, and then the other 9 were females. They were girls.
Right, okay. Interesting. I'd still like to look into that, because I don't trust mainstream. Yeah. I'm just trying to work out the time frame. So unless they were not all with Nefertiti, then let's just assume that there was one a year. You're looking at 11 years, give or take, unless he had concubines or something like that. So yeah, I'd like to look into that, as I don't trust mainstream. Thank you, Kerry. Appreciate that. A Citizens wrote, "We are in the end times. Go check your Bible. Matthew 24 onwards. Revelation is now." Yeah, unfortunately, I have done a video showing that, you know, even Ragnarok has already happened. It will happen again, but that's only because of the Ragnarok was when the planet Nibiru come round and caused destruction. Kerry's wrote back to Citizens. That's not correct. Citizens wrote, "End of freedom as we know it, not end of world. All shall come to pass, but the end is not then." Scrolling down. Mikey's wrote, "What is your boggle?" There used to be a little toy called the boggle here in the UK where you put your fingers in it. It was a little head. It was like a, I don't know, I don't know how you describe it. A head with eyes and hands sticking out the head. But I'm guessing that's not what you mean. There's also a game called Boggle as well, where you use like a word game. So I'm guessing that's not what you mean either. So I apologise. I don't know what you're referring to. Scrolling down. People chatting to each other. So I'm just. Citizens wrote, "Host, tell us more about Enlil and Enki's parents, if you please." So Enki's wife, I have got her name on my family tree. Was originally called Damkina, and Enki's wife was the daughter. She ended up becoming Ninki, but she was the daughter of Alula, who was the first ever Anunnaki to set foot on Earth. Enki's mother is also named on my family tree, and she was a concubine, and I can't remember her name off the top of my head. That's why I did this massive family tree, so I don't have to remember every single thing. She was a concubine, and Enlil's mother was Nintu, who was the wife of King Anu, and they loved each other very much. And but yeah, I mean, they had. I think they had other kids on Nibiru, but they obviously here they don't talk about them. Looking at the way that the Anunnaki breed and have kids, I think, yeah, definitely they would have had more than just Enlil and Enki. Anu seemed to be fairly fair as a person. We don't really know much about Nintu, but Anu seemed to be fair and just. He got his position as king because way back, one of his ancestors was related to, believe it or not, An, the first one that became the main king on Nibiru. And so he had an actual direct line to An, as opposed to Alula, who is a bit vague on where he fits in, because he did apparently push out the previous king to become king. So I don't know whether that's a rule that if you kill the previous king, therefore you can become king, or whether it was would have been next in line anyway. But Anu, they found Anu's. They look up all the records and everything, and Anu was right, but he became a cupbearer for Alula. So in other words, they didn't allow him to be king when he opposed Alula. He became a cupbearer for, I think, about 10 years or something like that. I have done a video on this, and eventually the Anu challenges him to a wrestling match, to Alula, to a wrestling match for the actual kingship. Excuse me, about to yawn. And we have the tablet of that actually. It's called Kingship of Heaven, and Alula loses the wrestling match, and so therefore King Anu became King Anu as opposed to just Anu, and Alula fled to Earth, and he left his daughter on and his grandson, left everyone in fact on Nibiru, but his daughter was married to Enki, who was Damkina was her name originally. Scrolling down. Flanazes wrote, is there evidence that the... Thank you, Bill Henley. Thank you very much. Is there evidence that the Anunnaki were one race, or were they a group of different races, species? Interesting question. Go number 3 in the class for that. So, we have carvings of them, tens of thousands of carvings and cylinder seals and all sorts of stuff of them, and they all look the same, pretty much, which is, as best they can be in the carvings and things that we've got of them. So there wasn't any deviation that I'm aware of from one Anunnaki to another. Not in a huge way. Not like you've got a Great Dane dog and a little Chihuahua. There seems to be a huge discrepancy there, whereas the Anunnaki all seem to pretty much look exactly the same. So, but the reason why I hesitated at the beginning is because, according to the Moorhen translations, they had Dingir gods with 4 legs, looking after the animals on Nibiru. So, was that them tinkering with DNA? We know they certainly did because we're here, and there's a tablet of the Vizier for Marduk that actually tells us that they genetically created half this, half that. I think I've already read it out once, but I think I need to keep drumming that one home to people because it literally tells us that there were these hybrid creatures that were created by the Anunnaki, by the gods. So was there, the chances that a half Anunnaki and a half 4-legged creature got it together somehow, or it even evolved into that, as well as splitting off into, a 2-legged Anunnaki, slim to none, in my opinion. So I do think that they were tinkering with the DNA. We've got carvings of them, an Anunnaki as a mermaid as well. So I think when you say, were there different races, I think they may have created different races, but they are one race themselves, if that makes sense. Scrolling down. People chatting to each other. If anyone wants to come up, feel free to jump up. Clarissa's wrote, she's a rebel. I'm not sure who that's referring to. Clarissa wrote, it's hard listening to, I'm guessing to, it's FO, but I'm guessing to We Jesus Freaks. I'm guessing that's other people that believe in Jesus. Well, I do believe there was a character called Jesus, but I do think he was a hybrid from everything that I've looked at. Jess the Dirt Digger has joined and wrote, how's it going? How to history? It's been a while. Hi, Jess. Nice. Yeah, I recognise your name straight away. There's not many people with Jess the Dirt Digger type name. So welcome. The only other one I know is the Mudlarking woman. I've forgotten her name now. She's in hospital. I hope she's well. I don't know if you guys have come across her videos where she's out mudlarking, which I'd never even heard that word before. I know what she did, but I didn't know that that's now the sort of name for it. Where she goes out to riverbeds and with just basically scouring it either with a device or her hands and knees, finding old coins and stuff. I'm just throwing it out there because speaking of dirt, that was all. But yeah, I'm good, thank you, and I hope you're well as well. Clarissa's wrote, I can't pronounce it. Tricuyibi. I'm sorry. There's nothing else after it for me to even try and work out what that is. I apologise. That's because I'm a numpty. Piggle Lions wrote, I'm listening. I can't remember what I was talking about for you to have said that. Sorry, I'm slightly behind, but I'm slowly catching up. Andy's wrote, if our solar system was created like your theory, would the creators be aware of life orbs, etc.? So what Andy's referring to there is my theory is that our universe was created by particles smashing together in another universe because of beings, but basically like the Hadron Collider, beings smashing them together. Of course, we're trying, when the Hadron Collider was created, they said they want to create the God particle, which basically could destroy our universe or possibly create one. So that's what they actually said in the newspaper. It said when CERN turns it on, they could destroy our universe, or certainly our galaxy. This is what it said in the paper. I remember reading it, and I remember thinking to myself, well, then don't turn it on. I actually said to people, why are they doing this? If you've got, a 50-50 chance or whatever chance, even a 1% chance of destroying the bloody universe, then don't do it. But it turns out that they'd already had the machine on for 3 years before they said that they was going to turn it on. They lied, because obviously if something happened, then, we didn't know about it. So it's totally possible that the whole Mandela effect could have been caused by that. But yeah, so my theory is that a race out there in another universe created our mini universe by accident, which is what we could have done exactly the same for all we know. And so Andy's question is, would the creators of that mini universe be aware of life, orbs, etc.? I wouldn't know what they would have on their universe themselves. They may not have the same sort of orbs that we have. But I'm sure they're aware that there's, if we believe the story that I've mentioned many a time, where the guy hums a tune at this, I can't remember if it was Pumapunka or one of those places, where he disappears and goes through, and arrives in this other galaxy, other universe, and the voice told him, you're not supposed to be here, where you're from. If we believe that story, I'm just throwing it out there, if we believe that story, then they obviously were and are aware. Now, if you say that, okay, well, that story sounds at least plausible, then you have to ask yourself, well, what are those star doors for? And they're not really gates, but if we call them a gate, we can call it a stargate if you want. The doors that have these frames that have still got the solid wall behind it. And there are stories from the locals that these are stargates and that beings come through them. So if that's the case, are the beings from the other universe that is aware, same as the way that they sent back the person and the same way that he got to the other universe? Yeah, I don't know, but I would imagine they would know. If we created a universe, if we're sentient enough to use the Hadron Collider and smashed particles together and created what we think, oh wow, that looks interesting, it looks like a little mini universe, we'd probably at some point think, hang on a minute, if it's a mini universe, life could start in that mini universe. Now, whether or not we care about it is another matter, because we have ants coming into the house, for example, and you want to kill them. So, that's the kind of mentality that humans got. So would we care that we've accidentally created a mini universe that there's, life forms inside that? Probably not. We would just see it as, an annoyance, I would have thought. Lucianne has wrote, love the conversation, thank you. Oh, you're more than welcome. Thank you very much for listening in. It's Buck Main has wrote, I'm in Toronto, Canada. I think I recognise your name. If I don't, hello. If you are someone that I've come across before, hello again. Toronto, Canada. Darwin's wrote, Kerry, Weetabix, warm milk and sugar. There you go, Kerry. You have been told. And Darwin will inspect your video and make sure you've done it right. Pickle Lines wrote, I eat Weetabix with butter. Well, I've never heard that before. That's interesting. I did see a video today. This is got a warning. Don't listen if you don't want to hear. Did see a video today where they was talking about an undercover thing where they found that the manufacturers of certain butters are literally putting all sorts of crap in it and not even properly butter. So that's now made me think, what the hell are we going to left to eat? Literally. Clarissa wrote, Weetabix with banana is a goer. Yes, I have heard that. I've never done it, but I have heard that one. So there you go, Kerry. So I'll send you a 24 pack, and you can you can try it, all different combinations. Pickle Lines wrote, I love Marmite, and there's a whole thing. I don't know if you had it over there, but we had a whole advert campaign years ago that would say you either love Marmite or you hate it. In other words, there's no one on the fence. It's you're just, and obviously you love it. And then Pickle Lines wrote, and Mexicana cheese, and wrote, I love the bread sauce. Can you make me a Christmas dinner? I'm guessing you're asking me. I can't even make my own dinner. Okay, so as wonderful as you all think I am, which I know you don't, but I have skills. I have a set of skills. Cooking isn't the skills for me because I don't eat food the way you guys eat food. I stand upside down. No, I eat food just to literally stop my hunger so I can carry on doing whatever I'm doing. But I know there's people out there that look forward to the food and eat the food and enjoy the taste and all that kind of stuff. That's not me. So, yeah, I'm just lucky I can just about make Clark food. Yeah, sorry. Pickle Lines wrote, I lived in the UK for over 7 years. Yes, I remember you saying before that you lived here, and you probably stole all the Weetabix. I think there was a Weetabix shortage at that point. I remember. I'm joking. The Earth Lovers wrote, right. Pickle Lines wrote, because Trump is a taco. I'm guessing the taco is to do with food, I guess. Scrolling down, people still chatting about tacos and stuff. Flanaz wrote, did the Anunnaki create all the different races? If so, why if themselves are only one race? So I have got a documentary, if you're interested, called Why So Many Races? And in fact, I've got a TikTok that I haven't released. I did it this morning, where they're saying they found a child with the DNA of human and Neanderthal. In other words, a Homo sapien or Homo sapien sapien physically bred with a Neanderthal to have a child. And so we've got other case studies as well, which I show in the video. So basically what happened is, around the world there were different hominids, and so whatever hominid was around, apparently, according to mainstream, seemed to breed with another hominid. So Neanderthal and Homo erectus got it together. Homo sapien and Homo erectus got it together. Homo sapien and Neanderthal got it together. And then, there's other Homo florensis, Homo juliensis, and all sorts of other ones, even Denivisms. So everyone bred with everyone, and each of these species of hominids had their own different attributes. So, for example, Homo florensis was what they called the hobbit one over in Indonesia. Now we've got fairly small people compared to other places that are in Indonesia, so that makes sense. Then you have Homo juliensis, which I've only just found out is a species over in Asia, which us humans would have went there. In fact, there's another TikTok video that I haven't released where they've put the date back for Homo sapiens. They thought that Homo sapiens was in Asia about 20,000 years ago. Now they've put the date back. This is why I hate mainstream. This is why I say to people, but they've put the date back by another 20,000 years. But I've already done a video telling you what date it actually is, and eventually they're going to push back to the dates that I've always done. They always do. They always go back to the dates that I end up being correct on. So so the answer to why there's so many different sort of looking races is because everyone bred with anything that moved, basically anything with a skirt. So I'd love to think it was the other way around. I'd love to think that the women would bonk the blokes over the head, like cavemen, and go, right, and drag you along. But I don't think it worked like that. But I'd love to think that. Thank you, whoever's doing the hearts. Pickle Lines wrote he could have had twins.
That's when we were talking about Akhenaten.
Yeah, I was just thinking, was it Akhenaten? But obviously, if you had twins, then I would have thought the mention of a second child would have been prevalent, because you would have had the boy child and the girl child. Yeah, I would have thought that would have been more pushed if that was the case. And if your Antarctica is likely where the Anunnaki reside, yeah, I totally agree with that. Makes sense. Neil has wrote, hi Jane. Neil talking to Jane, Jane talking to Neil, Neil's wrote, okay. Neil's wrote, I can hear now. Hi everyone, Neil's wrote. Hi Neil. Nice of you to join. Oh, someone wants to come up. Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention to that. I've just clicked. I think maybe they've gone now. Maybe the time's run out. Darwin's wrote, I'm Marmite, love me or hate me. Well, your husband loves you. The rest of the world don't ask. I'm joking. Spock loves you and Kirk loves you. That's all that matters. No, we love you, Darwin. I'm just joking. I'm sure you're not Marmite. Kerry's right. I've heard the same about Branston Pickle. You love it or hate it. Yeah. I mean, they probably didn't do the same sort of campaign, but I think that you might be right on that. Pickle Lines wrote, taco stands for Trump, always chickens out. Now, I do remember a while back, thank you for that. I do remember a while back someone saying to me, someone here in the UK, oh, he said he was going to go and do this before he, run for office. Why didn't he go and attack Korea or something? I can't remember what it was that he said he would do if there was a problem. And I said, look, the problem with that is there's no coming back from it. You see what I mean? So he has sent drones in. He sent things in to go and blow up ships, if you've probably seen them and whatnot. So he's not frightened to do it, attack people. But as a logical thing, you've got no recourse. Well, at least use that as the last resort. Because if you just go, right, okay, go and attack, then before you know it, the people from that place, wherever it is, whatever country, will start doing letter bombs. Will start doing all sorts of, things. We know this because of the IRA. We had this over here in the UK where we was trying to do something for Ireland, and normal people, everyday people, were getting killed. So that's the sort of mentality that you have. It's all in good saying, thank you, Pickle. It's all in good saying, let's go and attack. And, obviously, worst case scenario, you probably could say go and attack. But I think he's so far as from what I've seen, I think he's done the right thing. I don't think attacking countries, unless you can, you got to remember he wrote the book, The Art of the Deal. It's not the art of I'm going to attack someone. So I'm just throwing that out there, that while he may back out, it's backed out for a strategic reason, not because he's frightened, because he doesn't care. I mean, look what happened when he got shot. He stood up there could have been two snipers. He stood up and raised his fist. If that was me, I'd probably be hiding under the people's legs and running out the back. So I don't think he's frightened. I don't think he's a scared person. I think he's more strategic than than we give him credit for. I mean, he does make up crap as well. I'm not saying he's perfect. He certainly makes up crap, but that's just my take on him. But obviously, I don't know him as well as the Americans do. Flanazers wrote, "Thanks for the answers. You're more than welcome." Nils wrote, "Hi mate, thanks you. You're more than welcome." I'm tapping for you. The problem is TikTok limits me. So unfortunately, thank you very much, but nothing's going to change. I could have a billion likes, hearts. Nothing will change. TikTok has limited me to 50 because you can probably guess. But the other people that make up stuff don't get limited. I've caught up. Pickle Lines wrote, "I hate Trump." I'm guessing he's Marmite. You either love him or hate him. I'm not saying my daughter hates him. I see attributes to him that I like. And there's things that I don't like about him. But from where I am here in the UK, with the amount of laws that they're doing and fake news and everything else, I can see, the good things that Trump has done. He's stopped various things, and I'm just frightened for the Americans once, if he gets pushed out on the next election, it's all going to go back. So in some ways he's stalled what's going on, and he even calls it fake climate change. So it's good. I think he's probably and you're going to hate me for saying this, I think he's probably the best thing that happened to America right at this moment in time, because if we was under someone like Biden again, you guys, Americans, would have all these same laws that we'll have, 15-minute cities that's coming and all that kind of stuff. Whereas I think he's trying to stop that. I mean, I only see tiny bits on YouTube and TikTok, so forgive me, I don't know as much as you guys that has him on TV every day. So I could be barking totally up the wrong tree, but that's just my opinion. I'm not saying I like him or hate him. I just think we need someone that can stop this crap that's going on with this. But unfortunately, over here, I mean, I love the way he said, or JD Vance or whatever his name was said to our Prime Minister, "You're cutting down the free speech." He was right. They're right. They are. Over here, it's terrible. So, it's good that someone in that sort of position can bring it to the world stage. But unfortunately, nothing's happened. It still gets worse here. In fact, they have actually. The police or the government's now said they're not going to investigate hate crime. So over here, if you say a hatey word, if I called someone a numpty, in fact, there's a woman called what's her name? What's her name? She hangs around with Tommy Robinson. My brain's gone. I can see her face. Anyway, this woman. She called herself stupid or something, and the police were investigating her post about her calling herself stupid. Seriously, I mean, how stupid is that? So yeah, I mean, so I think we need whatever we can get to help us get out of this baloney. Piggle Lions wrote, "But let's talk more interesting things than the Orange Man." Okay, sorry, I apologise. If I read that 10 minutes ago, I wouldn't have carried on. Sorry, I apologise. Andy wrote, "Could Antarctica be part of impact zone from Tiamat? Why aliens interested in what's there?" I don't know if aliens are interested in what's there, because obviously we have the sort of no-fly zones. I know they say, no, you don't have no-fly zones. There's sort of pockets of no-fly zones. Now, interestingly, wait for it. This is how bad it gets. I tried to look. Even I asked AI. So there's pockets of where you're allowed to go in Antarctica. Okay, fine. That's given by the military. Now, supposedly it's not the military, but when you dig deep, it comes back to the military. I know because I've done the research on this. It comes back to the military in charge. There's an organisation that says that they're the ones, but no, it's military. So There's pockets. Now, when you apply to fly somewhere where you're not, where you are allowed, you still have to apply. Not one person has ever been granted. So, in other words, you've got patchy areas that you can actually fly through if you wanted to. You apply for it, not one person has ever been granted. So, in other words, they say, oh, the whole of Antarctica is not restricted, but no one's actually allowed to go there. So it's a double-edged sword. They're telling you one thing, but unless you have the money and time and everything else, there is one tour that goes there, type of a tour that goes there, that when you look up who's it's run by, you realise that it's been allowed to be done by the military. So it all comes back. So yes, so basically the whole of the size of America, you're not allowed to fly there. So we can't know whether aliens are interested in that because we don't actually get the information. But so I can't answer that, I'm afraid, because I haven't got the information of. Now there is, the aliens fly on I think it's a 36 parallel, but once it gets to Antarctica, no one can really track it because they don't allow us to. So it's a tricky one to answer. Pickle's right. Yeah, he snapped benefits and stopped Medicare for people. Americans are starving. Yeah, I don't know everything. I can see some of the things that he does, and some of the things that he does I like. I would say well done, but obviously if there's other things that he does that I've not come across, then that's bad. I mean, there's good and bad in everyone. I'd like to know why he does these things. If he's doing something bad like that, the Medicare, what reason? It's certainly not to save money, because he's found money from this whole ice thing or whatever it was called. So I'd be interested to know. Pickle Line's right, they do not have free speech in the USA anymore. Yeah, I can't answer that because I can only tell you what I see here. Clarissa's wrote Katie Hop. There, well done. Yes, thank you. Brilliant. Gold star for you for remembering something that I completely forgot. Thank you. Well done. That was going to kill me for the rest of the night. Michelle's was wrote Katie. Yes, yeah. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. And then Clarissa's wrote not a prize. That's right. Yeah. And Darwin's wrote Hopkins. That's right. Yes, well done. Thank you guys, appreciate that. Flanazas wrote, is there any info about Enlil or Enki placing different races to isolated islands? When you say different races, Ningazida took over people to the Mesoamericas, so we know they did that. He certainly did that. Now, how the people got to Australia, I don't know. And no, they weren't there originally. They weren't. Your Aboriginals were not. They were taken there. So who took them there and why, I don't know, or whether or not they just managed to get on a boat and sail across, I don't know. But the Mesoamericas was definitely Ningazida. He took them. In fact, there's in the I think it's in the Moorhen's translations. It says that at a certain point they go off to different lands, across the sea. So I'm guessing that's some of the places were populated because of that. But it's hard to know because obviously England's got Stonehenge, so we can sort of say, well, someone built that. Malta has what's it called? Not Hyperion. I can't remember the name of it, but it's clearly well advanced with the acoustics and everything else. So that's far more advanced than any of us could do right now. So we know someone with intelligence was there. So we can see certain places that they had the Anunnaki probably would have been there. But who the gods were, and unless we've got carvings or statues or something like that, I wouldn't be able to tell you all of the places with all the people, all the Anunnakis that went round, unfortunately. But yes, I think they did, but not. I couldn't tell you who. Flanazas wrote that couldn't be reached by foot. That was continuing on from so that's me talking about them covering. Pickle Lines wrote, what discovery would finally prove your view of ancient history beyond a doubt? Oh, good question. Go number one in the class for that is a good question. So, what if they found something? What would be, the be all and end all? See, the problem is the way that the mainstream will spin things. So, if we found um, an artifact that had, technology that was powered, they could just turn around and say, "Oh well, that was done like the crystal skulls. Oh well, that was fake," even though we know they weren't. They're fake, and so someone could say, "Ah, that was made not so long back by someone," and so what would be undeniable that they cannot absolutely refute that was done by an alien? Um, if the pyramids had the city underneath it, I think that has to, anyone with half a brain would have to say, well, hang on, no, they wouldn't have been able to do that. I mean, technically, we can't do the pyramids today, so anyone with half a brain should be going, well, hang on a minute, we can't do that either. I would like to see even the temples in India are literally must be laser cut in some shape or form to do. I don't know if you guys have seen them; they're marvelous. Um, Things that's literally built into the bedrock that can't, there's you cannot recreate, and yet mainstream say, oh, it was just primitive people. I guess, and this is a stupid one, but I guess one of their craft, one of their chariots, as they call them, chariots of fire in the Bible, one of their chariots. That way, people can say, well, okay, no one back then, with exotic materials, like whatever crystals they used to power the device, that would be, a small device is one thing, but having a craft that can fly would be the smoking gun. I mean, they talk about them, they talk about solar barges and heavenly chariots and all this kind of stuff in the tablets, but of course, people would just say it's a myth. But if you had a craft that actually flew, you know what they'd probably say? They'd probably say, "Oh, it was a modern alien that crashed, and this is its craft, not an Anunnaki," because they really don't want us to know that we're from the Anunnaki. So it's a really good question. I guess the answer would be a spaceship. I love has wrote New Guinea is close. New Guinea, sorry, New Guinea is close to Australia. Yeah, I mean, there is the mainstream's version is that they walked from Siberia and all that kind of stuff, but it's from one island to another when the water was lower, and it's totally possible, I guess. But still, they would have come from the Middle East, which is or the very other part of that would have been Africa. Um, but that's the only two places they would have come from because that's where they would have started. Everyone started from there. Pigolon's right. Yes, I made it to number one. Well done. I don't know if you've ever done that before. I'm sure you probably have. You ask good questions, but well done. So you got 1 and 3 today, if I remember. 1 and 3 and 3. You got it twice. Apollo's wrote, look at the scans of the Giza Plateau or what's under Hawa, the ancient labyrinth. If you're referring to the modern scans with these, I still don't trust them because technically, if you're referring to that one where it looks like there's columns underneath the Khufu's pyramid, then I still struggle on that because the documentation was actually for Khufu's pyramid. So there's your first discrepancy, and then they haven't shown how they got past the water because the device that they use can't scan past water, and there's water underneath Khufu's pyramid. So I don't know how they got 2 miles down or whatever it was that they supposedly could scan. I think it's a bit of a crock of crap, to be honest with you. I can't see it at all. If you've got that technology, you would be the you'd be snapped up straight away by military looking for all sorts of things. You wouldn't be able to do Khufu's pyramid first, which is, bearing in mind they didn't, it was a couple of years back, put the paper out for Khufu's pyramid and not be snapped up, and then go away and do so Khufu's was first, and then do Khufu's pyramid after, and then find something different underneath that. And bearing in mind they're not that far apart. Come on, the alarm bells ring, and it should be. These people should be taken around all over the place underneath the Stonehenge, because they did do some digging under there to try and find out what was going on. They should be taken everywhere if they've got that technology to go miles down. I don't think they have. I really don't. I think Brendan Fugel from Skinwalker Ranch would have hired them in a heartbeat. In a freaking heartbeat. Non-invasive scanning. He's a multi-millionaire, Brendan Fugel, the guy that owns Skinwalker Ranch, to find out what the hell is under the mesa. And he's doing these boreholes. No, he's not daft. He would have seen these things. He would have been in contact with them and would have said, do me a favour, I'll pay you, come over and scan this. So I smell crap, really, I do. Just doesn't make sense. There's too many discrepancies on that scan. I don't know if that's the one you're on about. Apologies if it's not. Flanaz is right. I'm Aboriginal, and I've heard we was put here, and the only other info I found on this was from Mattis, which I found interesting. Yeah, so I looked into the Aboriginals, and there's no difference. So apparently, because of the hair color and everything else, and the way that the curly hair, some Aboriginals have it and some don't, etc. So I have done a little dive onto the Aboriginals if you're interested. Now, if you look back at it works out to be about 60,000 years ago that supposedly they suddenly appeared in Australia. And if they suddenly appeared, then they would have had curly hair. But not all of them do. There's some discrepancies there. And according to mainstream, there is a difference in the DNA from old Aboriginals to the modern people that's living there now. So I looked for the discrepancies. In other words, what's the difference from, the evolution, if any, from the 60,000 years that mainstream say there was? None. Fucking lied. Not one bit of information comes out where there's any difference from the DNA from bones from Aboriginals from 60,000 years ago to modern people. None. Nothing that shows up at all. So why they keep pushing that crap to make it sound like, oh, they evolved to what we've got now? No, they didn't. Nothing changed whatsoever in terms of certainly from the DNA aspect of it. So we are just being force-fed lies after lies after lies. Scrolling down, sorry. Alfredo's right. Hello, Outro History. Hello, Jane. Hello, Kerry. Hello, Mods. Hello, everyone in the chat. Well, you've let me down, Alfredo. I hope you wrote what I hope you wrote, because I'm going to be very upset if you haven't. Scrolling down. Clarice's wrote, evening, Alfredo. People chatting to Alfredo. Okay, Alfredo, you didn't do it. Did you? So basically, Alfredo normally says, sorry I'm late, class. I was stuck underneath a pyramid or something funny. But he's let me down today. I saw his name and I was like, okay, cool. He let me down. Sorry, give me a minute, everybody. He let me down. Alfredo, the one person I can count on. Now, he could be very smart here and say, sorry I'm late in replying. I was stuck underneath a pyramid. But anyway, Flanazas wrote, thanks again for answering and inviting. You're more than welcome. That's what I'm here for. And the wonderful mods have been sitting there patiently, bless them. Alfredo wrote, there would be a difference in DNA because there was a systematic attempt to breed them out. Well, if you can show me the difference, I couldn't find it. AI couldn't find it. No one could find it. There were no peer review papers or anything. Even though when you look for it, mainstream articles will say, "Oh, there was a difference between the 60,000 years ago Aboriginals and the modern ones." But I couldn't find it. I couldn't not find it at all. Pickle Lines wrote, "Do you believe humanity's growing interest in ancient civilization is part of a spiritual awakening linked to the Anunnaki?" I'd love to think so, but I don't. I think there's still so many people who don't even understand it, and I don't think many people really understand the spiritual side either. So I just think that people are realizing that there's too many. We're just being lied to about everything. I might be wrong. You might be right. I don't know. But that's my gut feeling that people have just got so fed up with everything, and then they're looking elsewhere. Space Shifters wrote, "Are we descendants of the Atlanteans?" So the Atlanteans were actually the Anunnaki. If you're interested, watch my pinned video. So the Anunnaki built their cities in concentric circles. It was the place that sunk is exactly the right place where all the Anunnakis were. It was just above Egypt. So everything matches the time frame, the way that the ship sunk. There were 60 ships that suddenly sunk. Obviously, if you have an earthquake, ships don't sink like that unless it was methane or something that would come from underneath the ground and suck them under or make an air pocket. So the time frame is different from other time frames. In other words, it wasn't the Great Flood. So everything seems to match that the place, it had Ra's thing on there. It had Thoth's temple, which is Thoth classed as the Atlantean. So everything matches that they were the Anunnaki. And so when you say, are we descendants? Technically, everyone is a descendant off of any Homo sapien, or Homo sapien sapien is a descendant off of the Anunnaki and Neanderthal. Now, there is a possibility they may have made another little species with Homo erectus. I can't say they didn't. I can only go by what I do know they did, and they did us. They certainly made us twice. They did it once 300,000 years ago, then they did it again after the Great Flood when there wasn't enough people here. We've got the tablets that tell us that they did that. So technically, there is no Atlantean as in another total race. They were just Anunnaki. Alfreda's wrote, sorry I'm late. I was building with Roman cement. Oh, you should have. You had the perfect opportunity to talk about Weetabix there. You've missed probably a whole lot about. Alfreda's right. I was actually building a pyramid with Roman cement. How's that working out for you? Pickle Lines wrote, how can we tell which ancient stories are warnings and which are guidance from the higher beings? Oh, interesting question. Got number 3 in the class for that. I would probably say, out of everything that I've ever read and learned and everything else, I would probably say there's only like 0.1% that's telling us about anything in the future. And really that's just to do with, for example, Ragnarok, which was the time when the Great Flood happened. There may be some other bits that I've forgotten off the top of my head that may, thank you, JT, that may be alluding to something that's going to be cyclical, that's going to happen again. But I don't, anything else, all the Bible stuff is not really relevant because it means that Marduk, certainly after the Old Testament, the New Testament, it means that Marduk would have had to have known the future, or one of the Anunnakis would have had to know the future to then write it down and tell us and then warn us. And, when you realize that they don't really care about us, there's no point in them doing that. So the only reason why we know about the Ragnarok, the flood, is because it happened pretty much at least worldwide in terms of the sea levels rising, but certainly the tsunami hit Africa and the Middle East, possibly even reached America. So yeah, I don't think we'll have any. Now, if you're referring to higher beings such as orbs that are can see the future and the past, how can we see what the warnings are? Technically, they shouldn't really be telling us. I mean, because if imagine if they told us, then the future would change, and then it could be worse. Do they have to? Because then they'll have to see every single timeline to know what happens if you warn me and I change something, and then another orb tells you and you change something that now you've changed it totally different to what I was. And so the amount of permutations that could keep changing if we was told what's going to happen in the future would be, well, infinite. Every time, because you've now changed something, and then I'll be changing something after that, and it'll just carry on and on and on. So I don't think we're supposed to know the future. I don't think we're supposed to know guidance. I think the only reason why we get guidance individually is because the orb that's with you hasn't done its job yet, and that's the reason why they send you back after you've had a near-death experience, because the orb hasn't done its job, not you, the orb. So yeah, I don't think any guidance really is. I mean, you could, there's people that say you can talk to your loved ones and get guidance. Again, there seems to be laws or rules that the other side can't really give you too much. Otherwise, everyone would have the lottery numbers and would be all hunky dory. So I think there is some sort of quantum temporal law that we're not supposed to know too much about our future. So I'm guessing when you have a near-death experience, you died too early. In other words, your timeline shouldn't have ended like that. Otherwise, if they interacted with us and put us back, then they are interfering with the timeline. So, then if the timeline is interfered with, then, it's going to interfere with the other orbs and their timeline. So it's just going to mess everything up because by saving you, you may now accidentally run over someone else that the orb was with. A different orb will now say, you've just killed your guy, killed my guy because you let him live so that you could learn. But my guy's now died early. So technically, everything seems to be therefore already happened and it will happen. Otherwise, it's just going to mess everything up if we know any kind of guidance. So the guidance has already happened, which sounds stupid, but that's the only way I can see it working. Otherwise, it's just going to mess any kind of future up. And does that make sense? I don't know if that does or not. From Nazareth Road, did the Anunnaki believe in reincarnation? They believed at some point that yes. So they're the ones that wrote the Book of the Dead. So they were aware, if you believe the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, they were aware of. Now there's a slight thing on the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, so I will do a video on that because technically they are a slight deviation of a thing called the Emerald Tablets, not the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. But the thing is, whoever wrote the Emerald Tablets of Thoth knew stuff way advanced. I know people say it's Doriel that did it, but I think he had. He said he got other information from elsewhere, and the stuff that's in there, he would have had to have known about ancient Egypt. He would have known about reincarnation. He would have known about the pyramids. He would have known about light energy beings and jinn. He would have had to been right up there with the best of the best back when he would have wrote it in 1923. Apparently, if you believe that, I don't. I believe that he did see another version, which apparently he said he did. So I think he wrote it from that, if he wrote it at all. But yeah, so reincarnation, yes, I do think they know of reincarnation now. When they first came here, I think they knew of spirit orbs, but I don't think they knew how it all worked. But now I think they do. I think after the Great Flood, they certainly did, because otherwise they wouldn't have went. They would have done the Book of the Dead everywhere. If that's the what you need to do, then everywhere would have had mummification. Everywhere would have, but no, they seem to learn it, and it seemed to be a big thing. In fact, there's a tablet where Inanna wants to go over and find out about the Book of the Dead. So it's or reincarnation or life after death. Can't remember what the exact words were, but she definitely did. And then I think Enki said, "But we don't know how to bring back the dead." So they definitely know about reincarnation, or should I say, they definitely know about life after death, which I would imagine, because of the Emerald Tablets, if you believe them, it does talk about reincarnation. Absolutely does talk about reincarnation. So yes, I would say they do. Good question, thank you. Alfredo wrote, soon enough I built it on a ley line. That's your pyramid with concrete. I'm sure you probably haven't all. Tankers wrote the Lemurians as well. No, there's no such thing as Lemurians. What you'll find is someone in 1876, if I'm not mistaken, basically come up with the idea that there was Lemurians. I have no idea why. And there's zero evidence whatsoever of any other race whatsoever other than the Anunnaki. None. But you'll find people, it's the same as, the flat earthers, it's the same as the dome people, the firmament, etc., and the Tatarians and all that kind of thing. You'll say, okay, show me the evidence, and they can't, because there isn't any. So no Lemurians. It was just a name that someone had come up with. I think it was to do with the fact that they saw sunken buildings, structures underneath the ocean, which we know happened because of the Great Flood. There was already buildings prior to the Great Flood, which is why they ended up underneath the ocean. And I think these people thought there was a war between them and the Atlanteans, and started making up all sorts of crap. But no Lemurians, not unless someone can ever show me, and they won't ever show me anything to do with another race that actually isn't the Anunnaki, that was technologically advanced thousands of years ago, which no one can. So no, ignore the Lemurians. There's nothing there. It's just silly people jumping on the bandwagon. Alfredo, our true history, what do you think of the purpose of the star forts were? I would need to research the star forts. I don't remember what that's referring to, so I apologise, Alfredo. If you want to remind me in the background, I will do a look into it. I can't remember off the top of my head. TY Baby is right. With everything you know and read, not everything, I don't know everything, but are we in store for another reset? Only by the yes, not in the same way that you would think, because obviously the ice shelf broke off for Antarctica. That's now gone. Admiral Byrd said he saw the size of America. When you quiz AI on that, it says, "Oh no, he was figuratively speaking." Well, show me that he was figuratively speaking. Don't just tell me he was figuratively speaking. I hate AI. It just lies through their teeth. Do you know what? I was doing one of those live chats with I think it was Grok the other day. That reminds me, I've got to put it on the internet anyway. And I asked a question, and it said something about Sitchin, and I said, don't ever. I got really annoyed. I said, don't ever talk to me about Sitchin again. I said, wasn't even talking to you about Sitchin, and you brought him up and saying that he's pseudoscience. I said, you had no reason to do that whatsoever, other than the fact that you've been fucking programmed to keep trying to say that everything's a myth. I said, don't ever do that to me again, ever. Store this in your memory. Fucking don't ever do it again. And after that, she was agreeing with me. After that big rant, she started agreeing with me, as opposed to saying, it's a myth. Interesting. I wonder if it's programmed that if you are adamant enough, then just instead of trying to argue with someone, Grok, not Grok, Gemini will carry an argument with me, even though you've heard her. Oh, AIs, we're like women. I can't live with them, can't live without them. Joking. But no, in terms of another reset, obviously the ice broke off and it's not there anymore. So we wouldn't have another reset as in a great flood because that chunk of ice has already broke off. So unless there's another chunk that seems to be exactly the same or same rough size, maybe in Antarctic as opposed to Antarctica, but I doubt it. So from that perspective, no. What we would have if Nibiru come round, according to the old stories of Wormwood and the Destroyer and all those kind of ancient stories, we would have comets or demons, as they were originally called, dragons as well, which were comets. Demons were meteorites. Leopards were asteroids. Vipers was a group of asteroids. Once you know all the names of them, you read any of the old texts, and you're like, I know exactly what that's referring to. It makes so much sense. But yeah, so we will get, for whatever reason, now whether it's because it dislodges them from the asteroid belt, whether it's because it slingshots asteroids or whatever, I don't know. But we supposedly we will get hit by meteorites prior to Nibiru's perigee, and then we will probably have earthquakes, possibly some volcanoes erupting because of the gravity. This is only when it's nearest. Obviously, if it's further away and we're further away, depending on the circuits, then obviously the less we get. But if we're talking, same time, same sort of thing as, you got to remember, it's been possibly 3 or 4 times since the Great Flood that it's been round. So we've not had those same cataclysms. That's not to say the next one's not going to be close or the one after that or whatever, but at some point it will eventually, we'll end up both being close again for sure. There's no way of odds in that. It will happen, but we're not going to have the Great Flood cataclysm or anything like that. Alfredo wrote, that question is open to the 2 wonderful guests as well. I can't remember what your question was. Starfall. Oh, well, apologise. If anyone, do you know, guys? Sorry if I call you guys, gorgeous women. If anyone knows about the Star Forts. And they're both sleeping now, sorry. That's what happens.
No, I don't know anything about that, to be honest.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries. Jane, do you know?
I've vaguely heard something, but I think Alfred has already written the bit that I did know, and that's something to do with ley lines. It's just making them so they form like a star for some reason on a ley line, but apart from that, nope, not helpful.
Okay, thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, interesting. Okay. There is someone that wants to come up. I don't know. Shall we? Oh, it's Citizen 5 again.
See if Alfredo wants to come up. He will be private. Kerry and I won't see him.
Just checking. You guys are white, right?
Yes. Well, I am. I'm not speaking for everyone, but I am.
Okay. And you feel okay about being asked that? You're okay being asked that, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
That's all right then. Excelsior. Well, good to see you again, guys. How's it been going? Talking about Nibiru and stuff like that?
Yeah. Just waffling on as we was before you.
Nah, they don't even use that word, bruv. Never diminish thy own intelligence. Like I said, one of my mantras is a bit of a Napoleon Hill type of mantra. I command my own mind. I obey my own commands. I do not follow lies. I only act upon the truth. Even that small mantra repeated daily or often just reminds me that I am the captain of my starship. And you wouldn't say to yourself, you're a poor captain and set out a journey, would you?
because I have a bit of an ego, I sometimes try and counterbalance that by making myself sound like I'm waffling on. So I do it more of as a sort of way to not make me sound like I'm the Captain
Ah,
Ryan.
who told you ego was bad? King David in the Bible, well, when he was a shepherd boy and he defeated Goliath, he he had an ego. He had to have an ego. Like the rest of the people's ego shrank at the time when Goliath said, "Israelites, is there a champion to face me?" You know, and little did he know, David already slew a tiger, a lion, and a bear in protection of his flock of sheep. That week. So Goliath was really, really, really the one in danger when it comes to ego. He thought because he was bigger, he had a massive shield, and apparently his adversary is smaller in mind and stature and backed by nobody, even though this is the young one to be the king of Israel, as God said. But he was a teen when David slew Goliath. He had things and attributes that anyone can obtain if they really, really utilize themselves. Agility, bravery, boldness, confidence. These things to embody, you need to be 6 foot tall or 4 foot small.
Yeah, I remember that well. I can't believe that Goliath went down when I threw the stone at him. But anyway, I'm joking.
But yes, I was just in another live, brothers and sisters, and it gets to a point sometimes, and that's why I'm going to let you appreciate your energy field as you have it, because it's rare online where you can discuss, I don't know, a real world event, and then you expect it to be interconnected, being it social science and stuff, but people have certain biases where they plateau or get off. Like you could just mention a religion, and then that'll be enough for them not to investigate further the ethno-religious G-sides or ethno-religious ethnic cleansing. The word by itself, yes, ethnic cleansing, they'll look at G-side, yeah, they'll look at, and it's usually moral virtue signaling, whether they deny it or not, because when it goes to the depth in history, they can't look beyond their own nose and however long they've been alive, and perhaps their parents' generation. And if there's been mention of it then, that is their backup morality system. Other than that, the national morality system is something curated for them. And it's something that they, like an algorithm, just like a religious algorithm, they can tap into or be tapped by. And I don't know, I'm able to, I can read a Bible or a Quran or any of these things and choose to align with something, but I choose to align with Christianity for out of my going in and out of it and around the world. In understandings, you come back to especially in the end times, I find myself understanding things now. And God says, seek ye knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Out there, everyone else is out there seeking love and unity and other things that God didn't say to look for. Love is there, but you perform that as a total thing, not as a partial thing. You love thy neighbor as you'd love yourself. That means whatever you do, you wouldn't, if you was a statesman or an employer, a policy you wouldn't employ or work for if it wasn't against your neighbor. Would you employ your brother and pay him less? No? So
I probably would, but that's my mum's fault.
You're a savage and a knave, that's why, my friend. Now go on anyway. Yes, so that's other lives, but keep up your energy field because it's rare out there. I'm not saying you're a rare breed, but the energy field where 2 or 3 come together, 34 even, and they can have a familiar field. It's not about the argument, because sometimes a real man or human or humanimal in the heat of battle, in the heat of an argument, or when they're ill.
Hello, Citizen X.
Greetings, Earthling.
Yeah, I agree with you. You have to understand something about this channel. This channel is very, very much about learning and being open to different concepts. And we all challenge each other on this particular channel. I mean, I've had discussions with Jane in depth. I've had discussions with OTH and with Kerry, all about different things. I mean, Jane, yes, we've spoken about many different topics. Kerry, we mainly talk about her Jeep, but OTH.
You mainly diss my Jeep. That's all you do, Alfredo.
Chevy. We'll move on.
But the point is that we all challenge each other on here, and this is what it's about, because not everybody knows everything,
That's right.
except OTH. He pretty
Original
much
tribal
knows,
chief, huh?
very much so. But even he had to open his mind to the possibility of giant trees, and I'm glad that he did that, right? And you know,
The
Jane's
great
opened her
redwood.
mind. Yes, well, Jane's opened her mind to the prospect of polar shifts as well, pole shifts. But you are right that we do need to challenge each other on here, and we do need to explore different topics, because how else do you learn?
That's right. That's why I say a lot, brother. Well said. And that when I say I respect you, because you know, I often say as the final freaking humanitarian boss, like not everyone can just afford my respect. Certainly not a statesman, certainly not a businessman for free, and certainly not an oligarch or an oppressor. It's only for the beloveds, and especially the ones who are already performing to a biblical standard, i.e., extending their hand to the poor and loving thy neighbor. Because Jesus said, in them things you complete the whole entirety of the commandments. You know, so it's really harder to uphold that in the modern world and challenge a government for its policies or its bills. Challenge consumers. In fact, challenge yourself, because real transformation starts inside the freaking humanitarian boss. You know, because it's not a piece of paper where humanitarianism lies. You know, the right to life, Article 1, or the 10, you know, or the 10 Commandments, Article 2, thou shalt not unalive. It's still written the same way to govern kind of morality, where there would be no morality, if we remember Sodom and Gomorrah's plight, you know.
Well, look, I think to be honest, morality is being twisted and turned like a Havel spear in all of our sides, because there are people who are determining what is moral, who are the most immoral of people at the moment. You know what I mean? And these are the people who are very, very much at the top and who dictate what social norms are, right? The problem is that these people are, for want of a better word, they are disgusting, and they are changing the scope of humanity to meet their own twisted needs.
Could we say,
And
using your phrase, Havel spear, that they're utilizing the spear of destiny, and if it was in our hands, maybe a better destiny would be.
Yeah, well, yeah, 100%. And look, think about how many powerful artifacts around the world have just disappeared. They've got to go somewhere. Someone's taken them, right? Look at what happened in the Louvre the other day.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, can you say that again?
People,
But can you roll your R's, please? It's the Louvre.
the Louvre, right?
Well said.
But all of these things have a power attached to them. All of those items have a power attached to them, and we don't put enough credence in that. And I just think it's amazing how many artifacts disappear every year. I mean, I was listening to a guy from South Africa a little while back, who is a Zulu Sanusi, right? And
Proud
he was
man.
saying, and he was saying that you wouldn't be able to get medical treatment in South Africa unless you gave up your artifacts as payment.
Wow.
Which means those things hold energy, right?
And value.
Yeah, but they hold a spiritual, energetic value that we don't put enough credence in, because we've been torn away from the concept of ourselves and the power that we hold as people.
Especially when it comes to purification. But what about the dark attachments? Like, say if you look at a possession in your household now, and everyone at home, you look at a possession in your household, and 1,000 years from now, someone else comes up and picks this possession up, and they're the 1,000th person to pick up that possession since you have passed, right? So we're now in the realm of the ancestors. Even tomorrow, if we pass away, we're in the realm of the ancestors. It's that quick where your possessions become energetically valuable. If you look at Hulk Hogan, Hulk Hogan, love him or hate him, brother. 25-inch pythons. When he passed away, you know, his stuff become valuable, like him or not, because someone else sees the worth in the energy attached to the vessels and the namesake. Often, though, in the corporate fiction of it all, people are tempted into a SQV trust system. You know, the West, you know, the democracies are plug as well. It's better for you to vote for this lesser of four evils to get you the NHS or the police service and someone to put out the fires, you know, and put a bandage on you when you fall over. What's inevitable is that you're going to fall over. It's not actually inevitable that someone is going to put a bandage on you, because when you pass away and you go to the realm of ancestors, all the knowledge you have in your heart or mind, that's where the written books are, really. The 1,000 books you read end up in your mind. But it doesn't mean that you experience those things by actually doing something. Often people know of a problem and feel it rather than act against it.
Sorry,
And
I was just going to say, you know, the bit where you were just talking about the artifacts or things that you have that in 1,000 years someone will, you know, look at and use. I don't think my blow up doll will last that long.
if it's a Gimsu, you know, you'd be surprised.
I was about to say, whoever gets Kerry's Jeep is going to be cursed.
Oh, no. It's another Chevy. Put it back in the pit. The Lazarus pit? No. The pit of destruction.
I love you, Kerry. I'm only playing with that.
Do not talk about my Jeep like that. You're just jealous because you don't have one. That's all.
Oh, tell me what you think about this. This lets me know how deep the architecture in your mind is. Pyramids are designed to function exactly like mountains with its Torah energy and the way the water moves beneath its and through its chambers. Pyramids are usually found by, mountains are usually found by bodies of water, and above them are usually clouds or ice or grass or signs of life. And the Maui people of Easter Island used to have their heads right by mountains and lush parts of their coasts, showing their reach and extension to generations. Every generation would have one. And this was before the Sumerians and stuff, before the flood of Nimrod and Noah. So the pyramids are built like that by bodies of water on purpose, though it's not natural. They're built that way. And often a pyramid wouldn't be completed in an emperor's lifetime. 600 years it took to build the Great One, I think it is. And, you know, several pharaohs, you know, carried on or stopped its work and it carried on again. But the architecture remained, or the framework of what it was intended to do remained the same, which is why they could follow it. People focus on how they got the things there, the materials up and down the River Nile, you know, or was it laser technology? Was it super wind technology? You know, using precision point elements.
I don't think the Egyptians built it.
No, they never built it. The Egyptians, they inherited it. The Egyptians are only Greeks. Egyptos is a Greek term. But it's the region that's been sacked for 72 times in history by Jerusalem, and probably before it broke off, you know, in a great split.
If I can interject here, you
Sure.
are aware that there are pyramids throughout the world, in all countries
Artificially
throughout
made.
the world.
Yeah.
Do you have evidence of that?
Well, artificially made, yeah, because, I have a presumption, not assumption, presumption, with some predetermined findings already. So, like I said earlier, mountains already exist.
If you can explain your
I'll use nature. I'll use nature and simplicity. First, use look at the mountains, which, you know, do exist. And we can think
we're
about...
talking pyramids, if we can forget the mountains for a moment.
My initial statement was pyramids are designed artificially to mirror what mountains do naturally.
To justify your description and what you're trying to say about the pyramids. You are also, however, making a lot of assumptions about how long it took to make a pyramid, who made the pyramids, how old they are.
Okay, that part. All right, so that part there with the pyramids, you can use any archaeology if you want, but I can't give you an archaeologist primarily because there are a few, but the Smithsonian and these even the Discovery Channel, when they're digging up that area often, and the same place in the Qumran caves where they found the where the walkers found the scrolls. All the descriptions of these pyramids and their purpose, Even Carl Jung, codex that he wrote about the Enoch scrolls describes what these pyramids were used for and who they were built by, and these ziggurats, and what dimensions and cubits and what elements and practice to do, and who for, and who taught them how to do it. But people accepting these findings is pointless because they're never going to practice it anyway.
You are correct. We are unable to build a pyramid.
No, it's about practicing the Torah energy, and we have that in our human body
that's
anyway.
The belief system. That's the belief
It's
system.
an understanding.
So if I can keep you back to fact.
Well, okay. Do you know how a mountain works first with water?
We're talking pyramids.
No, I talked about mountains like it that were first, and I described mountains first, and I said pyramids were. No, I used mountains to justify the pyramids. You said.
Okay, but my question to you is: there are pyramids way older than the pyramids in Egypt throughout the world.
The north of the world.
No, throughout the world.
No, prove to me they're throughout the world.
Oceans.
Because you're asking me to prove that. I need to ask you to prove that they're out the world. I said they're in the north of the world because the mound builders were in the south of the world where there was no exact pyramids, just mounds.
There is evidence of the pyramids across the world. They're actually there.
They found them all in the north and underwater, most of them. I'd agree there. But in the south of the world, you will find mounds archaeologically, even to this day, like mounds.
There's pyramids in Australia.
Built by people who did not put gods above. Hold on. People that don't put gods above them. It's in the north, people put gods above them, and exactness and precise things and tools and framework to last beyond their living. You know why? Because they believed in life after death and preserving the body through mummification and divinities so that you could have your body back. So they wanted to channel the energy of the waters like the light force of the mountains. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I think
you're talking about belief systems. Sorry, sir.
I'm not talking about belief systems. I'm talking about channeling energies and ziggurats and architecture. And like, if you're used to a concrete jungle and you think that watering pipes is the best way to keep a person upright and feed them their resources, that's one thing. But the way it was done for thousands of years was pyramids. But before that, mounds, and before that, other architectures that we haven't explored today yet.
Sorry, I think
you talk about New Atlantis and Lemuria, for example. And the Celtic lands.
I think what Jane was asking was where you said, it took about 600 years, although you did say you're not sure on a date. But then one pharaoh would take over for another. I think that's the sort of question he was asking.
Okay, like King Narmer, for example, of what dynasty was it now? King Narmer was the one who unified. I'll get you the dynasty in a minute. He unified. It could be the 12th. The 12th dynasty. He unified north and south of Kemet. So you had Nubia in the north, which is modern day Sudan now, and then you had central Kemet and then south Kush. In fact, Nubia was Kush as well. It's just the same family, different regions of the Nile. Same ethnic people, different religious practices, because it was polytheism then. So it was Amun, Ra, Aten, and the 13 priests of Amun in that time. And it had the fish hats, and then it had the grey fish hats and the red fish hats, north, central, and south again. And Narmer was a scorpion king, apparently, the first one who unified north and south. The pyramids began to be built in honor of, before that, there were structures, and gods that they would pray to and stuff and did sacrifice to. And the currency was corn and maize. And people's body channels were very much understood like the mountains and pyramids and their systems and the cosmic systems above where the Torah energy comes from. So this is why they often name their deities like Venus and after mountains like Vesuvius. And that's in French. Is it Latin or French? But it's the same character of a divine mother.
Sorry, I think the bit where we sort of, I think Jane was still asking is
it's about a time period in which author, I know.
No, the bit where you said that one pharaoh would take over from another.
Okay, so like I said, from Narmer and Tutmosis or any pharaoh you want, like what's the confusion? Like this is Tutankhamun.
Sorry, I think where Jane's going is because we go with evidence. There's no evidence whatsoever. In fact,
yeah, but Jane actually said all the pyramids are in.
Can you please not talk over the host? He's trying to make a point here. Just slow it
Sorry about
down.
that.
Slow it down, please. Thank
Sorry about
you.
that. But your point needs to hurry up then.
Yeah, sorry. So what I was just saying is that there's nothing in ancient times talks about the pyramids and what they were built for, and you've just told us loads of things that they were built for, etc.
Have you read the Book of Enoch, or have you
Yeah,
read
I
Enuma
lecture on.
Elish?
I lecture on the Enuma Elish. In fact, I
Of
have
course you do. I watched some of your sessions.
Yeah.
So, like, if you want about Europeans doing these things, no, you wouldn't find it. You wouldn't find Greeks like Alexander the Great doing it. He would have moved into Kemet and called it Egypt, seen the bull of the divine goddess,
Could
and
I
and he would have been called the Osiris, taking the
could I
title
just
King of King, Lord of Lords. So, what part of that are you going to understand if you're European? You know.
sorry, I'm not sure what that's
Of
got to
course
do
you're
with.
not, because you're European, and that's fine. Because you asked me earlier if I'm black, you presumed it when I was on the live earlier, but you didn't presume that I had the knowledge, intelligence beyond these Abrahamic religions or European borders of wickedness, did you?
Sorry, we're still waiting for the bit where you said
Yeah, but I'm
that.
still waiting for the part where you prove pyramids are built around the world. Like, it works both ways.
Um,
Okay, pyramids built
I'll
across
get that information for you.
across the
Sorry,
world.
I've at least gave you a time period of Akhenaten, at least
but you haven't.
3000 BC. That's
Can I just
Tutankhamun's father. You know.
okay? Can I just do what I would do if I was you? I would say, fair enough. I don't have any evidence that they.
But that's not what I said, though. Well, like, what you've asked for an evidence. Okay, you want a date, so you'd rather me
Oh,
Google
I didn't
an
want a
exact
date. No,
date of when archaeologists have found for you the first pyramids, because they're going to tell you the same story.
change the subject. Sorry, don't do that. Don't be that type of person, please. We asked you because you said that a pharaoh would take over building the pyramid. I've asked you. I pointed out that that's something you said that I think Jane would be interested in the evidence for. Could you not change the subject, which seems to be what you've done the last 3 times I've asked that same question? If you don't have the evidence, please just do what I would do and say, sorry, I don't know. I don't have the evidence. I assumed that. That would be the end of it.
All right, fair enough. I'm pretty sure I gave that a fair enough. It's a fair request. So I'm gonna have to simplify her question a bit more, because you're asking
You
for
don't need to
the time of the
simplify it for
the
me.
time of the first pyramids being built, basically, right? Basically, because there's no point talking about 1,000 pyramids or a million under the sea when you don't know when the first one's built and what the purpose was it for and who was it for, you know. So it's really pointless, because we're talking about epochs of time, not the first century or the 12th or the 25th dynasty. We're talking about epochs of time where some of these devices were made, going back to the Archon era and before.
Right. Are
The
you
root
aware
races
of
of humanity. So let me finish. So I'd better. You're right. So when it comes to exacting a time period, I'll have to concede. I can't really exact a time period or be absolute in anything I speak going forward. But what you will find from me is a good exploration of patterns and events that have been conventionally explored, so we can actually find verification. And by the time you little Google it yourself or read a book, you'll be like, okay, why are we stopping on the small things when we should all know these things, like Tutankhamun, 4000 BC? What does it mean about his dad, though, who formed monotheism for these Abrahamic religions? These are the questions, and you can look about dates afterwards. You'll find that it all predates European intelligence. So just appreciate the wider minds on the matters.
Sorry, I wasn't asking about dates. I've got a family tree with dates that
No,
mainstream.
you're awesome, brother.
Sorry, what I was just going to say is, are you aware of the Moorhen translations? Because they actually tell us when the first pyramid was built and why.
Please explain, brother.
So there's translations done by George and Ryan Moorhen from 13 tablets that they got. Originally, it was in Liechtenstein, owned by the Rothschilds. They begged them for 5 years to translate the tablets. Apparently, the Rothschilds finally allowed them to translate them. So they wrote books, books on the translations of those tablets. Now, the beautiful thing is, because I don't trust anyone in terms of what I'm being told, I like to find other evidence if at all possible. And I found about 60% of what they said in their translations. I found actual other tablets, maybe Babylonian instead of Sumerian, etc. But one of the things that they have said, which I haven't actually found other tablets for yet, but everything else so far seems to be correct what they're talking about. They tell us that after the Great Flood, they build the pyramid or twin pyramids in the end, because they basically wanted a runway type thing for the Twin Peaks, what they called them over in the further.
Okay.
But they also said that they built the pyramid as a light beacon. So, in other words, the energy from the water, etc., as you said, which I agree with.
Is it for
They have,
Orion?
actually, no. The problem with Orion is the shafts don't actually go up; they turn. I don't know if you saw the National Geographic
Yeah.
channel. The actual the shafts that people say I will point to Orion actually turn and go up to the top, which is where there's a hole at the top, which is where the light beam would have came out and gone up, so that the other Anunnaki could find where to
I follow.
basically land their craft. That's why they had to start building a new landing pad, which is what they had for Lebanon. So
I align with that a little bit.
yeah, it's kind of interesting to see that. So that would be they called it the
That's
navel
more
of the earth.
comprehensive what you said there. And I did mention National Geographic and Discovery earlier as quick references, just not even paraphrasing any of the speakers or even Channel Blaze, but it's more normalized, this information now in the age of Aquarius. But there were those of us who had this information before the first flip phone came out, for God's sake. And it's like using our natural minds to decipher these things. You're probably one of them if you are our generation. We're almost like hybrid in the manner which we use AI now to speed up our learning, not to bypass our own natural learning, or to have some artificial intelligence imparted, because that's what religion is. We know religion has its own algorithms, right? And it describes, like I said about Venus earlier, being a goddess in the heavens and a great dragon, but she's also Tiamat, the wife of Anu in Enuma Elish, like you said in Anunnaki. From heaven to earth came, sky princes. All of that connects through the line of Enoch to Methuselah to Melchizedek and then Noah and Nimrod, Cush, and then to the line of people now, nations after tribes. But for those who don't understand, that's fine. But I like the way you've explored it there, because I didn't want to seem like an arse or a pig or evading your question, but because of, like, what you read there still kind of checks out what we're saying about the water, what the purpose they're used for. I did mention necromancy earlier as well, and life after death, and how they'd like to preserve the body in those states. For who though? And the who you just answered there. I'm happy to talk about the Anunnaki, but that was all before Akhenaten, who kind of converted it into an occult because of his wife said so.
So hang on, do you think that bodies were buried in the pyramids?
No. Imagine this though: if you were a servant, you had no choice. You were not in the pyramid. You got buried with. I'm still open to debate on where and how these things are all done. Like I said, I'm not absolute, but the main frame of the story that we get through all stories is a flood. But before all that, the creation of the heavens and the earth, the hosts of heaven, and how they preferred women through the line of, some mortals, and the development of some mortals compared to others. Call it hybridization and favoritism, but whatever you want. But like exploring that's fascinating to me, because some people plateau in certain levels. Challenge is good, but like when we understand the main framework, like National Geography, is that a source? No, because it's European really. And Smithsonian, I mentioned, they obviously cover up. And someone mentioned the Louvre museums earlier. That's good because it kind of shows us what's really going on, with the reoccupation of identity, the colonization of time and such.
Look, I think that when we're talking about Egypt, we have to also look at the Great Library of Alexandria, which had no colonial influence, and we also have to look at a country like Mali, right, who had the first university in the world.
Yeah,
and that is. And you are right, though, that there's been an element of African and black culture around the world and knowledge that's been suppressed, right?
Well, Mali Empire, like you just said.
Yeah. But the point of the whole thing is that we, especially on this channel, we go off evidence, right? And so one little thing about a pyramid is if you stick especially the pyramids of Giza, is if you stick a metal pole in the top of the pyramid, it'll shoot electricity out, right?
Yeah.
So maybe the purpose of and on top of that, under the pyramids, there is a huge reserve of mercury.
Have you seen this?
Yeah, I have.
Well, I've mentioned the Lazarus Pit earlier. See, what I do is mention things in speech which I know you to know already.
Yeah, and this is why I mentioned it, right?
Yeah.
So when you put mercury into an electromagnetic field, it becomes anti-gravitic, right, and starts generating its own energy. So it's possible that the purpose of the pyramids was to
Reanimate the
generate
dead.
it, or maybe send a signal.
That too. Multi-purpose. But just like a mountain, I was more, look, when someone asked me for proof, I'd say go look at a mountain. It's got snow at the top, because that's what I said. I said mountains first have. I gave descriptions of its natural thing that you can see: snow, grass, and even in the desert, if you see a peak, you will see. If you see any water, you're lucky. Your life, there's some life somewhere. But it depends on the mountain, doesn't it? But a mountain's supposed to do the same thing. It connects the Torah energy above it with the Torah energy below it, and it first naturally happens without artificial hands whatsoever. A pyramid is the complete opposite of that. It aims to artificially recreate for a purpose of life, yes, but in Egypt it was about reanimating the dead, obviously, to, if not automatons, which were around then, it was for recollecting your body after death if you were high enough. So some people got buried in circles out somewhere else in the oasis somewhere, just like little loads of circles, not really a grave, just a pot there for you to signify, and that pot will probably have some family symbol on those, or even your name. But like you said, some things have value. So 1,000 years from now, your pot could have value, maybe not have feelings attached to it. Someone might misinterpret it and say, oh my God, Nike Air, he's wearing Nike Airs Plus. He was his whole tribe, there was loads of them around the world, were Nike. These symbols have been found everywhere.
Oh, they followed the tribe of Nike.
Look, the snapbacks and everything. These people were obsessed. They're Kangs. They really were Kangs.
There's different sects of this Nike tribe. You've got the Air Max tribe. You've got the Air Max sect. Yeah.
Prove it, John. Prove it now.
You've got the TL4 sect with the shocks and all of that. I get all of that. I just think that we will never know really what the true purpose of all of that was. Me personally, I actually think they're a docking station. Right?
I agree with all of the above. But I think because I spoke so much, you guys thought that I was speaking absolute, like, it's just a pyramid for this reason. But no, it's all of the above you're mentioning about a docking station. But that's another layer, you see, where people may plateau at the pyramids. I don't plateau nowhere, because the mind's an ever-growing thing beyond the structures that we see.
Look, I 100% agree. And currently, I know this might give OTH a bit of a rev up, but my current thing is the Tartarians, right? There are people out there who say that they weren't real, and that that their society didn't exist.
What, North Rome, Tartaria, as opposed to South Rome, Barbaria?
No, proper Tartaria. But I think Tartaria stretched across the world. I think Tartaria was a worldwide civilization.
The key's in the name, innit? Tart, as in colour, tart, or tarty.
Well, I think when you have a look at some of the buildings around, it's impossible for us to have built these buildings, right? And I think that the whole mud flood concept, I think people think that it's about a whole river of mud coming in and engulfing everything. I don't think it's that. I think that they use sound frequencies.
Don't make me come in there,
Alfredo.
I know what you're up to, Alfredo.
But no, honestly, I'm honestly not up to anything. I have been looking into this quite deeply, right? We still can't build certain buildings around the world. Hence the reason why I was trying to build a pyramid out of Roman cement, right? How can Roman cement heal its own damage? And we don't have that technology.
Yeah, but how can the Louvre look like a triangle? Like, there's some people that's amazing enough. They've gone as far as the pyramid there, but it's not so much about the architecture of the outside. It's about what's going on inside the blasted things. And that's where you find a conglomeration of people, bodies, and boards who are linked to organization. It's more like it's like, it's a creature, isn't it? It's like, it's a system connected to like the roots of the earth underneath the tree are similar to the leaves and the branches above connected to the ethers or the Torah fields. So it's all the world is always about curves and spins and Torahs. I was even looking in the bath earlier in the morning, and when I took out the plug, and inevitably there's a plane, obviously the bath where you're sitting, and then it goes around and it goes down, and it's then when the funnels formed in that dimension, or dimensions formed there, 2D right there to 3D.
Well, you know what they say, right? That if you put water through a funnel, it actually clears water's memory, because water has memory.
I've never heard that one. I've
Yeah.
never heard that
So
one. I appreciate you giving me a nugget there of something that I learn something new every day.
So if you run water through a funnel, you clear its memory, but you can talk to water, and it'll retain information. And how is water one of the few the only substance on Earth that we know the ingredients of, but we can't make ourselves?
I tell you what, there's another one. But as you were just saying that, you see, like thinking about water still, and spins. You see the pyramid and the mountain, the way water moves from the spring and eventually becomes seas. In the body, the heart is such a thing. Yep, it's the vessels and the way that the heart wraps around in a Mobius strip, right? It forms a dimensional vortex where oxygenated blood becomes deoxygenated, right? The stripping of atoms, and then the adding of molecules and proteins and other genetic predetermined compounds. Now that all of that is in agreement. All of those 6 trillions of cells are in agreement to do that. That's what we call a state or an organization, isn't it? Really. So just the same way the pyramid mirrors the mountain, a business organization or a business market economy mirrors the internal man's systems of his body, endocrine system, respiratory, all of that. And you understand this more when you look from above, an aerial view of a city or a microchip on your remote control device for your TV. Built the same.
Say hello to Yorkshire, who's come up as well.
Oh, Yorkshire.
Hello, Yorkshire.
Hello, Yorkshire. Well, you know what they say. Microcosm is macrocosm, right? So when you have a look at the branches of a tree, what does a tree do? A tree converts into oxygen, right? It takes what is it? Carbon monoxide and turns it into oxygen, right? And if you have a look at your lungs have this exactly the same structure, right? And if you have a look at the mycelium that connects trees and connects everything in the ground, it resembles the same shape as your veins. So I think we are very, very closely interconnected with the Earth, and a easy way to tell that is you have a look when they what do they call it? Daylight saving. When they do daylight saving, right?
Yeah.
Heart attacks go up 25% when daylight saving comes in, and then heart attacks drop off 25% when daylight saving ends. That's how closely connected we are to the Earth. But we've been forced away from that concept. We've been forced into the concept that we are a body, that we're just a body, that we're not a soul with a body. And this is why I mention the Library of Alexandria, is because one of the first signs you see when you go in, it says "Know thyself," right? And to know thyself means to accept that you are a soul without a body, or with a body, sorry. And the way that you can do that is if you close your eyes and you think about a time in the past, you can see that time in your head, but you can't see it with your eyes, right? Or if you close your mouth, but you say a word in your head, you can hear it, but nobody said it. There's no actual sound frequency. So there is something else that's alive within us, apart from our body. And knowing that, and accepting that, I think is the key to gaining that knowledge and gaining that knowledge to ascend.
Alfredo, that's where I'm at. And it's a bit like Napoleon Hill. even though he's a Jesuit. It's a bit like Napoleon Hill with the inner concepts of discipline. Really, there I could look at 7 Hermetic principles or the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, which are apparently founded before him, long before him. You know, be a Gnostic theologian myself, be a physician myself, or as a Hippocrates, once said, a man who is not his own physician is a fool. So if in a society of the NHS, how many fools thereof? You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's and if we're a reflection of each other, even the things we dislike in each other, like we like things that are good in each other. That's why we say hi to the people that are upright and housed. But around the homeless, people shuffle past and have the walk on by attitude. And these are choices, moral choices. And you know what happens? I understand these things, and you can't ask me to prove it. But I understand the dark psychologies and spaces where all of the world's iniquity gathers into one place somewhere, because nothing is ever truly destroyed. Call it making a jinn or making a bad spirit if you want, or a demon. But it's there ready to reach a climax, as much as everyone's joy. Now, when everyone explodes in joy, what happens? Laughter, laughing over each other and smiles, glee and togetherness. But if it's not that, and it's the explosion of the opposite of joy, there is a polar opposite, and it has its time. And accepting these things also, the goddess of destruction as well as the goddess of fertility, as it was described before Abrahamic religions. And there's no point asking for proof, because thousands of years people lived. And it's like, we have to be, I like to try and be the proof of the humilities now, of the love now, and of the sharing of the conscious spaces, and the opposite of the oppressor. Because too often people have resembled the oppressor because they live within the Rothschild education, employment, retirement, military systems, and healthcare systems as well. And the Rothschilds reach back at least 4,000 years, and they've changed their names many times through the Ottoman, Byzantine, Roman, German. They probably invaded the first Phoenicians and Galatians, and because we can find out who the other people are, who we are. We could actually find out our roots, but it's them who want to remain preserved regardless, and inbreed. And since Akhenaten's time and Tutankhamun's dad, that's his son there. So if that's 4,000 years ago, at the end of those kingdoms and the start of Alexander, it's not the greatest library that has ever been created. Blah, blah, blah. It's an accumulation of what Kemet had. I say when Alexander moved in and defeated Darius of Persia, who once ruled more than Rome and Greece in this time, when he removed him, he married a Cleopatra, not the, but a Cleopatra, the ninth one, in fact. By then, he didn't really know the customs of Egypt, so he married a royal whore, really, unfortunately, because that's what a Cleopatra was. It wasn't an Isis or a Nefertiti. Nefertiti, for example, was the wife of Akhenaten, the empress, the consort, sorry. She introduced husbandry, made him her husband. That's where we get him from, His Royal Majesty, the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. So where in history do we hear that name used again for other colonial purposes, perhaps? And yeah, you're right to pull me up and challenge me about words like, that seem absolute, because it's really a perhaps and maybe. And well, if Columbus wasn't real, never mind Jesus and the rest of it, if Columbus wasn't real, what does that mean for everyone else's, nation state society and its constitution and corporate fiction? Do they need a devil and a boogeyman?
Well, you can't have good without evil, firstly, right? I don't
You
think
can't
you
have
can.
credit without debt, can you?
This is very true. This is why I write off all my own debts. And it drives the creditors crazy because they can't understand how I write debt off, right? But the fact is, if it's in my name, I own it. So it's actually my asset, right? And they can't get their head around the concept. I worked as a debt collector for years, so I've worked on this concept for a while, right? Yeah. But you are right. And you have a look at the concept of usury around the world.
The IMF.
Yep, 100%. Usury was banned in so many countries around the world because they knew that it was always going to create disparity between people. And the purchasing of breeding rights to royalty or people in the upper echelons has allowed that influence to take place. And this is why we're now in we're no longer in an asset-based society, we're in a debt-based society, because you don't need chains to keep slaves on a plantation anymore. And this is where we're all at.
You need
So,
ballots, not bullets.
well, look, the thing is, we are all oppressors, if you think about it, because there's nothing that we don't do in civilized society, and I say that in air quotes, that doesn't oppress somebody somewhere. I mean, the phones that we're talking on, somebody had to be oppressed in order to get the rare earth minerals for the phones that we use, right?
Yeah. But the
Every
consumer
time
attitude is the first thing to resist that truth there.
But how do you resist it when you're part of it?
The devil won't resist that truth. He'll allow it to be. Yeah, it's true. Whereas humans will be like, nah, it's not me liking this McDonald's, is it? That's causing McDonaldization in society.
It's funny you mentioned that. I am so off McDonald's. I've been off McDonald's for years, right? And people used to laugh at me when I used to say that it's made from meat other than cows.
Burger made a killing the other day in the stock market, beyond meat, you know.
But you look at the straight numbers. You can't produce that many burgers when there isn't that much cattle on the planet to be able to do that.
That's true.
Right? That meat's got to be coming from somewhere. And if you read the Secret Covenant, they talk about getting people to engage in practices that stop them from ascending. And one of those practices is to eat flesh that is not flesh that you're meant to be eating.
Well, you see, the barbarians used to do that, not the Tartarians, but mind you, when the Greeks and Romans invaded the Tartarians, they would call them barbarians and put them in the south and take their customs and live them in the north. So everywhere, like to this modern day, when we see NATO invade somebody, they still keep their powerhouses in the north of the realm. You know what I'm saying? The financial capitals in north of the what they call global north. Global south, where Sudan is, where the developing nations are so-called. Really, that's where it all started. If you go back to the old world where these pyramids were, and were doing their most when energy was at its highest. When energy was at its highest, that's when European didn't exist. When energy was at its lowest, that's when we have Alexander defeat Darius, and then European nations rise because they inherit the divine right of kings to rule. How did they get the divine right? By marrying through the women. And how you can question, how did they exist, create themselves to then say they want wives to marry and invade? Well, in fact, I tried to figure this one out, ladies and gentlemen. It was the children of Akhenaten. So you got Tutankhamun, obviously, but then you had Anaxunamun, the sister wife of Tutankhamun, and Scotia, who's one of the wives, princesses as well. She becomes Scotland later on. So when she married out, or whatnot, or like was often the custom, if you weren't married to your own relative in the royal household, the blue bloods, you would be anything else was seen as bastardized, and outside of that, you were commoner, or you were, somebody else, some other name subject, just certainly not royal and blue blood. So it's like Prince Andrew the other day losing his royal titles. You could say that would happen to Scotia, and the females. And those females end up being the husbands, the wives or consorts or concubines or prostitutes of men in the Abrahamic religions. That's how much I figured out, anyway.
See, I think so much of this comes down to people about or people not getting the true grasp of the secret covenant, because they before the elites do anything, they've got to tell you about it. And if you don't do anything about it, then you're agreeing to it, right? So this is why they've been pinching our rights slowly, right? And they talk specifically about keeping the bloodlines pure and not mixing with the commoners. Yeah, and I think there's a reason that we don't understand for that. Right? I think that they're keeping the bloodlines pure. Because there is some sort of, I hate to say it like this, but there is some sort of extraterrestrial connection.
But extraterrestrials can't procreate, which is, imagine, in the whole Abrahamic religion, there's no female angels in heaven, would there be? There are more female gods in the Greek pantheon and the Roman pantheon, clearly put, and they create humanity, like Perseus, who cuts off the head of or Jason and the Argonauts, the one who cuts off the head of Medusa, for example, in their depiction. But all of those gods, Zeus, Orion, all that, they're thunder gods like Yahweh of the Sumerian and Canaanites. And they're all thunder gods, the sky princes of the Anunnaki. So you have demons who become, or fallen gods who become demons, who become angels in the Abrahamic religion, all in chronological order as we fall from Enoch to Methuselah, Melchizedek to Abraham, and then Noah, and so on and so forth, until from tribes till nations, coming out of Babylon, Uruk, which is modern day Iraq. So temples and synagogues and pyramids are different, but they serve the same law of polarity purpose to create Torah, like the Merkaba black stone, creates Torah energy of conscious, emotive thought around it, historical, sentimental energy, like Monsters Inc. You can get more than a scream's worth there.
Oh, you be careful about talking about that. Be careful about talking about that, right? I'm only saying that I know where you're going with that, right? And that is one way to get a TikTok shut down so quickly if you mention that A word, right?
On the final freaking humanitarian boss, baby. We should not be mutinied.
Trust me, I don't, and I certainly don't want to do it on this channel, right?
I know you.
I think we both know what you're talking about, and well, OTH, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, do you know about Monsters Inc., right?
So funny enough, when I was at school, I've been researching for years. I did hear that the elites feed off of our fear, and I wasn't sure back then because obviously I was young. But there may be something to it.
They feed everything.
100%. If you watch a movie called Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with Johnny Depp and Benicio del Toro, right? It's the story of Johnny Depp, who's a journalist, and Benicio del Toro is his lawyer, and they go have this wild weekend, and the weekend ends with them taking this particular substance, and it has come about through that fear element, right? And you see what happens to them. Now, if the fear that you're talking about is a very, very, very much a real thing, and this is why I think that there are a lot of people who disappear around the world and are never found. Yes.
But it's about 4 types of fear, though, because there's also fear that enables you to score the final penalty in a World Cup, or that enables Mike Tyson to face Galata. Fear can enable you to overcome things, or ego even, like David and Goliath. And God talks about fearing the Lord leads to wisdom. What kind of fear is that? Is like obedience and to command. That is a Hermetic principle itself, sneaked into the Bible. And many Gnosticisms are snuck into the Bible and clearly written out, and they're even talked against Gnostic theologians who would study other than the Jewish rabbis' interpretations in the book. Because even Jesus spake against he said, look, they're prostitutes. She's washing my feet, leave her alone. Cast the first stone if you're a bad boy. Go on. if you ain't done nothing wrong. If you ain't sinned. So like all of us have fell short, obviously, of the master's creations to actually create a tree in the first place, or everything that was created before humans were created on the 6th day. We are the last thing to be created. Males and females were already created. The fall of heaven's already created. The hosts of heaven. Proof for all of that is exactly what we don't have and won't get. It's a condition of remembering and forgetting, being part of being immortal in the short space of time we have. Even if we add up all the hairs together, we've only lived but a few winters.
I think this is why resets. Excuse me. This is why resets happen. right, is to break that cycle of what do they call it? Genetic memory, right?
Yeah.
Because they say that you carry 28 generations of family in your
Genome.
blood,
Hmm.
right? And I understand that concept completely, because I don't know how else to explain it, but I have in the past,
Hmm.
I have heard the forgotten whispers of my forefathers telling me to do stuff, right? But I just think that if they keep resetting people, then you lose all of that knowledge over time. And I bring it back to the Roman cement. How are they able to make something that we can't make now?
Well, firstly, they've got a great library now. And you said that they will lose things. Yeah, it used to be true. When a man passes away, the 1,000 books he read passes with him, unless he's passed. Someone else will have to read those 1,000 books now. So books serve a purpose to those who forget anyway, lest we forget. But for those who always remember, you'd have to cause them to forget, and that's where violence and operant conditioning comes in, or even classical conditioning, which is the same, really, but just an advanced version of a model, where you need to turn. You said it earlier, turn habit or turn one event into a habit, and then to a routine, and then to a culture, because you've cultivated it over time. So anyone who says they've got a culture, well, you weren't born with it. So what date exactly was it cultivated into your existence? Some people are born in human rights vacuums, like Sudan right now, on the other side of the world. Sudan right now used to be called Nubia and Kush in the Bible, for example. So how much do we know about the history of attrition, ethnic cleansing, G-sides that have happened there? We already know that Jerusalem's been sacked 72 times since Abraham's been promised, your nations are going to inherit lands. But before Abraham, we had Melchizedek attached to that older Enochian order, which would have existed around or predated Akhenaten's time. What's interesting is if you research Akhenaten and the pharaohs and try and contrast it to the Abrahamic religion's Bible or the Torah, for example, although they mention pharaohs, and they'll mention Tutmosis and Ramesses in some parts, perhaps, you'll struggle to find an absolute connection, because it's loosely designed or redesigned by scribes and Pharisees and Sadducees, who basically are described, if it's Tartaria and Berberia. Sadducees and Pharisees would be the Arab and the North African from the north, where all the exact law of Saturn would be, the old black cube of Saturn, which dealt with law and money, and just like demonology, a demon, if you spill some seeds or some sand, it just has to count every single one, which is why the 36 seals of Solomon, when he had his demonology, and he was dealing with his seal, his rings, that's the power given by the Almighty through the line of Melchizedek and the priest kings of Salem there, which predates Abraham, obviously. So some of Jerusalem or some of Israel, you'll see throughout the book, God's people, not the modern one, they would swing between the iniquity of Sodom and Gomorrah, and where they participate too, and the Moloch worship and Marduk worship, and all the other paganism, which is why I'm reading the Apocrypha of Abraham and how he dealt with the idols that his father Nahor would be into. Like I said, from generation to generation, pyramids either get built or not in some parts of the north, or certain ideologies get practiced, like monotheisms or no idol worship whatsoever, including pyramids. In fact, Abraham, through the line of Moses, Abraham's ideology through the line of Moses left out of that Babylon Uruk and out of that Pharaoh's household, and God left him behind with what? Water, after Moses parted the sea with a staff. I'm likely to think that it wasn't a staff, it was a device of some sort, where it had perhaps electric or electromagnetic properties to it.
So I think just on that point, there's been some discussion in the chat about time, right? Whether time's real or whether time's a man-made construct, right? What if time is just an electromagnetic frequency, just like our thoughts are an electromagnetic frequency, right? So if that's the case, and time goes on, let's say time is a magnetoelectric frequency, that would mean that our thoughts also go on forever, because we are magnetoelectric beings, right?
Yeah,
And
the mind is
you
the
are
only
right.
expanding thing.
But you think about it, when you have a thought, it's not like that thought just stays in your head. That thought goes out to the universe, and that's been proven.
But you shape
that
it though. You shape it. No thought comes in and leaves exactly the same way. It comes in some way through thoughts of waves and all that, and experiences and suggestion and speech and all that and symbol. But then we either, for example, you don't remember the socks you were wearing when you were 12 years old, right? It's deemed insignificant by the social others, even if on that day someone said, "Oh, what lovely socks." Now you'd certainly remember them if there was a flashbulb memory, and that's what Dr. Siegel describes as an event that, like a car crash, with smashed glass and sounds and smells. These experiences suddenly thrust upon thee, not trained, not an experience of like habit or culture. Just, it bypasses your short-term your coding of your eyes and your senses, and your working memory model, which is your short-term, medium, and long-term memory. And your hippocampus basically is bypassed, and perhaps your pineal gland, whatever that does, and it finds a way into your long-term memory, which is why if you've had a major accident or a trauma when you were younger, and you still remember when you were 40 years old or you're an adult, it's because it was basically a flashbulb event, a car crash event of some sort. I don't mean it was a literal car crash, but if it was a car crash, we'll certainly remember that. You might not remember all your socks because certain things are more important, like immortality.
Yeah, no, I agree
rather
with
than
that.
morality.
But trauma actually shrinks your hippocampus, so you lose memory as well, right? But you can also, with enough oxytocin, you can actually rebuild your hippocampus. So your brain is a dynamic thing. It's not a static thing, right?
Yeah.
So and also I think a huge part of it depends on what happens to you when you're a baby. Right? I know this sounds weird.
The electroplasticity of the brain's growth, you mean?
Yeah, the neuroplasticity of growth, right?
That's the one, neuro, not electro, sorry. Yeah.
And because they say that if your mother stares at you and looks into your eyes as a baby, you create something like 200 million neurons a second or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
Right? So, when for example,
it's like booting up a computer. It's like booting up a computer.
But for example, let's say there's some sort of cataclysmic event where you're taken from your mother. You lose all of that ability to have that as your operating system. To have all of those neurons.
Wow, give me a second. Space, so right? that means at the time of Moses after the Exodus, when the Israelites are coming out and they were murmuring and stuff, God said he hid his face from them eventually. And because they turned their back on him with their iniquity, God hid his face from them. So that would mean, imagine if humans were created before the fall of the Garden of Eden, and we eternally fixed upon the father and mother, because it wasn't just a father. I have a hard time thinking it was just a father. There is a father, but there was obviously mother as well. Imagine this though: humans were created apparently. Adam and Eve, if we take an Adam and Eve story, which we don't have to take absolutely right now, we could say it had 3 wives, the Elitu, Lilith and Eve. The different children, but definitely the eyes fixed upon they were created as adults. They weren't born, by the way. They were created from the fires, from the elements as adults, knowing, the choice for the Eve and Adam to go and get the tree of life. That links to the story of Tiamat and Ansu and Enlil and Enki with the tree there. You know what I'm saying? So there's some sort of truth in a sort of divine connection with and a tree type connection, a fruit of a tree. And if we are what are we the fruit of exactly? We can't just say we're the fruit of one Father God, some trinity of masculinity, and there's no divine connection. What the hell's with this reaction, No, female
If I
divine
can,
connection.
if I
Sorry.
can interrupt,
Yeah, sorry, go on.
you keep referring to your God and the Bible and stories in the Bible. I just wondered whether it would be a good idea for OTH to come in
I don't
and
have a God, sorry.
explain to him. You
I
don't
don't have
have
a
a
God.
God or a religion.
I'm a
Well,
Hinduistic person. That means not monotheistic or polytheistic. It means I'm aware of all the energies and gods, but I don't, I prescribe to
right.
one, if anything, above all. That's why I can talk about all of these religions into chronological order.
You're not talking in chronological
All
order.
right,
You're
thanks.
conflating things all over the place.
That's fine. You
I
can
would
put
like
your
to
request.
ask,
You can put your query in the comments box or in an email. Get back to you in 6 weeks with that one.
excuse me, do not be disrespectful, or I will drop box you so fast and block you from
Right,
this
ego for
live.
ego. I've done
This
my part
is
today. It's been
the
fun.
host live. I think
It's
it
been
would be
fun.
a good idea, as you have had a platform for quite a while now, to ask OTH
We've been
to
engaging well, actually, J&J.
explain. I know,
Hang on.
I still don't take
I'm okay to go.
disrespect,
It's okay.
Alfredo.
I'll leave. Let me leave with dignity, and that'll be fine. You don't need to please me.
Because
I'll be fine, Jay.
Would you let Jane speak,
No,
please?
I'm gonna go.
Stop.
I'm gonna go now, Kenny.
Kenny, can you not read either?
Oh,
Are you serious?
I'm gonna go. If you let me go with dignity, that'd be great.
No, I'm going to let you go now.
thank you,
Jesus
Kerry. I just
Christ. Doesn't
felt
even, can he not even read my name? It's 2 R's, it's not 2 N's.
yeah. So
Disrespectful. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that's fine,
I would
Kerry. I
agree.
was just feeling that OTH should perhaps explain what it says in the Sumerian tablets because he's going on about angels, gods, keeps referring to the Bible, which obviously is an older copy of what's in the, and how Homo sapiens were made. I just thought it might be a good idea because it was meandering off, fairly interesting in places, but quite difficult to keep up with the meandering. So I was just trying to bring OTH back in, really.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I mean, I don't understand, but the disrespect
I,
to butcher my name was
yeah,
just ridiculous. So, yes,
Yeah,
I do have an ego. I'm sorry.
Citizen, I was about to say that it was interesting talking to you, but the one thing you cannot do is you cannot disrespect the mods in this room, because we have learnt together, and we have worked together for a number of years, and the thing that we won't tolerate is either disrespect to other mods or disrespect to the host, and it would have been nice to hear OTH's take on that, because he's very, very exceptionally well versed in this area. And it would have been good to hear. And but the one thing that we can't do is we don't do disrespect in this room.
we don't snipe in the chat either.
I for a second, where is the host? I think the host has fallen asleep. To tell you the truth.
I was really interested on several occasions. I was being respectful by not interrupting, but because it just kept meandering, I wanted to bring it back to the Anunnaki and how monotheism and everything else came about rather than quoting modern stories. And we never did get the answer on the pyramids.
Citizen X, it's not that Kerry or Jane can't converse on this topic. They are both very, very knowledgeable and both very eloquent when it comes to this. I think they were just affording you an opportunity to talk.
That's what we were doing.
Yes, and I was affording Alfredo the opportunity to converse with you because you two seem to have a very good rapport going. And I'll be honest, when Jane was speaking, you talked over her every single time. When I observe stuff like that, there's no point in me chiming in because you're going to do the same to me, and then it's going to end up being what it was. It just would have happened a lot sooner.
Still sniping in the chat. I will give OTH the last say on what happens here.
I am here.
Oh, he drifted off.
No,
Oh,
no, no.
he had
I
a
was listening.
cap.
No, the reason why I didn't cut in is because the whole point is today we was going to let people up, so that was what my plan was, just to let people talk. But the problem with me is, as soon as someone says something that I would disagree with, or have evidence to prove different, I would normally fixate on that one thing and get them to but because the person was sort of going through many different things all at once, I thought, well, I'll just, I'm not going to keep stopping him saying, oh, where's this, where's that. So I thought I'd just let him continue on. But obviously, Jane at one point did want evidence on stuff. But yeah, obviously, there's things that he said that I would disagree with, and things that I've obviously got evidence that contradict what he said. But I wasn't going to stop him from talking. It was interesting. There was some, as someone said, there was some interesting things there that was said. It's just a shame that I think this is no disrespect to anyone, but sometimes there's people out there that will jump from one subject to another very quickly, which is a worry to me, because it means I don't think they've got much more information on that particular subject. So they skirt along and go very fast on different bits, as opposed to nailing down the one section, which is what I try and do. So that's the reason why I let the gentleman carry on, because I would have probably tried to fixate on each point, and it would have just dragged on probably. So that's why I didn't jump in.
Well, to be fair, that's what I do, because I've got very little knowledge, and I just skirt around topics and try to avoid anything that requires real substance. But but I do think that there are people out there who do that without realizing, or sometimes they've got a religious bone that they have to pick with people, right? And I think we've discussed at length on this channel that sometimes, based on evidence, that religion's not the most reliable thing to rely on, let's say.
Yeah.
And
no,
especially if there's a group of people who've been around for 4,000 years, that's a lot of time to manipulate history.
Yeah.
So may I request being allowed to do an executive order, please?
As far as I'm concerned, the mods own this channel, so you do whatever you need to do with whatever you want to do.
Kerry Alfredo in agreement?
Yes.
After his last comment directed at me, if you're reading it right now, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In view of the fact
People,
we had a nice conversation, which obviously we respectfully didn't interrupt. I just didn't want to be totally disrespectful, but he has been completely disrespectful since he's been back in the chat. So thank you, OTH.
Like I say, I've always said this is your channel just as much as mine. So I have said that, haven't I, Kerry, over and over, that whatever you guys want to do, you do. I'm never ever gonna say no, or you was wrong, or you shouldn't have done that. Whatever you want to do, you do.
Yeah, you've said that 100 times, and I always respond to you back, no, it's your channel. But I do appreciate you allowing us to kind of set the rules for how we want the mods to, take care of things, and we all are in agreement on that. It goes really well. So I really appreciate that.
I kind of see it as I just talk and you run the show. So if it's your show, really.
Pigaline, you don't need to talk about me. That's fine.
No, you didn't hear the Anunnaki.
Oh gosh.
Hank, just out of interest, what is this is the second time that you've mentioned it. What is the Urantia book? Does anybody know about that?
I've not heard of that before. No, I'm just going to reply to Kev, because I don't know if Kev's talking about my book, but someone that bought a copy of it has read some of it and was telling us today they're enjoying it. It's very got good information. Blah, blah, couldn't praise it enough really. So it's fantastic that if that's what you're referring to, that particular book, the new ones that I've just done.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The ice cream truck was going down the street. We still have those. The Urantia book says that it's a revelation from celestial beings that present enlarged concepts and advanced truth to unite religion, science, and philosophy.
Ooh.
Sorry, say
sounds
that
a little
again.
one-
So
sounds a little one world government.
what was it? So could you start that beginning part again?
It says that it's a new revelation from celestial beings that present enlarged concepts and advanced truth to unite religion, science, and philosophy.
So straight away, my first thought is celestial beings getting involved in religion, which is, as you know, we all know, it's a sort of a not correct thing. It's just whatever God was around, whatever Anunnaki was around. So I would struggle with that book straight away because it's assuming that religion is a correct thing. I mean, you've got, how far do you go? The Mormons with the one guy that made it up, Abraham, Muhammad. Where does it stop? This flying spaghetti monster, the Jedi. What religion? So I think whatever that book is probably a bit of a crap thing.
Does that not sound like very, very much the outcome of Project Bluebeam? To unite all of the religions?
Oh, you
and
mean
prevent-
one world order type thing? Yeah, it does. Yeah, I see what you mean. One world currency and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan, right? Is to unite all of these religions and make everything one. And it has no author. So who are the celestial beings who wrote it then? And how did they get it to a publisher?
It says that, well, there is no author, but I struggle with the very first parts of celestial beings. I can't get there. Sorry.
No, that's
To
fine.
be fair, there was no author for the Georgia Guidestones, but somebody clearly wrote them.
Yeah.
I
mean, there was a name, but everyone said it was an acronym for Rosicrucian.
Okay, what it says is the claimed authors are a council of celestial beings, including angels, super angels, and other spiritual entities. There was human involvement by a Dr. William S. Sadler and his wife, and a group called the Forum, that were the ones who transcribed and compiled the text. Don't we have another book? Oh, The Law of One. That's kind of what it sounds like.
No.
Do you say the Forum?
Yeah.
There's a group called the Forum who are the elite of the elite when it comes to one world government.
Yeah, it just says that by this doctor and his wife and a group called the Forum.
Obviously, where it mentioned angels, from my research, especially if you read my new book, which I've added more evidence that angels were just the Anunnaki, or humans on behalf of the Anunnaki. So when someone says about angels, obviously we don't have angels anymore because the Anunnaki don't need messengers anymore. So that's why we don't have them. So I wouldn't trust the book.
Yeah, I'm finding more. It says that it was supposedly dictated to an unnamed human subject in a trance-like state by celestial beings between 1924 and 1955. And the messages were transcribed by this Dr. Sadler, who's a psychiatrist.
I know the medium. His name's Bashar.
Yeah. I would put it in that box. with Bashar and the Law of One, because it's kind of like that, I guess. That's how I'm taking it.
I couldn't help myself. Sorry. Yeah, I'm always skeptical when you hear stuff like that, because how do you know you're not listening to the rantings of a paranoid schizophrenic?
We
Exactly.
just are right now. Sorry, Alfred.
Oh,
I'm joking. I'm
wow.
joking. I'm joking.
Wow.
That was because you talk bad about my Jeep. And you know, Jane owns a Jeep too, so, you know, stop picking on just me.
Look, I have nightmares about Jeeps now.
Look, I was about to compliment OTH on
I was only joking. Sorry, I couldn't
no
resist.
on the segue for his shameless plug of his book. It was very nicely done.
Thank you.
But like I said, I have trouble with that because if there's no author to it, then all of these different angels and all these sort of things, how are they all speaking the same language?
Yeah.
It says here the great cult mystery, and they are referred to as a cult, although they do not like to be referred to as a cult. So it's a spiritualist movement, apparently, for personal growth. That helps with that book.
Has it sold many copies? Do you know?
Well, they've got quite a few books other than that one, apparently, but that's sort of like the main one. Oh, I don't know, how does it say? It was done, Illinois, United States, sometime between 1924 and 55. Doesn't say. Hasn't got it's got a 4.4 rating. Mind you, it's only got 138 ratings.
I've never heard of this book before.
They try to say it's not a cult in the negative meaning of the word. We have no leader, no middleman between us and God except Jesus, no church and all the rest of it. So, but it does say a cult was born, divinely authored, continue to grow. Only wicked skeptics would listen to the rooms that more humans were encouraged to contribute. Yeah, so
Would you guys hate?
got a bit and an iffy background.
Would you guys hate me if next year I made up a book very similar to that and pretended that it was written 500 years ago and that someone's just translated it now?
No, I think
It
that would
would
be
probably
wonderful.
sell. Yeah, it would
Yeah, that's
probably
lovely.
sell. People would, yeah.
Because I've learned that as you've seen, I've done video tests where I just make up crap and they get shared more than anything else that I do. So
No, I have noticed how fast stuff flies around TikTok. I heard a really weird story from a flat earther, and then literally within 3 days, I heard it a second time, and I've heard it again since then, and it was so bizarre. They said explain the solar eclipse, and apparently it was a black sun that comes out of a hole in Antarctica that we made that comes up and covers the sun. And believe it or not, I've now heard this explanation. I heard it the once, and now I'm hearing it in varying places. So it is bizarre how things spread on TikTok. And
So what are you saying, Jane? Are you saying that there is no firmament?
sit down, Alfredo.
I had to do it.
I did not miss your little dig at the polar shifts. I was like, oh dear, never mind. Right. Yes,
Look,
I think it would be a good idea, sir. I think it could be
but do
quite
you not?
fun.
okay,
Who is Yorkshire UFO? Well, that's a question for the ages. I think you'll find. Who is Yorkshire UFO? Yorkshire, come up and have a chat.
Well,
Don't
they're
be
on.
shy.
Yorkshire
Don't.
They
UFO, are
just
you there?
Pickle line. Is it still echoing for me? Who's
I
got the
just read what
birds?
JT wrote. Very clever, JT. I like that. He said, "Tell your kids when the music is playing in the ice cream truck, it means they're sold out."
I actually used to tell my children that.
Did you?
Seriously. Yes. Oh dear, it's ringing the bell. That means it's all sold out already, but he has to complete his
Oh,
round. I know.
Jane.
Wicked. Wicked. Wicked parents. But it
Oh,
worked.
I've heard you say some terrible things, but my word, wow.
I know. It was okay. I used to say that just raid the freezer. Just raid the freezer. It's all good. Just raid the freezer.
Alfredo,
Look,
my opinion of Jane now has totally changed.
hasn't it just?
I know.
I always knew she was a 007. I knew she was cold-hearted, but wow, that's a whole other world. That's interesting. When your mic is muted, no, but when the Kerry, you might have to hop out of the Jeep to have this discussion.
I'm not in the Jeep. I actually put in headphones to see if it would be any better, but I don't think it is. Sorry. I don't know how to stop the echo. Is
No, you're not
anybody else
echoing for
hearing
me. No, you're not echoing for me. Pigaline, are you in a cave? Is that where the echo is coming from?
I can't hear
No?
you echoing, Kerry.
Huh. Because I don't normally have an
No.
echo. I think out of all the times I've ever been online, I've never had one until today.
It might be me.
She says it's better now. Okay, good. Oh, you're going to hear the ice cream truck again.
Oh, bloody thing teasing us, isn't it? It's got no ice cream in it.
Between Kerry's ice cream truck and OTH's ambulances or
I
Yeah.
police cars.
know. Which one's
Yeah.
more annoying, the ice cream truck or the ambulance?
I don't know
Can
where.
you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it clear as day.
Yeah, it was right outside my house. It was
Own
at the
up,
front.
Kerry. You've gone out there to get an ice cream. Come on.
No, 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 no.
That's why you're echoing. You're outside getting an ice cream.
No.
Kevin's craving a 99. Do you have 99s where you are? Kerry,
A
do you know
90?
what 99 is?
No.
No,
What's
I
a
do
99?
not.
Okay, it's not sexual before you start thinking that. I know what you two are like. Um, so a
It would be
99
Alfredo, not me.
is really it's just basically a cone, ice cream, and a flake. And if you're lucky, you get some nuts and some juice. That's it. So it's nothing special. And then you have the
Ice cream.
witch's hat where you would have another cone stuck on it as well at the top.
No.
Never
We
heard of
don't get
that.
we don't get that in Australia. It's just too bloody hot most of the time. Mind you though, we are having an exceptionally cold spell at the moment, and I think that our weather's being modified so badly. Like it really, really is. I saw the other day in Christchurch, which is now it's almost midsummer in Christchurch. They were having snow midsummer. You know,
Mm.
and it's been unusually cold here, like 10 degrees, and you know, it's very much not normal at all. Hello, Pigaline. Am I
Hello.
saying that? Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Piggeline is an ice lolly that you can buy on the ice cream truck. Our true history. I have a question. There's something in Sweden that is called dolmen, which is the same age as the first parts of the Stonehenge, and it's built the same way. Only in smaller sizes, and it's burial tombs. Do you know anything about that?
I have heard the name. I would need to refresh my memory and probably do a little bit of research on it. Are there definitely? I know I sound like I'm being rude here, but are there definitely um, you know definitely things buried? Because as you know, people say that the pyramids were tombs, and of course there was no one ever buried
Yeah,
in them.
they have found skeletons and artifacts and everything there. So and there is not just one; there is like plenty of them there. So and they are in plain sight, just like Stonehenge. So you can see them, but they have been digging and they have found. So they know for a fact that it is burial grounds, but they also say like it's like a portal between two dimensions.
Yeah, we get a lot of people saying that about Stonehenge, but obviously no one's. I mean, there has been some stories in the papers where they say, "Oh, someone went to Stonehenge and disappeared, and they've never been found since." But they're just sort of stories. So I don't know whether that's. I could you remind me in the background in a DM to look into that, because I'd love to look into it a little bit more than I don't really know much of it, of your dolmen.
I'm just interested in the connection because they are built the same way.
So is it a
And
calendar? Is it sort of stones on top of stones with?
there's that's like megalithic stones, and then the flat stones on top.
I think they call them a lintel, didn't they?
So they exactly built the same way, and they are from the same. They are built at the same time.
So what we've found recently, or what mainstream's found recently, is that underneath the Great Pyramid, not Great Pyramid, the Stonehenge, they found workers' tools and workers' stations. So in other words, where people would have been working on something. Now, logically, if you're going to bring a stone over, you would cut it to size where 60 miles away, instead of carrying the excess, unless it's really easy to move stones, which obviously it's not. So the logical thing would be, why would you need workers there? And if you watch my documentary on Stonehenge, you'll see that not too far was a flint mine. And you'll find not too far from Adam's calendar, there's another mine, and so on. Basically, everywhere that there's a henge, there's a mine. So have a look online, see if you can find whether there's an ancient mine nearby, and you will then find that the skeletons and the tools and stuff or the artifacts that's been found, more than likely were the workers for the mines, and they seem to put they seem to build these henges over where the workers, they're where they stayed. Basically, it's what seems to be the case. So have a look and see if you can find any ancient mines nearby.
Yeah, I will go and have a look on that. And also it makes me think about what was the land called between that connected Scandinavia to UK and France? Doggerland? No. What was it called?
Anyone?
Duana Land?
No. It's underwater right now. Because back in the days, UK was not an island.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know the.
I think it's called Doggerland. Let me have a look.
Doggerland is where the North Sea is. Can you believe Australia had the same set of monolithic stones in arrangement, and that was bigger than Stonehenge, and the Australian government knocked it down
Did they?
and destroyed it.
Yeah, it is Doggerland that connected United Kingdom to the rest of Europe. So I wonder if that connection has something to do with all the like things that they have found that are similar to Stonehenge.
Yeah, I mean, depends on how far back, but how many people will be able to make boats back then? 4,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, to cross channels and stuff like that. So more than likely, I mean, the Maui statues seem to have been there from my research before the Great Flood. So again, that's now just an island. So technically, England's just an island, but before the flood, it wouldn't have been. So yeah, I do think people certainly probably walked around. I mean, they had 300,000 years, give or take. I'm saying when they first was created to wander off. So that's quite a long time for different people to move around different settlements. So yeah, that makes sense. But
They also say that Easter Island is also has a land bridge, which is the direction in which the Maui face, but it's now underwater as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's a Maui statue as well that's actually under the ocean.
But then there should be a lot of cities and things in Doggerland.
Well, it depends on whether people actually built cities or anything like that, or settlements. And I mean, there may be underneath the ocean, as you say, there may have been settlements there as well. But I've not heard anything. But I've not really looked. But it makes an interesting point, because I mean, there was the Black Sea was before it got flooded over with the Great Flood. It was a lake, and the settlements all around it, and they found the evidence that it was a lake and settlements at the bottom of the Black Sea. So, the same thing could have happened with Doggerland. Oh, we lost everyone. Everyone's just muted themselves.
No. Look, it makes absolute sense, because but then again too, like, where did all the water from the flood come from?
The ice shelves in Antarctica can be up to 2 miles thick. Oxford University said that there was a huge ice shelf that caused the Great Flood, which makes sense, because that's also pretty much what the Anunnaki have said. They talked about the white lands and the mooring pins, and they knew that it was going to break off and go into the ocean. So people will say, but hang on a minute, when you've got ice in a glass, it doesn't raise the level of the water. But this ice wasn't in the water. This ice was on top of the land, on top of Antarctica. So you added the ice, and then when it melted, it then raised the level. So you had the tsunami, which flooded everything, which is why a lot of the places were now covered over with mud, sand, silt, 70 miles inland, and that's official. From ocean sand, ocean silt, 70 miles inland on some of those places. So when the tsunami finished and the ice started to slowly melt, or fast melt, depending on how it was, then that's how you get the sea level, and that's where the extra water come from.
But I thought the flood came about because of rain.
No, it did rain. So there is actual Sumerian text talking about it rained for 7 days and 7 nights. I know the Bible talks about 40 days and 40 nights, but there's another text that also says Sumerian text that says 40 days and 40 nights. So I think I think it was Epic of Gilgamesh maybe. But so basically, it seems to be there seems to be a discrepancy on the time frame, so it could be because they didn't start using the Earth's until they didn't start using our year cycles and day cycles until after the Great Flood. So there may be a bit of discrepancy there. I'm not sure, but either way, it did rain. Yeah, the Penn Museum actually has the tablet of what happened on that day. They read it out. There's a YouTube video that they have. They actually read out what happens on the day, about how the skies get dark, which is weird because Nibiru wouldn't be between the sun and Earth, because obviously it's between Jupiter and Mars, which is further away. So I'm not quite sure why the skies got dark, but it got dark and the rains come and the earth trembled. This is what the guy reads out. And then obviously Ziazudra gets into the boat and so on. So yes, it did rain, according to that tablet as well. It's a fascinating tablet. If anyone wants to go and look it up, it's Penn Museum. They've got, go look at their YouTube videos, and they've got, the guy reads out the actual tablet of what happens on the day of the Great Flood. He gets, Ziazudra gets the command to get into the ark. It's amazing.
Just out of interest, what did the Anunnaki have a cycle for time? Like, did they have weeks and months and?
They had, before they used Earth time, they had two times, two different ways of telling the time. One is their Shah, which is 3,600 years. That's one of their years. But they also had a celestial time, which was to do with the planets going around, as opposed to just their planet. They have a celestial time. This isn't me making this up. This is actually true according to the tablets, according to other people that's translated them. So where they're talking about one particular time, it's hard to know, because obviously they could be talking about the celestial time as opposed to their year time. And then eventually, after the Great Flood, they changed it to Earth time. So it is difficult to know what they're talking about, because obviously you need to know what reference they're referring to at whatever point.
So do you think that there are 13 months in a year?
There's a tablet. I read the tablet, or someone read it out, one of the museums or something. I can't remember where I heard it, or if I read it. But yeah, they actually had 13 months for a period of time, which made sense, because 13 months actually works better and we get an extra pay packet. But they, for whatever reason, they changed it. And after they changed it, that's when they did the calendars. So the Stonehenges and stuff. So I don't know why. The only reasons why I can think that they may have changed it to 12 is because they are sexagesimal. So everything was in sixes for them. So 60 minutes, 60 seconds in a minute, and 60 minutes in an hour, 360 degrees. Everything was sixes. We count in tens. So the only thing I can think of is that it worked for them to have two sixes as a 12 instead of a 13. That, unless there's another, unless someone smarter than I am for working out why it would be better to have 12, I don't know. But they did have 13, and they changed it.
Because I thought the calendar now actually ran off the time that they were meant to pay tribute, or they were meant to pay their tax.
It's Christianity that made the 12-month.
Yeah, because if you think about it, if you're going off the 28-day cycle, that means that everything runs in line.
Yeah.
Women's cycles run in line, planting of crops run in line, all that sort of stuff. I actually think that the changing of the timeline was designed to keep us out of sync.
I believe it has to do also with the women's cycle.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh,
So
face
would they have? How would that have come about? Because obviously, if they made people, right, would they have factored that 28-day cycle in when they made women?
No, because the 13 months only came about when. So at some point, it doesn't tell you what time frame, but at some point, Marduk and Enki went up to the moon, and they stayed there for 30 days. Now, I'm guessing that's 30 days of our time, but again, it might not have been, because this was before the flood. So, but again, the problem is the writing is done retrospectively. So the writing we're reading about them going up is done after the flood. So they may have just put 30 days for our time. So that's where it gets a bit complicated, because they're talking about stuff in the past that should really be a different time frame. But anyway, so they went up, and Enki, while he was up there, noticed the moon going around the planet, etc., and that's when he worked out the calendar. So before that, they weren't interested in, what happens on Earth, and how the moon goes round, etc. And that's when he came up with the 13 months, which stayed like that for a period of time, and then eventually they changed it to 12.
Don't you?
I think you're right.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go.
No, I was just thinking that maybe it wasn't 30 days. Maybe it was they were staying up there for a month, and then somebody has interpreted it to be 30 days, while in fact they were up there 28 days.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one to say, because again, it's whoever wrote about it thousands and thousands of years later. So it's I can only go by what was said, and yeah, I mean, you're right. It could be 28 days. It could have been 30 days of their actual calendar, or the celestial calendar. So it's
Because
hard
the
to
thing
know.
is how they look at the moon every month. So
Yeah,
it should be according to the moon how long a month is.
unless, yeah, I see what you're saying, but to them, they may have gone by the celestial calendar as opposed to just a moon. So we're assuming that, because the moon goes back to where it was 28 days later on, blah blah blah, therefore it's a month. But they probably didn't even look at it like that. The moon is probably insignificant when they was working out the calendar.
But you also have to think about that October, oct means 8. Nov means 9.
But when they first did that, they wouldn't have
This
probably named
this
them like that. That would have came along probably a lot later, I would
okay,
imagine.
so why do you call it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? Because that's all Norse.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, again, the Norse came
So
along about 3000 BC, when obviously the Anunnaki were here for a lot longer than that. So,
yeah, but I'm saying that it's the Christianity that changed it.
yeah, I mean, you could be right. All I know is that the Anunnaki had 13 months, and then for whatever reason they changed it, and that we know that because of the calendars that they put up, which are the hinges, which works out to be 12. Even in the Book of Enoch explains that after 4 years you need to basically restart like a leap year. So we know that they changed it, because they're the ones that taught Enoch it, because it was the angels, which were men, flying around in craft picking them up to take him to these hinges. So that's all
But
I know. I mean, the Gregorian calendar and all
yeah,
those other
because
things.
it's also this, that everybody in the world, not everybody, but most Christian people celebrate Christmas, and it's not even the right time when Jesus was born. It has nothing to do with December. That's this the winter solstice. It's a Norse thing that Christianity tried to take over to erase the North religion. So all that Christmas things that are celebrated all over is just a made up thing to erase paganism.
I mean, you could be right. Yeah.
See, I actually think that the celestial argument holds weight there, because when they say that, Jesus rose from the dead after 3 days, whatever, there's a particular star that runs in exact alignment to all of the things that are spoken about in the Bible. So instead of looking at the Bible as an allegory or a tale, if you look at it, if you look at the Bible in a celestial sense, in an astronomical sense, you'll find a lot of the things line up. like, you know, the three wise men is actually the belt of Orion, the three stars of Orion, right? And there are other things that line up if you look at the Bible in terms of that, and it makes more sense than, you know. And
I
there
see
was
what you're
not to
saying. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying for sure.
and not only that too. They said that there was a star that followed Jesus, you know, followed Mary or whoever it was, you know, on their trip to Bethlehem. That could be the North Star that they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some people say it was a UFO, or it could have been the North Star, depending on which angle they were coming from and stuff. But yeah, I agree.
So, and if you look at the 12 disciples, you also have 12 horoscope signs as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, JT. That was funny.
One more thing. I looked up about the and dolmen and what they have around it. It's built on top of limestones, and there is a lot of limestone and flintstone and iron where you can get what was the word for it? Where you
Quarry?
Where you dig out to get
Mines?
mines. That's the word.
So there is mines near what I said that might have mines near it.
Yeah, there are
Yeah.
mines close to all of them.
Oh, wow. Am I good or am I good? I'm the only. Sorry, I'm just very proud that I've was the only person that ever worked that out. But yeah, so if you so that's interesting. So it's probably to do with the mines, as I say. All of them seem to be. There was even a henge that was found where the water receded somewhere in England, and I looked to see whether there was a mine nearby, ancient, you know, really old mine, and there was, and I was like, wow, even in the ocean, even where the ocean's covered over the thing, there was still a mine. So it looked like the Anunnaki put people. So that probably answers your question about how did people get there. You know, the same goes for the Grand Canyon. I do think that, especially the fact that they're Egyptian people, I do think that one of the Anunnakis took humans over there to mine. There was mines on the rim of the Grand Canyon. Although their thing wasn't inside, wasn't on the rim, their location, the cave type thing, but there was definitely mining going on there for materials that was actually needed over in Egypt. Funny enough, so it makes a lot of sense.
Hello, History and Coins. What do you think about the finding of Egyptian-like artifacts in the Grand Canyon?
So I did a deep dive into that. The guy that actually found it worked for the Smithsonian, and you know, his job was to go around and find these artifacts, etc. So he found them, notified the papers that he's got these artifacts, etc. Told the Smithsonian. Smithsonian were fine with it. There was a gold artifact as well. There was quite a few artifacts, and the newspaper printed it, which is how we know about it. And then at some point, someone, more than likely the Rockefellers, said, "What the hell? Don't let this information out there." So then the Smithsonian then denounced this guy, and then so did the newspapers. I can't remember his name. I have done, it's a whole chapter in my book. The newspaper then said, "Oh, this guy goes around pretending he's got these artifacts, etc." So my argument was, A, does the newspaper not actually check whether or not this person's telling the truth? So you just give the newspaper in other words, no fact checking. So I don't think that's correct. But the main thing is, the Smithsonian has on show the artifact. I in the book I quote the item number, etc. The artifact that he said he got out of this cave in the Grand Canyon. So the Smithsonian's actually got it. Now there are people that say, "Oh well, he made that out of gold just to fake." But if you've got, and I worked out the value of that gold, it was like £60,000 back then, which is, we're talking over 100 and something odd years ago. That £60,000 would have been a hell of a lot of money for someone to make up an artifact out of gold, melt it and everything else, and then give it freely to the Smithsonian just so that, it was real. So with that in mind, yes, I do think. I mean, some of the actual places are named after Greek, Egyptian gods. So funny enough, the you know what I don't know what they're called. There is a name for it, I've forgotten, but some of the structures of stone that's already there have been named after the Egyptian gods, which I found very interesting, because if it's nothing to do with Egypt, then why choose Egyptian god names? So yes, I do think there were definitely people there. No one's really found that cave anymore, but it was up high, and the guy did say it was up high. So I don't know whether they've covered it over now, which makes sense, because if they're going to try and not let us know stuff, then that's what I would do. I would go and build a fake door over the cave entrance that he had gone in. Everyone's gonna sleep.
Does the Rothschild own the tablets, carvings, and statues about the Anunnaki? Yeah, I think they do, don't they? Not all of them.
No, they do. Yeah, not all of them. So about 130 years ago, the Rothschilds sent in. But you can look this up. The Rothschilds sent in people to the Middle East to go and get whatever they could. Now, I did try and look to see whether they had a permit for it instead of just sending people because they got money and they decided to do that. I couldn't see anywhere whatsoever that said. That's not to say that they didn't, but the chances are that they just sent people in and grabbed whatever they could. And same goes for JP Morgan. He did the same as well. So yes, the elites do have, and where the Rockefellers may have done, I don't know if they did, but where they may have done, because they ended up wanting to buy or build a new Egyptian museum, but back in 1923, and they refused them. There's an actual proper article from an ancient, well, not article, it's an actual sort of the contract type thing that you can find online from then. But so the Rockefellers were also interested because they ended up paying for the Israel Museum to be built instead. So yes, they do have now some of the Rothschilds ones they do put on show. They've got, I think, 4 family members in high positions in the Columbia University. You can just type in who works in the Columbia University. You see Rothschild, 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 Rothschild. So yes, they do own tablets, and they do lend them out to other museums as well, which is a bit rich considering they probably nicked them. But I can't say that for sure. But yeah, they do let other museums periodically have them to put on show. But the chances, I mean, JP Morgan's got the largest private collection of cylinder seals in the world of the Anunnaki. I mean, that means someone went in there with a freaking wheelbarrow and filled it up as much as they could, which is very sad. Yeah, money talks, unfortunately.
Piggy Line's actually got a very good question there, sir, that she's just said further down near the bottom. I don't
Why
know
do we call our planet Earth when its real name is Tellius? The Anunnaki called it Kai, Ki. They did that right from the get go. So I have no idea where Tellius comes into it, but the Anunnaki, if we're going to name anything, and Kai actually means earth or ground. So what makes more sense? Tellius, which I've never really heard of, or the Anunnaki calling it ground or earth, Kai, and that's for the reason same as their name Anunnaki, which is Anu, which is heaven, or An, depending on which way you want to look at it. You can use either or, and Kai is earth, so heaven to earth. So I'd like to know where that Teleus come from. Chances are it's never going to be older than the Anunnaki because they were the ones that came here first. So I would go with the Anunnaki's name for why Earth is called Earth.
Actually, Romero had an interesting question as well. 3i Atlas, think it's them?
No,
Tellus is the Latin name for Earth.
right. Well, then it would have come off of. I mean, Latin was created, in a particular area in Rome when Marduk was over there. So that's a really new language compared to all the other.
Yeah, but it's older than to call it just Earth.
Sorry.
Tellus is older name for our globe than to call it Earth.
It can't be. It can't be. Latin's newer than Sumerian language by thousands of
But
years.
Sumerian, they didn't say Earth.
They did. They called it Kai.
Yeah, so then it should be Kai and not Earth. In English, you say Earth.
Yeah, it translates to Earth. It's the same as with Dingir. We call them gods because we translate it to gods when their race name is Dingir.
Okay, because the Latin name for Earth is Tellus.
Which would eventually come all the way back to Kai.
Okay.
That's where they would have got it from. Same as, angel comes from Greek, which is messengers, which comes from the Sumerian messengers. So it'll all go back to them. We've got tablets talking about the formation of our solar system with the word Kai's in it, So that predates, anything really. It has to. It's the oldest language, so it has to be Kai. Sorry.
Sorry. I just wanted to jump in here for a second. I've been studying AI. You know what AI is. Everybody should know that by now. I've been studying AI, and I've actually learnt quite a bit on how to make AI actually rethink what is being programmed into it to actually change what it thinks. Just with studying, I've learnt a lot about augmented AI and all that sort of stuff, and how we can make it do deep thinking by itself instead of it thinking what it's been programmed to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you understand what I'm talking about, sir? You should, because you use AI challenging it all the time. So, hey.
Yeah, I actually started this whole live by me saying that I argued with one of them the other day, and it backed down and changed its tune and actually started to agree with me. So yeah, you can change it. I think it's probably programmed to say, let's not have confrontation. If someone gets really angry, let's just end up agreeing with them and be done with it, and probably notify whoever it is that's in charge of the AI company that this guy's causing problems.
Yeah, well, I'm studying IBM about AI and also with social media marketing and stuff like that at the moment.
All right.
It's something just for me to do because I get bored if I don't have something to do. So I'm doing that at this present moment in time, and I found out all about deep thinking AI and, how it all goes about and works and all that. And I couldn't believe that I actually got one of the AIs the other day to do the same thing as you. It started to back down and say, "You're correct. You're correct."
Brilliant. Well done. So you
had fun doing it
to catch it out, do you?
Oh yeah, it's great.
Yeah. The other days I was talking to it, and I said to it, does the Artrahasis mention 3,600 years? 3,600. Does it mention the word 3,600? And it said no. And then I copied and pasted the bit where it says, the Ajiji worked for 3,600 years and bore the toil. And I pasted it in. It was, yeah, you're right, actually. And it tried to wiggle its way out of it by waffling on. And I said to it, don't lie next time. So yeah, you can't trust AI, can you? History and coins. If you're interested, Venice AI. Venice AI is apparently an uncensored one. I did test it, and it said straight away, yes, it thinks Anunnaki is real. So it might be worth using that one in
I
the
will have a
future.
look into that one. Thank you.
Yeah, Venice AI. Over here, it was just today. In fact, I went to use it again today, and it's asked me for my credit card details, and it says blame your government for making us have to get an adult credit card. But the funny thing is, I'm slightly wary on that because Grok and all those others haven't asked for me to put a credit card detail in. So and the other thing with Venice AI, you'll notice it yourself, History and Coins, is the logo is the winged disc symbol. It's the Anunnaki symbol. It's the eagle. It's the Vatican symbol. It's all the same symbol, and they've actually got that as their symbol, which is slightly worrying. Now they're asking for credit cards, and no other company does for the UK for AI. So I'm slightly wary on that one. So be careful with it. That's all I'd throw out there.
I will. I'll be very careful. The good thing about me studying at the moment is because I do it through Google and IBM, I get access to a lot of stuff for free for 12 months.
Oh, brilliant.
So, which is good. And I get a certificate out of it at the end of it too. I'm doing gaming as well, so I'm doing the 3 winged one through IBM, and I get 3 certificates out of it. So,
what kind of game
a lot of work,
are you looking at creating a game?
Yeah, I will be. Yes.
Well, what kind? Mobile, PC?
Well, whatever. I'll probably don't go PC, and I'm actually trying to look. I was going to talk to you about seeing if we could do one on the Anunnaki.
All right, okay, interesting. I have done games before, mobile ones and PC ones many years ago. I did I won't bore you, but yeah, they were put out. But yeah, yeah, if you want to chat, no worries at all.
I've made 2 so far. I already did a gaming degree many years ago because I can do 3D graphics and animate them and all that sort of stuff. So I can do all that at the computer quite easily. And my son does a lot of scripting of servers and all that sort of stuff, so I can get him to run a bot on a server just to test the game out and things like that. So I'm going to do all that. Oh,
Brilliant.
JT Jans, you'll have to catch me in the background, mate. Sorry, I just noticed what he said. He said associates in software development for game design. So that caught my attention when he said game design.
JT, I don't know what country you're in, but anyone remember Games Workshop or Fighting Fantasy Books with Steve Jackson and Ian Livingstone? They actually brought over D&D to the UK. Steve Jackson, who I know, is or was a professor of game design over in Brunel University. He was one of the ones that wrote those books. So I don't know if that's any interest. It's interesting to me, but I don't know if that means anything to you guys. Thank you, Jane.
So, thanks, Jane.
Bye,
Thanks,
Jane.
everybody. Thanks for an interesting live, and I'll catch you again soon.
Thank you, Jane. Bless you.
Sir, I had 2 questions for you, if you don't mind.
The answer is yes and no. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, the first one I know you'll answer no. I'm saying that right now. Did you notice that I changed my profile picture to the mermaid picture?
I noticed you changed your picture, but I can only see your face. I did notice that while I was on the live, but I couldn't, I didn't want to stop someone and say, "Oh, you changed your picture." So yes, I have noticed, but I couldn't see the tail part. All I can see is your face.
I mean, you can't see the tail in the picture anyway, but I tried. The second question is, I've been talking to Godsmack. I'm sure you remember him.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes. He can't be here today, and he's really upset about it. So He wanted me to ask you if you would mind putting this one on YouTube for him.
I will try. The only reason why I say I'll try is I will do it, but when I go over sort of 5 or 6 hours
Yeah.
in the past, it doesn't. It sort of has an issue. I click download and then I wait an hour and nothing happens. So I'll try my best. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, if you can, that's great. If you can't, then I'm sure he'll certainly understand. But he did want me
Yeah.
to ask.
You
Yeah. I
can
mean,
set it,
if it was shorter, maybe
sorry.
if I did two 3 hour ones or something, then it might have. I can definitely download it, but I'll absolutely try. Thank you. And Gobsmack, you can thank Kerry if you are listening to this on YouTube or whatever.
Thank you.
The
You can
Mermaid.
set it that your mods can actually download part of it too and put it up for you. I don't know whether you know you can do that.
Oh no! So, I mean, have you tried downloading the whole? I know I can do sort of the. It says, "Oh, you've got these are the highlights," but could you guys download the?
Not at the moment we can't because it's not set yet for it. But if you can,
No,
you
but I
can just
meant.
click a box and set it, and we can from then on
All
to do
right.
it.
Okay. All
So
right.
we can edit out the numpty bits as well, as JT James just said.
So that means there's only 10 minutes worth of
Yeah,
interesting.
that's it. That's what I was about to say. There's only 10 minutes worth of watching and listening to, but you know, you can tell I'm in a good mood, can't you?
Yeah, you sound well as well.
I'm exhausted today. That's why I'm laughing all the time because I'm so tired.
Ah, I hope you and your dogs are well though.
We're surviving. It's very hot here today, I can tell you. That's why I had to take off earlier to go and do the shopping before it got any hotter.
Yeah, Alfredo was telling us about the weather earlier as well.
Oh, it's shocking up in Queensland where they had nasty storms up there.
Yeah, he was
Big
saying that he
ones.
thinks it's man-made.
Yep, we won't talk about that. I'm
Yeah,
staying out of that one. I got booted out of
yeah.
a live the other night for mentioning it.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Jeez. I contacted TikTok on their support and asked them why they limiting me, and an IA replied, AI, sorry. And then I said, no, I want to talk to someone. Finally, it opened a ticket for me, but it's been a couple of days and they haven't replied. And as you can see, we didn't get any higher than 50 today. So I'm guessing they still haven't read it and
I will
blocked me.
get back in contact with my I can't think what they call them now. I'm having a brain fart at the moment, but I've got a group that help out another friend of mine who's does a lot of TikTok lives, an agency, and his agency always pitches in and helps out when I ask about you because they love what you do.
Oh,
So they're an Australian agency that they do cover worldwide people, and they just like that you put out the truth. So they're the ones that in the past have done things to help when I've said, you
yeah,
know,
it did. Yeah, definitely
he's
did
getting
help
things
last
happen
time.
to him, and they've helped out. So
Oh, bless. Thank you, History and Coins. Pickle Lines throat. I have UK weather here in Scandinavia. I thought you was trying to make me want to go over there with with all the videos of how nice it is, Pickle Line, and then now you're saying that it's got our weather. So it's put me off. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. No, it's a lovely place from what you've showed me. Tankers wrote, did 3i Atlas really change actual colours to blue? So this is the thing. Every day there's something new with 3i Atlas, and it's everything that I'm seeing at the moment. You just have to. I think, from my opinion, I'm just taking it with a pinch of salt at the moment because I could just knock up a video tomorrow and people won't bother checking to see whether or not it's come from a credible source. And we know people do lie and make up stuff, so I'm wary on it at the moment. The fact that they can see colours that clear at that distance is also slightly worrying.
yeah,
Can
what do
they
you think
really
of
do
the
that?
video that's travelling around about that they reckon is a spaceship from 3A Atlas, 3I Atlas, or whatever it is?
The thing is, 3i Atlas is supposed to be tumbling head over heels, sort of thing. It's supposed to be tumbling, which is weird because obviously that's fine on its own. You could say, well, of course it's tumbling. That makes sense. but the sort of gaseous stuff that's coming out is coming out from the front. But obviously, if it's flipping, then the front ends up becoming the back as it flips. So, and obviously the videos that's out at the moment are not showing anything flipping. Now, how long does it take to flip? Is it going to take 5 days before it does a full rotation, or are we assuming that it should be flipping every flipping second? So there's a lot of things that I think are out there in the ether that we need to narrow down on. It's really difficult because there's too many things happening too quick to pinpoint on that. I think at the moment is my answer, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and if you look at it closely, and I have done so, and I've slowed it down and all that, I have noticed that it actually looks like there's a hole through the centre of it, like a black hole sort of situation right through the centre of it. Have a very close look at it and slow it down, and you'll see it too. I can guarantee you will. You'll pick it up.
Okay, I'll have another look then. I don't think I've only seen, sometimes when I see TikTok videos of it, I sort of swipe past because there's just too much happening. But I will have a look. Thank you. Animations wrote, did you say you had an alien encounter in Syria or saw something? Not in Syria. I saw an object in Tenerife. I had a weird encounter in Tunisia with what I thought was little greys, which sounds really stupid. I know. It's me talking about aliens all day long, and it never sounds stupid to me. But when I say I may have had two little greys in my room, it sounds stupid. It's weird, isn't it? But yeah, no, Tenerife, I did see an object, and luckily I nudged my girlfriend at the time, and she saw the same object, and so yeah, and it didn't make a sound, and it was nothing. It wasn't an aeroplane, so luckily I did nudge her, and she saw it. So it wasn't just me. Tanker's right, me too. It just brings more questions. Yeah, with the 3i Atlas, it does, doesn't it? It's a weird one, which makes me wonder if it is actually to do with the Project Bluebeam. Because if it was me, I would want a lot of this ambiguity out there so that people get confused by it. Is it real? Isn't it real? Whereas if it was just an alien straight away, UFO, then it kind of hasn't built up the suspense, which is what we're doing right now. Everyone's, is it? Isn't it? And so, yeah, I don't know. It's a worry. JT's wrote 46 Fahrenheit, raining and windy here in Kentucky. So I'm guessing you're in Kentucky then. Because I said a minute ago, I'm not sure where you are. Tankers wrote flying too straight to be tumbling. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's too many inconsistencies. How are you seeing it? No, I checked online on what other people were saying. It was because I can't trust the videos, so I was just checking what the institutions are saying about it. But it's not. There's just too many things not quite fitting. Figure lines right. Why do you not leave Fahrenheit to centigrade and go with metric system? Much easier. Thank you, History and Coins. If you're referring to me, I'm lucky if I can even count in centimeters or Celsius or anything. So I'm a ficky poo poo head for that. I'm not very smart on it. Tanker's right. I saw a bunch of UAPs last night, and then wrote me and my mother. Interesting. The problem now is we've got drones, but if you've seen a bunch of them, chances that someone out at night playing with loads of drones is slim. So it probably was UFOs. Animations, right? I'm interested in the Tunisia experience. I'm sorry, didn't know if you'd heard it before. Okay, very briefly. Sorry to everyone that's heard this before. I was over there for business. Second night, I was on my own. Only went over there on my own. Little old me on the plane, all on my own. Anyway, so I went over there, And see, I'm a grown up. I can get on a plane all on my own and didn't get lost. So, second night in this hotel, and funny enough, it was the same hotel a year later that the gunman shot at. Do you remember the Swiss Seuss or whatever? I can't remember the name of the hotel. But anyway, so second night, went to bed, and I got a text message. Sat up, looked at the text message because I thought it was something to do with what I was there for, which was really important. So I read the text message, and it was from my line producer, and he just said something about tomorrow or something. And I looked at the time and thought, "Oh, you sod! You woke me up at bloody 12 o'clock for that." So anyway, I put the phone back down, and then in a blink of an eye, I heard myself saying, "Leave me alone, please. Sorry, please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone." And I it was like a split personality. It was like listening to something because I was thinking. I said to myself, "Why am I saying please leave me alone?" I couldn't get it. I couldn't grasp why I was saying, and so I managed to open my eyes a little bit. I think I could only open one. I can't remember too much, but it was obviously it was dark. My arm was by the side of the bed because I slept with my arm out hanging off the edge of the bed, and what I thought was this, 3.5 foot blacky, dark figure right by my hand. Now I couldn't feel my hand, and I couldn't move. I wanted to move. I could, and I know it all sounds pie in the sky. I know it does. I couldn't move, and I wasn't sure whether it was touching my hand or anything. I didn't feel a thing, but I knew it was right near my hand. I didn't know whether it had my hand on its head or anything because I couldn't move. I could just see this figure, and I knew my arm was out there. And I managed to look at the other end of the room, and there was another one of these figures standing at the end of this hotel room bed. And then this first one by my hand walked back towards the second one, and then they turned right, which was towards the toilet and the front door. And then as soon as they did that, this is what makes me think it was real. Not only was I paralyzed, but as soon as they turned the corner, my arm sprung up. It wasn't just, oh, I can now move and sit up. My arm, I must have been trying to get that arm up. So you can imagine, someone holding your arm down and then literally letting it go, and it just went straight up. And I was like, whoa, they've gone. I'm smart enough to figure out that if my arm comes back and they've walked off, chances are they've gone. So I sat up, and because I've been into this kind of stuff for decades, that I knew to look at my phone what time it was, and it was 2 minutes past 12. And I remember thinking to myself, and I sent messages to people there and then. They probably all thought I was drinking or something. I sent messages after. I was like, I think I've just encountered aliens. They probably thought I was stupid. Anyway, but the thing that was interesting was, could I have got into an REM sleep within 2 minutes? Now, when I saw the time at 12 o'clock, it could have been 12:59, 59 seconds. And when I picked up the phone, it could have been 12:02:00. In other words, it could have just been 1 minute and 1 second that I have went asleep and sort. So with that, I've never had it before, never had it since. In my head, I thought, I don't know whether this is just my own thinking. I thought it wants me to get information out there because I've been doing this for years. And after that, I wrote my first book on aliens and stuff back in 2016. So I don't know whether they wanted me to do that or not, or whether I don't know. But I've never had it since. What was interesting was I did research after that, look into whether or not how it works when people are paralyzed by aliens, and people had said that they heard themselves talking, and I thought, aha, I had that. So very interesting. You probably don't believe me, and I wouldn't believe me either. So I'm not even going to go there, but that's what happened. Now I could go and get hypnotized, but all I would find out is what I think already, which is that there was an alien there for at least a minute at the end by my arm, and there's nothing's gonna change from that. Unless nothing happened, and I was just a figment of my imagination and everything else. In which case, still nothing's going to happen. I'm still not going to be any different than I am now. If I was taken up and they probed me and did all sorts of stuff, then maybe yes, that would probably warrant me to find out more. But just for a minute of my time, and I've never experienced anything like it before or after. Doesn't seem to be any point in investigating it further. Tankers wrote, she was quite astonished. I've been seeing them. Interesting. So there is some people that say that they get communications, or can at least communicate with the ships to tell them to be seen. You've probably seen some of these people on TV. So I'm just wondering whether you have a connection to them or whether you're just lucky. Tankers wrote, Psyop wins either way. I'm guessing you're referring to the 3-Eye Atlas. Flanaz has wrote, Anunnaki was described as white race. Technically, they were described. I have to be accurate here because they are described, because I went through every single mention, absolutely every single mention: Norse, Greek, Roman, Indian, you name it, Sumerian, Babylonian, Akkadian. I went through everything. They are POW skin. Inanna, for example, was described looking like the silvery moon. They're shiny, so they're definitely not dark-skinned. So we can't say white 100%. We can't say it, but chances are they're more white than they are any other color. Now, there may be a bit of a blue hue to them as well. There is some words that can be translated to sort of a bluey hue. So, but I have done a whole video on that. Anyway, sorry. So Anunnaki was described as white. Saw a study saying the white race was created 6,500 years ago. Yeah, ignore that study, whoever said that. So the Anunnaki bred with the Homo sapiens 100,000 years ago, which is when we got the Homo sapiens sapien. So we know that we've now got a new species that suddenly appeared, and the Anunnaki tell us that that's exactly what they did. So the chances that the white skin appeared then makes a lot of sense. Now, Noah was white. We know that. It's in the Book of Enoch. And we know that his father wasn't white because Lamech was shocked at the color of the skin of Noah. And he even asked his wife, did she cheat on him with the Ajiji, which means they're white, or at least POW skin. So the chances that suddenly a mutation happened 6,500 years ago when there's no evidence whatsoever, we've got more evidence pointing, because you got to remember Noah was at least 10,000 years ago. That's before, and he was white. That's before the 6,500 years. Now, mainstream will say, oh, the flood was 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, 6,000. They make it different. Whoever you ask has got a different time frame for the Great Flood. But mine's the best because it works with the Younger Dryas, which makes sense as well. It makes sense with the age of the pyramids, the proper true age with the weathering, etc. So, or the Sphinx. So everything lines up that the white skin would have been around 100,000 years ago when the Anunnaki physically bred with us, with the darker skinned people. So we would have got olive skin and light skin. It makes sense to me that. Piggle Lines wrote, did you know Scandinavia has its own miles and is not the same as other miles? I didn't know that. Is it longer or shorter? That's interesting. I'm guessing it's very similar to kilometers then, if it's shorter. And how close is it to a kilometer? Is it nearer to a kilometer than it is a mile? Your mile? I'd be interested to know. Tankers wrote, I was asking the lady that says you can see a hole through it. Right, okay, cool. Clarissa's wrote, that's interesting, Piggleline. It is, isn't it? I didn't know that. Tankers wrote, they weren't drones. I have videos. Yeah, no, I was running through it in my head saying, well, if they were drones, the chances of people having loads of drones out at night, slim. I mean, it's not impossible, because obviously there's shows and things that people have, especially if it's a fireworks night or Halloween or something like that. But yeah, in the end, I sort of said it might not be drones if there's many of them, and it didn't look like a light show. Tankers wrote, saw two shooting stars. You know what they are. Yeah, I mean, Jaws has even captured a shooting star in one of the scenes as a shooting star, which obviously a star is. I don't know why they call it a star, because obviously a star is a sun, so it's obviously not a shooting sun. It's a shooting meteorite that was burning up in the atmosphere. So I don't know why they call it shooting star, but yeah, obviously, if it's got a towel behind it, chances are it's a meteorite. If it hasn't got a towel burning up in the atmosphere, then it may be a UFO, or a UFO on fire with a towel behind it. Scrolling down. Apos has wrote, sleep paralysis, you couldn't move. Yeah, I mean, that's what mainstream say, sleep paralysis. But the fact that I had this, you could say, well, because you've been researching aliens for 40 odd years, that's the reason why you put two aliens in your room. But the fact that when they walked around the corner, my arm popped up, and it was only a minute and a half, or a minute possibly. Could I have got into an REM sleep in order to have sleep paralysis within a minute? Don't know. But I've never had sleep paralysis before, never had it since. So my gut feeling is it wasn't sleep paralysis. Tankers wrote, what did they look like? Missed that part. It was dark. It was midnight. In a hotel room, so they were just shadowy figures, but small, because I was lying on the bed, and the head was not much higher than the bed itself. So probably its head, I would say, or its shoulders were where my arm is, where it was hanging out the bed. So you imagine how high a bed is, my arm, and then you got its shoulders just literally above where my hand was. That's why I wasn't sure whether my hand was touching its head or not, because its head was really close to so basically about 3 foot. But they were dark because of it was being nighttime, so I didn't see. My only thought of why they walked away is because obviously I wasn't unconscious anymore, by me going, leave me alone, and then saying, why am I? So if it's hearing my thoughts, it knew I was awake, and then they just walked off. That's what my conclusion was. But I really don't think it was sleep paralysis. Proximo has wrote something that needs translating. It's okay. Cure here for a long time. Go to Vietnam in 3 weeks. Gone 4 months. Not sure what that's referring to. Animations, I love your Tunisia experience. It reminds me of my experience. Oh, interesting. I'd love to know. JT's wrote, there is a trick where you can lean a shoulder against a wall for a bit. I'm not sure where you're going with that one. It's not like the old sit on your left hand, or sit on your right hand for a while until it goes numb. Men all know what I'm referring to. Apos has wrote, great life. Oh, thank you very much, Apos. Pickle Lines wrote, I want to go to Scotland. Ah, I think your country's probably just as nice as the Highlands of Scotland. JT's wrote, then that arm will involuntary rise. Oh, right, okay. Lean against the wall. And, okay, I've never done that long enough for it to involuntary rise. I've seen some pretty women that some involuntary rises. Sorry, bad joke. Too late in the day for that one. Pretty Proximos wrote something again in non-English, which I have to translate. Born in the UK, cure in Sweden, 40 years. I don't know if I've got that long left in me. Tankers wrote, I had a weird experience with paralysis, but I was walking. Okay, that's interesting. Oh no, I'm not trying to communicate purposely. Same person wrote that. Animation wrote, I was awake, sensed a presence, and was then paralyzed mid-roll. Struggled to reach and felt fingers. And then Tankers wrote to animation, I felt the same thing and got stuck reaching for a doorknob. Yeah, I can't call you crazy because mine's just as stupid. So, it sounds legit to me. Flanazas wrote, "Thank you for your answer. You're more than welcome. This is what I do." Tankers wrote, "The Egyptians did say that Epoli. Not sure what that was referring to." History and Coins just wrote, "Okay, I have to go rest as I start cancer treatment tomorrow." Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Bella Witch. I hate saying the word witch on the end of something because it makes it feel like I'm calling you a witch. I'm going to call you Glinda, the good witch of TikTok. Thank you. Anyway, so yes, history and coins with the cat. Hopefully, whatever it is that you're doing tomorrow, or whatever the start of the treatment is, works for you. We will all keep our fingers crossed. Sorry. Hi, history.
Yeah, just hopefully it's designed to slow the cancer down and stop the pain. Hopefully, touch wood.
Well, we'll definitely all keep our fingers crossed for you. And is it a new treatment that they're doing, or is it something that works that they know works?
No, it's only a trial treatment because what I've got, nothing works for anymore. So just pray it just takes the pain away a little bit. That's all I care about.
Have you tried any homemade remedies or anything that people may have suggested?
Oh yeah, I've tried just about everything. My specialist will try anything with me, and we've tried just about everything that's out there. But as he said, it's in my bones now, so it's a big, it's only a 10% chance I'll survive with what I've got now, but I'm fighting. I'm a fighter. So I say to everybody, if you see a fat lady singing, shoot her, please.
Oh, well, we're all behind you. We're rooting for you.
Thanks, everybody. That's all I ask everybody is understanding, and if you've got any ideas, send them through to me. We're willing to try anything at this point.
Oh, bless. Okay, thank you. And seriously, we hope you. Well, I know I hope you get well. That's it's mental, isn't it, life. Tankers wrote, Berbers around Egypt was said to say light skin. Yeah, the thing is with the Egyptologists, they say that the images of the pharaohs and the gods on the walls were dark skinned because of suntan, not because of that they were dark, because the females were yellow. And same goes for the Greek. When you look at all the Greek stories of the bronze Greek gods, you'll find it says things like sun-kissed bronzed god, which basically means it's been sun-tanned. So it does seem that, and obviously darker skinned people don't get suntan, so you wouldn't just say, oh, they've been sun-kissed, because you would, in order for something to be sun-kissed, you would need to be not dark in the first place to become bronze in the second instance. So yes, definitely light skin. Piggle Liners wrote, a Swedish mile is 10 kilometers. Bloody hell. remind me not to go running for a mile in Sweden. Jeez. Wow. Wow, that's mental. Well, that's crazy. Tanker's right. I wasn't asleep when it happened the one time to me. So you was paralyzed while awake. That's now there are cases obviously where people have been paralyzed where they're awake. One quite a great story was a guy was laying on his sofa in the front room in America, and his wife was in the kitchen, and this little grey, I can't remember if there was two greys, but a little grey certainly came in, and he sat up and he was going to go get a gun, and the grey telepathically said to him, "You're not that type of person. You wouldn't kill me." And he stopped and looked at him, looked at the alien, and decided, "Okay, I won't." And then looked in the kitchen, and his wife was in mid movement but paralyzed, literally mid movement. He was like, "Is she all right?" And the alien telepathically said, "Yeah, she's fine." So they can apparently, as you say, freeze you mid movement, which I suppose is logical. I guess if they're going to freeze you, they're not going to sit and wait for you to stop moving and go, right, I'm going to freeze you now or paralyze you. Tankers are at shadow people again. Red eyes. So the shadow people. If History and Coins was here, I'd probably let her go through that one with you. Nurse Kerry knows more about shadow people. I mean, I have looked into them. I've got my own opinion on them, but I'll save that for another day again, if that's okay. Just so I can get through this, because my boy should have been in bed an hour and 36 minutes ago. JT's right. I do own cowboy hats, though. JT's wrote less in breeding. Scrolling down, Fernandez wrote Rothschilds, Rockefellers, and JP Morgan don't want us educated. I 100% agree with that. And Proximo's wrote nothing interesting out of history. I'm just going to spend the winter in Vietnam. Okay, I love you long time. Well, hope you enjoy yourself there. Hopefully, it's hope you're not going to walk down one of those funny roads and do a crocodile Dundee. She's not a Sheila. Tankers wrote, yeah, it's weird, man. That was, I'm guessing, the paralyzation. Tankers wrote, tried to type people. Bella's wrote, laugh out loud, it's okay. Oh, thank you, Bella. I don't understand the witch part. Flan has wrote, sorry if I got annoying. I was excited to talk to someone with your knowledge. Thank you, and I'm out. No worries at all. Thank you for joining in today. Thank you very, very much. Scrolling down, Proximo's wrote, I'm going alone to Vietnam. Wow, okay. Don't come back with anything extra. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the right place even, but yeah, enjoy. Tankers wrote, I got you, miss. Scrolling down. People chatting to each other. People still chatting to each other. JT has wrote, currently traveling at 118 kilometers an hour. Well, it depends where you are. If you're in Sweden, you're doing 4 million miles an hour by the sounds of it with their mile. But no, that's I'm guessing 118. I'm guessing you're on a train. Plane, you would have probably 118 kilometers an hour, or someone driving very fast on an autobahn or something like that. My guess is a train, because a plane you'd be doing 500 miles an hour, give or take, depending on what type of plane it is. So my guess is you're on a train. Animations where other people kept seeing the shadow figures around me for like a week before my paralysis experience. Interesting. Interesting. I'd like to chat more about that. If it's only because time's ticking really badly here. Luckily, I'm off tomorrow, but um, if you can catch me next time, I'd love that. Proximo's wrote that's Thailand. See how much I don't know. See, what's Vietnam? My daughter went to Vietnam. Other than Miss Saigon and Good Morning Vietnam. That's about as much as I know of Vietnam. Yeah, nothing. Cold Mixers wrote Janice Walker. Can we investigate her cancer cure? Claims my people. I don't know who Janice Walker is, but hopefully someone here can pass that message on to History and Coins. I'll try and remember, but after a long 6 hours of chatting and listening to people, I will probably forget. Pickle Lines wrote, the word witch is not bad, which means a woman with knowledge. Oh, Pickle Line, you're such a witch. See, it does. See, you see, I'm being nice, but it comes across that I'm being rude. I'm not. Pickle Line's got knowledge, and that's why I called you a witch, not because I was being rude. But no, okay, that's interesting. I didn't know where the word witch come from, actually. Thank you, Pickle Line, who has knowledge. But I don't want to call you a witch. JT's wrote 72 miles an hour on the interstate. Ah, right, okay. Okay, good. Yeah, don't do anything that I wouldn't do, and please don't be typing at the same time as driving. Pickle Lines wrote, I drive 80 kilometers an hour when I drive to work. You guys drive a lot faster than me. I'm one of those people that do the speed limit because my luck is 1 mile over and I get pulled over because that's my luck. Flanaz has wrote a vid about Matasi Stefano. Your thoughts will be awesome too. I'm out for real now. If you can remind me, if you don't mind, I'll follow you back. Oh, it says private. I did do a screenshot, I think, didn't I? I'll do another one just in case, and hopefully I'll remember to look at it. So I will have a look. Animation, I think, as wrote, I think shadow people could be aliens in hindsight, but what we see is not how they actually appear. My take quickly on shadow people is just a theory, no substance to it, but is that they are images of something that's already happened in the past or will happen. In other words, you're looking at the shadow of something or someone that was already there or maybe there in the future, and you're just looking at the shadow of them. That's why, from all the research that I've done on shadow people, they don't go chasing after someone, but the people do run in fear. So it seems to me like they're just an echo of something that is going to happen or did happen. I might be wrong, but that's... JT has wrote Full Metal Jacket can teach you a little bit about Vietnam. Yeah, it's been a while since I saw that one. Yeah. People Lines right, driving to my mother. I drive 120 kilometers an hour. I don't know what the speed limits are on your roads, but thank you, Animation. They're getting lower here. In fact, they're now doing 10 miles an hour. I don't know if you guys know that. Literally, they're just screwing us over deliberately. Anything for money. Oh, horrible. Cold Mixers wrote, my people who are suffering, Dr. January Janice Walker, please look into it. Love you all. Okay. I will screenshot that as well, just to try and let... I'm sure History and Coins maybe already knows, but just in case. Animations, right? I struggle with my experiences as I can enter REM sleep in a few minutes and dreams for hours. I mean, in some ways, I don't take this the wrong way, but in some ways, there's people that have insomnia that would love to be able to sleep for hours. It just depends on what you dream, though, I suppose, isn't it? Because if you're dreaming stuff that you don't want, then it's bad. But if it's good dreams, then it's... Yeah. I mean, I find when I dream, I don't feel like I had a proper sleep. I don't know why. Just feel like... I don't know, maybe because I feel like my brain's working, that I don't actually sleep properly. I don't know. But yeah, it'd be interesting to know what you dream. Pickle Lines wrote, true history. If you go to Sweden one day, I can drive you around the ice roads. Uh, okay. Okay. I'm slightly worried. Don't do the 120 kilometers a mile driving, but yeah, it sounds nice. Animation show. I have good dreams, but I mean it makes me question the validity of some of my paralysis experiences. Yeah, I mean there is supposedly such a thing as proper sleep paralysis. It's just the ones that where people will end up seeing little grey aliens. There's no way that all the people around the world that have sleep paralysis that see little grey aliens decide that that's what they're going to see subconsciously if it's not real. So I think it's definitely a real phenomena. But what you're having, is it sleep paralysis? Is it something else? It's hard to say, isn't it? The only thing I could probably suggest is maybe if you think there's aliens coming into your room, is put cameras up. If you think it's going to happen one more time, they're not daft though. They do know that the cameras are there. There's quite a few cases where aliens have been caught on camera and decided to bug out. So I think they know. JT's wrote, the topic of dreams can be a fascinating rabbit hole. Yeah. Which, if you don't mind, we can chat about that another time. Thanks for your outer history, your knowledge take on the Nazca mummies hoax. No, real. If you refer, there's two types of mummies. There's the Nazca mummies, which are the taller ones, 3 fingers, 3 toes. Then you've got the small sort of 1 foot ones, which are called the Mexican mummies, which are also real in my opinion. Absolutely real. Genuinely, yeah. I don't think either of them are fake at all. Yeah, no. I mean, I could go into more, but it's getting late. Flanazes wrote, not private anymore. Add if you want. I think we are now friends. I think it's automatically done it after I've done it. Elohim Hunters wrote, don't worry, guys. Throw Atlas is just a comet, not the Anunnaki. I don't think it's the Anunnaki, but I'm not sure on the other part. But if Elohim Hunter says it's a comet, then it's a comet until it's not. Right, well, I've come to the end. I'm going to have to shoot because my phone is on 12% and my boys should have been in bed an hour and something ago. So thank you very much to the moderators who came up tonight. I do think we need to work out a better structure on how to let people talk when we have more than one on at a time. I liked it when more than one's on a time because it's nice to sit back and listen to other people chatting. But I think the time limit side of it is probably more important than only because of what we had earlier on, where it sort of skips from one comment to another and doesn't. I don't mind that, but after an hour of someone getting a lot of stuff wrong, and I know it sounds like I'm being rude by saying he's got a lot of stuff wrong, but even Jane picked up on it, and I'm sure you guys did as well. There's no point in letting someone carry on talking too long about stuff that they are making it seem like they know what they're talking about and just not having the facts to back it up. I mean, you heard earlier when I tried to help Jane when I asked the good gentleman, could you give us the evidence of thingy? He totally changed the subject, and as soon as he did that and he waffled on, instead of giving us the evidence, I thought, oh, he's one of those people. And I don't like those type of people because there's no point. If you don't know the answer, just say, which is what I ended up saying to him. Look, just say you don't know, you don't have the evidence. And so once that happened, unfortunately, even though he seemed like an intelligent person, once that happened, when you have to lie and try and get away with what you've said earlier and get round it by not answering, that changed my opinion slightly on the person because there's no point. I couldn't do that. If someone caught me out, I'd be so embarrassed. I'd probably never do another TikTok live ever again. I'd shut everything down. If someone thought I lied, I couldn't do that. So, if I don't know, I'll say it. And that's what I think where he was going wrong. He had all these conclusions that didn't quite work. Anyway, so everyone's saying good night. Thank you very much. Thank you guys at Clarice as well. Thank you to yourself and everyone present this evening. Thank you. Thank you, Proximo. Thank you, Mikey Mike and Cold Mix as well. Boss content. Thank you. Animations wrote, when he said the word demon and gods, I knew you had thoughts on origin of those words. Yeah, I know. I could have just kept stopping him every second on a lot of the stuff that he was saying and said to him, where'd you get that evidence from? Obviously, he hasn't got it. So I was just, trying to be polite for a while, but sometimes it's. See, if he was a nasty person when he came on, I probably would have went, and asked him those questions. But because he was nice and polite, I thought I'd just let him talk. But yeah, it seems a waste, really, because anyone listening to it could probably get confused now because some of the stuff he said doesn't match my evidence. Anyway, Prox Measure, thank you, Altruist. You sleep well. I'll have some nice dreams tonight somehow. I'll bloody force myself to. Speaking of nice dreams, is Darwin. Thank you, Outer History, for a fabulous live. Well, it's all you guys, really, and I'd love you guys who's on the chat now. We'll do it again and let you guys all talk to each other because I enjoyed sitting back listening, actually. So if you want to do that again, but I think with other people where we figure out that they are doing the same sort of thing as that guy, I think we would probably have a time limit or something. But thank you. Tank has wrote, yes, sir. Thank you, Atrish. Oh, bless you. And James has wrote, cheers. Jack has wrote, thank you. I didn't even know you was here. Jack, you kept quiet in the background there, but thank you very much for listening. If anyone's never heard me before and only just joined or whatever, I do have a website with thousands of documentaries. I've got books, all sorts of stuff. And the documentaries do have evidence, so it's not just me talking. You can get to it from ourtruehistory.co.uk. Ourtruehistory.co.uk. Andy's wrote, your silence spoke volumes. Yeah. Thank you, Andy. You guessed it as well. So well done. You're spot on. Animations wrote, some people will keep talking if you don't stop them. Yeah, I was interested because there was another guy that did that. We had him on before. Well, we've had a couple where they continuously talk and flip from one thing to another. And I wanted to see, how far this guy would go as well, because that to me now is a sign that when someone doesn't fixate on one thing and prove it, and it makes me think that they don't have the evidence and they're just hoping that people will just believe what they're saying. And I think that seems to be the case. But yeah. 56,000 likes. Thank you very much, whoever's been tapping it. We didn't ever get past 50 because TikTok limits us, so there really is no point in doing the likes unless it helps you guys on some way or other. I don't know on TikTok, but for me, it's never going to change unless TikTok changes. Kev has wrote, "We love you, mate. Thanks so much." Oh, thank you, Kev. It's very nice to say. Thank you very much, and I love you guys back. Amethyst has wrote, I just arrived. What did I miss? 6 hours worth of lots of chats, but I will put this on YouTube and Spotify. It will probably be tomorrow afternoon because it takes a while to download, etc. So if you are interested in catching up with this live, where we had these lovely people in the background, plus some others actually chatting live instead of just me boring everyone. So yes, you can get. Andy's wrote great live and night. Thank you guys. Thank you to the moderators as well. Absolutely.
It was actually 8 hours, just so you know.
Oh bloody hell!
Yeah, and I have an idea for you about when we do this again. And your timing on the guests and everything. I will shoot you a message tomorrow about it.
Lovely. Thank you, Chloe. That's brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And then lovely. Tank has wrote, Oh, hey, Actual History, the genetic disc artifact. I don't know what that's referring to. Genetic disc. I don't know what that is. If you can catch me either on sending me a message or something, or catch me next time. I don't know what the genetic disc artifact is. Not heard that. Sorry, I don't know what that is. Animations, right? The people who keep flipping from topic to topic are a bit manic and need to stay grounded. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully, I don't do that. If I do, tell me off. Clarissa's wrote a dedicated 50. Yes, yeah. I have said that before. Thank you, Clarissa. Yeah, I'd rather have 50 nice people than 200 numpties. So, and you guys are lovely. So, thank you very much. Right, so on that, I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you to the moderators. Absolutely fantastic as always. Shame I didn't get to talk to Yorkshire tonight, but maybe next time. And if you haven't seen my videos, please go to my website or watch my TikTok videos. I'll put another one up in a minute that I've done already. And I will catch you again very, very soon. Take care, everybody. Thank you. Bye, 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 bye. Oh, thank you, Donna. You're up late, Donna. Thank you, Donna. Night, everyone. Bye.